Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Lettuce Head Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Unlocks Gamer System. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Unfortunately, your son will never have a quirk. The words that destroyed him. He knew what they meant but didn't want to believe them. How could he? Before he could even talk, he wanted to be a hero, but to be told he could never be one? Feeling defeated and like an outcast more than usual, he walked home, and as he passed the park, he heard shouting coming from the creek. Was that Kacchan? Creeping toward the tree line and peering through, his guess was correct. Kacchan and his lackeys were bullying a kid with horns. Being who he is, he decided to step up. Some things never changed. Kacchan beat him down again without a second thought, and left him in a heap after he had his fun. At least the other kid got away. Taking a moment to pick himself up and reorient his dazed head to the world, he started making his way home. Checking himself over for bruises and scrapes, he walked past the tree line back toward the main sidewalk. Rustling from the trees caught his attention, and he was suddenly picked up by a pair of arms and the cry of, "I found you, I found you, I found you, I can't believe I found you." Forcing himself not to cry out, he turned around and saw someone he'd only ever seen in videos and on TV. The vigilante, absorbent girl. Dressed in a swirl of different colors like a rainbow throwing up on her head, she was covered in a skin-tight bodysuit and masked. Even if she was a vigilante, she clearly was not cut out for stealth. After seeing who it was and figuring out who she was, he started struggling to escape, but the lady had arms of steel. Why is she so strong? Ah, poor Izuku, you got hurt. Here, let me help. Heal. A soft white light enveloped him. He could feel the scrapes ease and the bruises fade, even through the struggling. He started trying to call out, but she spoke again. Hush you, calm emotions. This time he saw a green light and the feeling of needing to escape subsided and his thoughts started clearing. Why was he trying to run from her? She's only ever permanently dealt with villains if they were hurting a lot of people. He wasn't a villain, or even mean. How do you know my name? Also, where are those lights coming from? I thought your power was absorbing knowledge and powers for later use. He waited for his answer and received a full smile with a very mirthful laugh. Of course you would know about me, even if I'm not a hero like All Might, I'm still a hero, right? He could hear the air quotes even if her hands were occupied. My power is much more complicated than that. I only say that to people so that they'd leave me alone about it. She lowered her voice and whispered, "Can't have villains knowing all my secrets now, can I?" Izuku thought about it for a moment and nodded. Yeah, that makes sense, but you still didn't answer my first question. She put him on his feet and kneeled down to his height. I have a secret that allows me to know a lot about certain people. One of those people is you. She poked his chest with her pointer finger. The only problem is that I didn't know where to find you. She gives a slight pout. So I spent the last few years going to every park waiting for you to appear, and you finally did. She put a big smile on her face, which caused him to think. Wait, why not just look up Mom in a phone book? He asked with a slight tilt to his head. Her smile falters slightly as she says, with a little bit of shame, I can't read Japanese. She takes off her mask and hood revealing her face. It was very pale with lots of freckles like him. She also had super deep green eyes and vibrant red hair. You may call me Cat. My public quirk is quirk absorption. Her smile seemed to get bigger as she whispered, my real quirk is gamer. Now you can't tell anyone that, okay? Izuku's eyes grew at the mention of a new quirk. What could a quirk like that do? What does it dash? Cat put her finger over his mouth and said, no questions, all right? Izuku nodded against her finger. All right, Izuku, I have a question for you. Do you want to be a hero? He nodded. Do you want to help people? Another nod. Then I ask you, will you be my heir when the time comes? Izuku tilted his head at the question, and then it happened. A blue box appeared in front of him with the question. The person known as Cat has offered her power to you if she passes beyond the veil. Do you accept? Go ahead, Izuku, there is no trickery here. Click yes, nod your head or say yes. So Izuku looked her in the eye with slight confusion and said, yes, with a nod. A new box appeared. Congrats! You are now the heir to the gamer quirk. The ramifications of this are not currently known and will become apparent of this later on. What dash? Sleep. Izuku immediately slumped over into her arms. Sorry little Zuku, no questions. Memory warp. A faint green light enveloped Izuku's unconscious form and a blue box appeared for Cat. Please state the memories you would like to change and into what. Erase all memories of Cat and alter the last 5 minutes into a memory of him being hurt and fainting. Do you wish to add a release condition? Yes, when he hears my true name associated with Absorbent Girl after my death. Condition added. Memory altered and locked. Cat looked down at Izuku in her arms. Sorry bud, but I'm not quite ready to die or to be known just yet. Slipping a notebook into his bag she cast, Hidden Meaning. The notebook became completely blank with the exception of one line on the cover, For when you meet All Might. Setting him back down on a nearby bench she cast, Waking Dream and walked away, putting her mask back on. 8 years later, Izuku stared out over the beach filled with trash that would soon become his own personal hell. All Might had already left and left him with his new training schedule. Having already looked through it, he could tell his body was going to be pudding by the end of the first day. Oh well, small price to pay to become a hero. Heading back home and going through the book again to commit it to memory, he was met with a bright blue box causing him to jump back, trip over his feet and land on his backside. With a groan he opened his eyes, the box floating in the middle of his vision. Terms met. Fortunately or unfortunately the process of transference has been completed. Welcome new gamer, to the gamer quirk. We recommend starting by saying, stats. Izuku was, for a lack of better words, immensely confused. He stuck out his hand and took a swipe at it. His hand went straight through the box, not even causing it to move or ripple. Not having any other ideas, he said, stats. A new box appeared this time that was much larger and contained his name. Name, Izuku Midoriya. Age, 14. Level, quirks. Inherited, locked. Gamer, given. Health, 100-100. Mana, 100-100. Stamina, 100-100. Int, 10. Wis, 10. 0. Perks, none. Qualities, none. If you would like more information on a given stat, you may select it at a later time at your leisure. To continue with the tutorial, please say, upgrades. Izuku knew what most of these stats meant. He played many RPGs before. Strength was how hard you hit and how much you could carry, and Constitution was how much damage you can take in overall life. Dexterity and agility confused him. What made them different? He tried to select them but the box wouldn't let him. Guess I have to check at a later time. Intelligence was, along with wisdom, tied to mana. Charisma was talking and lying, and he had no idea what residential was at all. He'd never seen that in a video game before. Luck was luck obviously, but the time he had ever seen it in a video game it was only used for loot drops. This was real life though, enemies don't dissolve into pixels, so what would luck be used for? Before he could say upgrades, a shadow appeared above him. You okay, kid? At that moment, he realized he was lying on the sidewalk. To other people, he was just staring at the sky. Quickly scrambling to his feet, he quickly apologized to the man for making him worry and rushed the rest of the way home with the box in front of him. Walking through his front door, he noticed the smell of food wafting in from the kitchen. With a call, "Hi, Mom," he quickly made the rest of the way to his room. Before he could close the door, his mom called back out to him. "Hi, honey, dinner will be ready in about an hour." With a call of acknowledgement, he closed the door, threw his stuff on his desk chair, and sat down on his bed. Upgrades. A new box appeared displaying 3 options. Perks. Qualities. Perks. Please say perks to continue. Perks. A new box appeared displaying a drop-down list of many different options. Although many of them were grayed out and filled with. Perks are supernatural and magical upgrades that can be unlocked with perk points. As the gamer, you automatically unlock gamer's mind and gamer's body. Please select them below to find out more, and say qualities to continue. First selecting gamer's mind and then gamer's body, he read the descriptions for them. Gamer's mind LVO, max. You are the gamer, you have no time to freak out, you are able to logically think through all situations regardless of emotions. You are also immune to almost all psychological effects. Gamer's body LVO, max. Your body is always in perfect health unless injured. You are unable to contract diseases or viruses. You are also able to, with proper rest, restore lost health and body parts. Be very careful, however, if your health drops to 0 you will die. Izuku blinked. I can restore lost body parts by sleeping? How would you even explain that to someone? He decided to continue on with the tutorial and check out the other perks later on. Qualities. If perks are supernatural and magical, then qualities are the physical side. Being the gamer grants you one quality of your choice, and who you are grants you an additional quality. Quality added. Behind the eyes added. You may select one quality of your choice at the conclusion of the tutorial. To continue, say quirks. Behind the eyes LVL, 1 XP, 0%. Your mind is one of your greatest attributes, and is able to perform calculations and other forms of thinking at a faster pace. Train this quality to one day be as fast or superior to even a supercomputer. Increase ANT by 2% per LVL of BT. Izuku. Dinner. He jumped at the sound of his mother's voice. That's, wow, how would you even increase something like that? Mental math. He stood up, closing the boxes, and headed to dinner. Izuku and his mother decided to sit down on the couch and watch the news for dinner that night. Not a normal occurrence, but after Izuku broke the news of what happened today, they decided to see if he would appear on TV, much to Izuku's embarrassment. He had decided to keep the gamer a secret for now until he knew more about it. Today, in the middle of the marketplace, a young student was taken hostage by a villain while multi-dash. Someone had run on stage handing the newscaster a piece of paper, and as she read it, her eyes widened. Breaking news. Viewer discretion is advised. She paused, probably to give parents a chance to change the channel. The vigilante known as Absorbent Girl has been found dead at the hands of an unknown villain. Earlier in the evening, a group of officers responded to a noise complaint coming from a warehouse and discovered the mutilated corpse. Upon running diagnostics, it is now known that Absorbent Girl's true name is Catherine Hale, an immigrant from the United States. She leaves behind a husband and 2 children who are now under protective custody. We were unable to get any word from them. We will have more information within the hour, please stay tuned. As the TV cut to a commercial, Izuku experienced the worst headache he had ever had, and then it faded as fast it came. He remembered her. Mom, I think I knew her. Inko looked at her son sideways and with a little worry, how? I think she was the one that gave me that notebook. The one that said, for when you meet All Might? Do you remember where it is? Putting a finger to her chin and thinking out loud. Probably in the box of your kid stuff. I never threw any of your hero stuff out, so probably in there. We can look for it after dinner. But why did she give it to you? Izuku honestly didn't know. He remembered the park, but not when she slipped it in. She knew him, and not just his name, but who he was. He also had the feeling she knew she would die when they met. Deciding to continue hiding the gamer quirk, he told a white lie. After I got into a scuffle with Kachin a while back, she found me in the park and healed me. She gave me the notebook and told me to get it signed for her. I think she just wanted to cheer me up. Inko smiled at that. She sounded like a nice lady. Sad to know she's gone now, though. I feel bad for her kids, to not have a mom anymore. I wonder how they're coping. A notification popped up. New skill created. Lying LVL, 1 XP, 0.5%. Whether a white lie or a lie for your life, you sometimes got to do it. Mastery of this skill may even allow you to trick a god of truth. Lies have a 1% chance of success. Izuku felt bad for lying, but he resolved himself to tell the truth after he figured everything out. They continued to watch TV and ended up seeing him on TV rescuing Kachin from the sludge villain. When the clip finally finished, showing All Might appear, his mother berated him for rushing in and hugged him for staying safe. After dinner was finished, Izuku, with the help of his mom, went through all the hero stuff from the last 10 years to find the notebook. which was easier said than done as even from a young age he had written about all the heroes he had seen on TV or videos. His mom was helpful but got stopped every so often as she found something that made her eyes watered in remembrance of her little boy. 20 minutes later and 3 boxes in his mom found it. They repacked all the stuff and organized everything a bit better for the future. When he took the notebook in his hand, a prompt appeared. You have encountered a locked object. This object has been locked by a spell and requires a password to read. What could the password be? He looked through the notebook but every page was blank. The only thing written on it was the cover. For when you meet All Might. Maybe. He carefully traced All Might's signature onto the cover. New skill created. Document forging LVL. 4 XP, 0.4%. A signature is just a start. Learn the flicks and daps off an original to even baffle the owner. Mastery of this skill can either start a war or end one. Believability of forged document 4%. Izuku couldn't help but blush red. He only practiced All Might's signature a little bit. Definitely not 4 levels worth. Object unlocked. Izuku looked at the book in wonder. The words that were on the cover faded away and got replaced by the title, The Gamer Files. Do you wish to add the Gamer Files to your library? Yes or no? With an arched eyebrow he said, yes. A yellow light engulfed the book. Upon dissipating the book was dissolved and a new box appeared. Do you wish to view your latest document? Yes. A new box opened displaying the cover and a small tutorial book appeared. Swipe with one finger to view the next page. Use 2 fingers to zoom in and out. Alright, pretty basic. Getting comfortable on his bed, he began to read. Chapter 1, Secret or No Secret. While the gamer quirk has endless possibilities and you can, after many levels and experience, defend yourself from almost anything. You may want to keep it secret from everyone, barring your parents and the people who know your natural-born quirk intimately. If you have multiple quirks, it may be easier to say you unlocked more abilities through training and hard work. The option is yours, but it is recommended you keep it from general knowledge as it will make you a large target. Sticky note in the notebook. Zuku, I suggest telling your mom, as she knows almost everything about you, All Might, as he is giving his quirk to you and knows you didn't have one before, and maybe no more than that. You will face many trials to become number 1, but I know you can do it. Plus Ultra. Izuku decided to take the advice offered and told his mom. She took it pretty well, honestly. She only had a minor freak-out from a vigilante wiping his memory. He decided to spend the time before bed finishing the tutorial and choose his quality. Upgrades. The blue box appeared with the 3 options. Qualities. A new box appeared, this time not being covered by a tutorial. Qualities. 1 quality available. You have 21 available choices. Strength of a hero. Since the dawn of heroes, the first power thought of was super strength. Increase streak by 2% per level of strength of a hero. Steel gut. Knowing how to and being able to take a hit are 2 different things. Increase con by 2% per level of steel gut. Watch the hands. Even a bad con artist knows you need quick hands. Increase dex by 2% per level of watch the hands. Nimble arts. Even cats are willing to take advice from you. Increase agi by 2% per level of nimble arts. And behind the eyes. Sage of heroes. Even heroes need someone to turn to for advice. Increase wis by 2% per level of Sage of Heroes. Golden voice. When you speak, people will listen as long as you are interesting. Increase cha by 2% per level of golden voice. Steadfast hero. Stand firm, hold your ground and bow to no man. Increase residential by 2% per level of steadfast hero. Drop of a rainbow. 4 leaf clovers would be lucky to have you. Increase luck by 2% per level of drop of a rainbow. Photographic memory. Gain access to the archive. A collection of memories based on your life. Lost with direction. Gain access to 3 survival type skills that deal with wayfinding. Muscle malleability. It is 25% easier to gain bonus stat points from physical exercise. Mental gymnastics. It is 25% easier to gain bonus stat points from mental exercises. Ambidextrous. Gain the ability to use your non-dominant hand unimpeded. Steel bones. Your bones become 10 times more dense. Rubber joints. Your tendons can stretch and take more punishment before tearing. Insomniac. Can be taken 2 times. Reduce time needed to sleep by 2 hours. Till the last breath. Once a week you are able to go below zero, equal to 25% of your total HP. Longevity. Increase lifespan by 25%. Hunker down. Increase street, con, and residential by 20% for 5 seconds. Fluid grace. Increase dex and agi by 20% for 5 seconds. Mental overdrive. Increase int and wis by 20% for 5 seconds. Choose wisely, gamer. Izuku was blown away. Even if he could only choose one, there were so many good options. If these were the physical side of upgrades, he couldn't wait to unlock a perk. Now which should he choose? Muscle malleability would be extremely nice for his upcoming training from hell, but photographic memory seemed interesting too. Muscle malleability though had the best immediate gains. So he selected it. Quality unlocked. Muscle malleability level, max. Your body knows pains and gains. Increase bonus stat point gains from physical exercise by 25%. Remaining quality points, 0. Quirks. Izuku would be lying if he said this wasn't the part he was most looking forward to. Quirks are the lifeblood for almost all heroes, vigilantes, and villains. Obviously you have the gamer quirk, but what else can you do? Unlike previous upgrades, quirk upgrades are based on level of said quirk or your personal level. As the gamer, you automatically gain the upgrade. Observe. Skill unlocked. Observe level, 1 XP, 0%. This skill allows you to see stats and possibly hidden information about objects or people. Revealed information, name, age, level. That's useful. I wonder what All Might's level is. Quirks, gamer? What? Gamer upgrades. Based on personal level. Unlocked, level 1, observe. Level 15, party. Level 30, class. Level 45, pet. Level 60, profession. Level 75? Level 90? Level 100? Locked? Level 50. To unlock this quirk you must reach level 20 and sacrifice all XP. Your level after sacrifice will be level 1, however all bonus stat points, skills, perks, and qualities will remain the same. While he couldn't select them, he could guess what the upgrades for gamer were. The quirk that was locked very much intrigued him. He obviously didn't have a quirk himself, but maybe it was the quirk he would have had if he did have one. I should really find a way to grind XP. I really want to know what the quirk is, but I feel like that's a lot of XP to give up at the same time. Oh well. It was currently 11 p.m., so finding a way to grind outside was not possible. Maybe there was a way to grind non-physical stats. Intelligence was finding possibilities, while wisdom is knowing the outcome of said possibilities. Charisma was just talking, and he didn't really know of a way to level it besides talking. He didn't have a lot of friends, so that was out. Res, or resilience as he figured out, was standing your ground, fighting fear and working through pain and death. So that was out. As for luck, the only real possibility he could think of was gambling, but he was only 14, so that was a no-go. Intelligence first. Getting onto his computer, he started looking for free online classes. How to code. That sounds interesting. Izuku woke up the next morning at 8 a.m., later than he normally would, but not late enough to make his mom wake him. He spent 2 hours last night learning about coding and was rewarded with not only bonus stat points but a new skill as well. New skill unlocked. Coding level, 7 XP, 32.68%. In this day and age, coding can lead you through many paths. From the most basics of robotics to machines capable of space travel. The future is at your fingertips. Coding languages known. Python, 72% complete. Java, 33% complete. Due to intense learning, you have gained 4 bonus stat points to int. You also gained 2 points to residential for working through your headache and perseverance. The coding halfway through started to give him a headache, but at that point he had already gained 2 stat points to int, so he was all too happy to keep working. He had to stop though. He had training with All Might in a half hour. Getting changed, grabbing a bite to eat and saying goodbye to his mom, he made his way to Dagoba Beach. Still the same trash heap it was yesterday. Young Midoriya, over here. Izuku started making his way through the trash heap and found the skeletal version of All Might. He still couldn't believe that this was All Might's true form, but nonetheless, he still respected the man to no ends. With a hushed, observe, he looked at All Might's basic stats. Name: Toshinori Yagi. Age: 53. Level? Note you encountered an individual whose level and stats far surpass your own. Level up to reveal more information about them. How strong is he? Izuku was shocked but not surprised. He hadn't had the chance to observe another hero. Hello, Mr. Yagi. All Might's eyes widened. I have something to tell you. Izuku was nervous. He could see the tension in All Might. I have a quirk now. How is that possible? Were you lying before? It wasn't accusing or disbelief in his voice, just surprise. No, when I was 6, a woman approached me and she said her name was Kat. She was Absorbent Girl. She died last night. You heard about that, didn't you? He looked up at his teacher and saw an amazed look on his face. Izuku, your mission, if you choose to accept, is to get into UA as the #1 student and to become able to wield my power in your own name. New quest. The new torchbearer. Do you accept? How did you? Izuku trailed off, eyes wide staring at his hero. All Might sat down on top of a metal cabinet and began. Roughly 9 years ago I met a woman while on patrol. She attacked me and nearly fought me to a standstill. I nearly had her, then she said she knew the truth. I was shocked and angry that a villain, knew my secret. I was about to knock her out, and she told me she'd help me with something when I questioned her, and before you ask, that is not something I will tell you yet. I took her help and we became friends. We went on a few missions together and a year later she gave me a notebook where I was only able to read the first page. It said she was able to pass on her power and when I found my successor I should speak that sentence. After she gave it to me, she disappeared and whenever I tried to track her down she always slipped away. Then I received my injury and I wasn't able to keep my searches up. Eventually I forgot about her and the notebook. Then I saw the news broadcast and searched for the notebook and found it in a small box where I put everything I received from her. Unfortunately, I didn't bring them today. I honestly thought she was a little crazy, so I tried to put it out of mind. Last night I received a call from a contact of mine in the police and he told me that the handiwork of her death was at the hands of the villain who gave me my injury. I think she tried to fight him. New quest. The first of her line. Do you accept? Izuku, having sat down already, was lucky not standing when this appeared. He might have fallen to his knees. So did she tell you anything about her quirk? No, she always said she wasn't using her full potential when fighting with me, but her addition of her quirk wasn't powerful enough to defeat the greatest of the villains, only stand her ground. I assume you know something about that? He nodded. It's called Gamer. It turns myself and anything I interact with into a video game. When I received it, it said it was version 2.0. I assume she had version 1.0. All Might nodded thoughtfully. I see, that would explain a few things, but it doesn't explain how she was able to use different powers, and I'm afraid I don't know a lot about video games, so I'm unable to think of your potential. I think if I train hard and a lot, my stats will increase steadily, making attaining the requirements for One for All much easier. I also can't get fatigued, and as long as I'm not hurt I apparently don't need to sleep. All Might's mouth hung open. You're not kidding, are you? Izuku shook his head. Along with me pretty much. Turning into a game character I get upgrades to my being. 2 of the free ones I received were Gamer's Body and Gamer's Mind. Gamer's Body gives me unnatural endurance and Gamer's Mind turns my emotions off when I'm overwhelmed and makes my mind a brick wall to mind readers and mental manipulation. Not many heroes or villains have quirks based on mental manipulation, which just makes you stronger as most people are very susceptible to them. As for your endurance, this changes everything. He adopted a very hard-thinking face. 2 weeks later, All Might had given him the notebook, and it was another locked object, but nothing he tried had worked so far. The only note was the first page, and it was exactly what All Might said. No clue like his own and no obvious hint in the message. While the notebook was a dead end for now. He had spent the last 2 weeks training with All Might and gained a steady amount of points that started making his training easier. The beach was halfway cleared. Most of the larger items had been moved away, with the exception of the really large items. Seriously though, who dumps a car on a beach? He decided to check his stats while walking to the beach to start the day. Name, Izuku Midoriya. Age, 14. Level, quirks, inherited, thought. Gamer, given. Health, 500-500. Mana, 200-200. Stamina, 650-650. Tar, 54. Con, 56. Dex, 46. Agi, 42. Int, 22. Wis, 20. Res, 65. 0. Perks, gamer's mind. Gamer's body. Qualities, behind the eyes. Muscle malleability. His stats were coming along nicely. Although his physical stats were approaching the point where he barely gained a single point every 3 days of training. His mental stats were slow going as he only had 2 to 3 hours a night to dedicate to them, and resilience had skyrocketed for keeping to the mind-numbing training. While he couldn't say he was having fun, it was totally worth it. Arriving at the beach, he was greeted with the sight of All Might, in his thin form, nursing a cup of coffee to fight off the morning chill. He waved, "Mr. Yagi." All Might looked up and smiled. "Young Midoriya, how are you today?" Sitting down next to him, he answered, "Good, I feel like I can actually be a hero, but there is something I want to ask you." "Yes. I need to earn experience from missions, and I want to try and hit level 20 as soon as possible." "Why is that?" "Gamer says I have a locked quirk that I inherited, and I really want to try and get it before UA starts so I have time to practice with it." All Might nodded along with the idea. "I can see merit in that, but I don't know how I can assist you with that. Actually, I got a quest you might be able to help with. It's about Cat." He found the quest box by accident one day. It says find out who Cat was as a person and a hero, and gives me a hint, find the person who knew the most about her. Putting his hand to his chin, well, more than likely her husband, but her family is under protective custody. Putting his hand down and turning his gaze to Izuku, "What do you think I could do?" Izuku flushed with embarrassment, finding the ground really interesting. Maybe All Might could personally offer condolences to his friend's family? And maybe he could bring along a fan who wishes to thank them. All Might smiled, "Maybe, but I could face a lot of backlash from that. I'll ask but no promises, and I think it's time for you to start working." "Yes sir, and thank you." 2 weeks later, Izuku and All Might sat at a table in a conference room in the middle of a police station, waiting for Cat's family to show up. "Is it bad I'm nervous?" Izuku asked while fidgeting. All Might patted him on his head. "Not at all, just try to calm down a little though." Izuku nodded and started to take a deep breath when the door opened. The people who walked in was a man, who was roughly 180 cm, followed by a little girl and a teenage girl about his age. The little girl, who had multicolored hair, ran up to All Might's chair and started to gush about the number 1 hero. The teenager, who had very dark black hair, sat down and leaned back. She then started to glare daggers into Izuku, making him feel on edge. Her dad walked up behind her, lightly smacked the back of her head, and said in a rather deep voice, "Stop that, you know your mother would want you to be nice." That seemed to subdue the girl, but she still shot a glare at Izuku. "Nice to meet you, All Might, and I believe your name is Izuku? How did you know my name?" The man sat down. "My wife told me all about you and that you might want to meet me one day." He put his hand on his daughter's shoulder and said, "She also knows and isn't very happy about it." "Why did Mom want him to have her power? It's not like I couldn't use it." She crossed her arms. "We've been over this, Siren. Your mom gave him the power before you were born." Izuku did a double take. "How old is this girl?" Excuse me, but could you calm down the little miss?" Looking over, Izuku saw the little girl was starting to shine with different colors and was starting to get brighter and brighter. "Akito, come here please." "But it's All Might," she says, exasperated. "Now." "But." "No, come here." "Fine." She crossed her arms and stomped over to her father, who picked her up and put her on his lap. "Now what can I answer for you?" The man wrapped his hands around his daughter and looked at All Might and Izuku expectantly. "Mr. Hale, I'm curious to know how your wife knew what she did and why she never did anything with it. All Might put his hands together and looked at the man. Unfortunately, I don't know half of what she knew and she never told me. I apologize, I'm not much help there, even my daughter Siren doesn't know. Catherine kept her secrets under lock and key. It's alright, I was just curious, it's not a major concern. Izuku, my boy, go ahead. Izuku jumped a little bit in his seat. Yeah, why did she choose me? Mr. Hale smiled and squeezed his daughter a little tighter. She always said one of the greatest heroes to walk this planet had yet to be recognized, and it would be a child who would throw themselves into any situation to help someone without thinking. She had her own reasons for choosing you, but I'm afraid that was one of her other secrets. I apologize. That's basically what All Might said when he offered one for all. No, that's more than enough, thank you. My next question is, who was she? Her name was Catherine Hale. When she entered a hero academy in the USA, she dropped out and turned into a vigilante. She said something about the greatest evils don't deserve to live. She never killed from what I know. She just didn't agree with locking up the most depraved of villains. Siren spoke up and with a hard look spoke over her father. Mom never killed, she only had her eyes on a handful of people that she deemed unfit for life. Mr. Might knows who one of them is, and try as she might, she fell to that person. The only other I know of was out of her reach, whatever that means. In her late teens she somehow learned of you and various other things. She never said how. This is just a guess, but I think she gained a premonition quirk that she never talked about. That leads to my last question, how did she gain other quirks? Oh, I know this one. Akito exclaimed, she was born with a quirk-stealing quirk that I forgot the name of and used Gamer to make it into. Siren covered her mouth and glared at her little sister. Don't you dare say anything about that. She turned to Izuku. If he wants the book, he has to join me on an adventure in my world. She gave a smirk and said, do you accept this mission? New quest. Siren, daughter of the first, has offered you a book in exchange for an adventure in her world. Do you accept? Izuku blinked at the box and looked at Siren and nodded. I accept. Siren's smile only grew bigger, and Akito shouted, finally freeing her mouth, that's not fair, that's not what Mom wanted. Who cares, she gave me the book and I say he needs to do this, it's not like he can use it as a level 1 anyway. She crossed her arms and leaned back again. Wait, how do you know my level? Izuku asked, stunned. We're her kids, do you honestly think we wouldn't have some part of the gamer in us? She gave a deadpan look at Izuku. That makes sense. Wait, what's your level? Take a look. Observe. Name, Siren Hale. Age? Level? Note you encountered an individual whose level and stats far surpass your own. Level up to reveal more information about them. Siren smirked. Oh yeah, you're too weak. Meanie, you can look at my level, exclaimed Akito. Observe. Name, Akito Hale. Age 6. Level, 17. Quirks, and? Puff. Mana? Stamina? Sar? Con? Dex? Agi? Int? Wis? Cha? Res? Luck? Akito is a young girl and the second daughter of Catherine Hale. Beware the power of a thief, as the best can steal your soul. Why are there so many question marks? Also, what's with the sentence at the bottom? What level is your observe? Level 1. How many times have you used it? Izuku realized he had only used it 3 times. 3. Siren answered. Then use it on Dad and it should level up, but to answer your question, your observe is too low level to view stats. As for the sentence, it's a warning, it becomes more clear and detailed the higher level you are and the higher level observe is. She stood up, stretched and looked over to ask. You ready? Izuku looked over at All Might, who so far hadn't really spoken and just looked on in interest. His teacher just shrugged and nodded. Yeah, sure. Just one thing. Observe. Name, Hideki Tanaka. Age 36. Level? Note you encountered an individual whose level and stats far surpass your own. Level up to reveal more information about them. Observe has leveled up to level observe level, 2 XP, 0%. This skill allows you to see stats and possibly hidden information about objects and people. Information revealed. Name, age, level, and stats. Okay, ready. Izuku stood and walked over to Siren. Akito jumped off her father's lap and started asking her sister to come along. Dad, it's up to you. Hideki looked between his daughters and with a sigh said, Fine, but keep her safe, say, and be back in 10 minutes. Siren waved her hand nonchalantly at her father. Yeah, not like I would ever let anything happen to her. She snapped her fingers and a black portal appeared next to her. Let's go. And through the portal they went. Stats are the lifeblood of all gamers and the benchmark for the greatest heroes or villains. Gamers live and die by their stats. Strength determines your total physical power. Constitution is both your ability to take a hit and your total hit points. It along with resilience also equal your total stamina. Con x5 plus res x5. Dexterity determines whether an attack hits, while agility determines your ability to dodge. Intelligence equals the power for most spells, and wisdom determines the duration of spells' effects, while both determine your total mana pool. Int x5 plus wis x10. Charisma determines all social-based skills. Resilience by itself determines the strength of cha-based skills on you. Luck is a universal skill that helps all other skills. Luck 10%, which is added to all stats rounded down. 5 bonus stat points are given every level. Attached sticky note. Zuku, if you do manage to level up early on, do not spend your bonus stat points yet. As you probably noticed, earning stat increases are fairly easy, but when you reach higher levels and certain thresholds, your rate of gain is severely hampered. Izuku was the last through the portal, and as he entered, he was greeted with what he could only describe as a nightmare realm. The horizon was non-existent, being shrouded by a black mist that went on forever, and the ground in front of him was barren black rock for 30 feet, then dropped off into who knows what. The only illumination was a blue sun that seemed to make the place feel more ominous. It's called the Shadowscape, Mom named it, and as Akito said, Mom was born with the quirk absorption. She sometime before coming to Japan found someone with the quirk that took them to this place randomly and had to survive until they were brought back. Mom only ever permanently took 4 quirks in her life. The ability to travel here was one of them. Before I was born, she tried mapping this place out, and it seems to go on forever. She walked over to the edge and peered over into the distance. Akito hopped up to Izuku with a smile. Mom farmed here for most of her off time. Time here goes super slow or super fast depending on where you go. She turned to her sister and asked, So are you going to give him a map, or are you going to be a butthead about that too? Siren glared at her younger sister, but took a scroll out of her pocket. How in the world did that fit in her pocket? The scroll itself was 3 feet long and about 4 inches thick. She tossed it to Izuku, who caught it with almost no fumbling despite the weight of the thing. Use observe on it. With a small nod. Observe. Encountered a minimap. Do you wish to add the minimap to your map collection? Izuku selected yes, and the scroll disintegrated into tiny particles that consumed his vision after a second. Trusting Akito to not let her sister permanently disable him, he held in his cry of alarm. After what felt like minutes, he was granted a blue text box. Minimap added. Do you wish to enable the map? Selecting yes again, his mind was filled with visions of scaling canyons, finding lost ruins, forests of monsters who whispered your greatest fears, pits of darkness that echoed with the rumbles of beings so large you should be able to see them. Then the visions faded, and he was looking out toward the horizon, which, while still blurry, but much further back now. What was that? He looked at the sisters. It was Akito that answered with a smile. Mom made the map, and everything you saw was her adventures through here, at least to the point when she made the map. Siren once again took something out of her pocket, which turned out to be a lot of rope. How are you doing that? Izuku asked curiously. Siren smirked at him. Make it a day without almost dying and I'll tell you. She took out a metal pike and started driving it into the ground with her bare hand. I wonder how strong she is? Standing up and pulling out a set of gloves, she tossed them to him. Put those on, I'll take my sister down and we'll wait for you at the bottom. Akito ran over to her sister, who fell over the edge. Izuku let out a panicked yell, ran over the edge to peer down. He saw the sister falling toward the bottom, which was easily 300 meters down. As they were about to hit the bottom, a portal opened on the floor below them, and they disappeared. They reappeared when a second portal opened up and threw them upwards, causing them to lose their momentum and speed. As they land, Akito excitedly waved to Izuku, calling up to him, but they're too far down to hear. Looking over to the rope that dangled over the edge, he let out a sigh and put on the gloves. Back on Earth. So, where did they go? Asked All Might. With a sigh, Hideki watched the portal close. More than likely a place called the Shadow's Cape. Never been there myself, but my wife told me stories about it. Dangerous and endless. They'll be fine. He added quickly, noticing the widening of All Might's eyes. Siren is more than capable of protecting herself, her sister, and Izuku. All Might coughed into his hand. If you don't mind me asking, what are their quirks? Not at all. Akito's quirk is absorption, and Siren's is called dimensional travel. They also both share the quirk Gamer Light. 2 quirks? While that's not unheard of, it's quite rare. And for you to have 2 kids like that, it's amazing. The father of 2 laughed. Trust me, there was nothing natural about it. After my wife gave birth to Siren, she was given a prompt that stated she got to choose a quirk at the birth. She gave both of her kids some of her strongest abilities. Gamer Light was the quirk they were born with, which by itself is amazing but not as strong as Gamer. Siren was given dimensional travel, which essentially makes her immortal as long as she doesn't get killed. When Akito was born, Kat tried to give her the same thing but was unable to, as the prompt stated that a quirk is not able to be selected twice. So Akito was given my wife's quirk absorption. What's the difference between Gamer and Light? Light doesn't allow the ability to learn everything like Gamer does. It also doesn't allow the person to select upgrades at level up or to level up the quirk itself. Gamer allows you to do all that and then some. From what my daughters have told me, each skill they have has a percentage of how easy a skill is to learn. While some or most skills have 65 to 75%, certain skills are apparently locked as they have 0 affinity to that skill. Gamer doesn't have this, as it allows the user to learn any skill at 100%. All Might nodded along, thinking, what are the weaknesses of Gamer? My wife said a hero called Eraserhead was able to cancel all quirks she had, but the stat increases and points spent beforehand with Gamer don't disappear. If Gamer is the only reason you have access to something, then a quirk like his would be able to negate all those skills and abilities. Other than completely erasing the quirk, outlasting the Gamer in a contest of endurance will do it. Unlike you and I, who when it comes down to a last stand, are able to pull on adrenaline and willpower to keep fighting past our bodily limits, Izuku can't. When he's out of stamina, he's out and will pass out. All Might's eyes widened. How would he increase his stamina then? Constitution and resilience increase stamina, so I would focus on leveling those. Back to Shadowscape. They were currently walking through rocky terrain and headed toward what Izuku believed was the forest in his vision. Where are we going? Siren, without breaking stride or turning, answered. Forest of despair and nightmares. Akito, who was walking next to him, said, Mom used the forest to increase her res. Yours is kind of low, so we're going to try and get it up. Her smile didn't comfort Izuku. What can you tell me of your mom? Asked Izuku, hoping to get his mind off the impending forest. She was super nice. While she didn't want to be a hero, she couldn't be a villain either, because her natural attitude toward life was to be nice to everyone, as long as you didn't harm other people. Izuku, having to look forward while she spoke, saw Siren's fist clench and release repeatedly. Wonder what's on her mind. He looked at Aki. Another question. You are remarkably talkative and articulate for a 6-year-old. Are you sure you're 6? Izuku had a smile on his face as he asked. Akito giggled. Siren says you have to survive a day to get the answer, so you have to wait. As she finished, she stuck her tongue out and ran forward to be with her sister. Izuku sighed. Why do I feel like I'm going to die? An hour later, Izuku and the girls found themselves in front of a massive forest with a trail going straight through it. Siren turned to Izuku. Your mission is to get to the other side no matter what it takes. We'll be on the other side waiting for you. Come on, Akito. The little girl puffed her cheeks and walked over to her sister and began yelling at her. After a few seconds of back and forth, Siren straightened out her back and spoke. I am going to begrudgingly tell you a few things to help put your mind at ease. 1. Don't worry about monsters, they don't live on this level of the shadowscape. 2. Give any holes in the ground a wide berth, as you won't be able to tell how deep they are, and if you fall in one, who knows how many levels you fall down. 3. If you do happen to collapse, I will know and will teleport you out, okay? Izuku nodded. Happy now, you little she-devil? Akito's response was to stick out her tongue and make a face. She waved goodbye to Izuku as they walked through a portal. Turning to the forest entrance, he was greeted with something moving through the shade of the trees. He felt a chill crawl through his spine. Monsters don't live here. Steeling his nerves, he began to walk forward. You can do this. As soon as he took the first step in the forest, his body froze, and a box appeared. You are about to enter a dungeon. Training arena, Forest of Despair and Nightmares. Allows participants to raise their residential up to 100 as long as they successfully pass the requirements. Requirements: make it through the other side before the time limit is up. 1 hour seconds. Do you wish to enter? Selecting yes, his body unfroze. Taking a breath in, he started walking forward, and was greeted with a prompt. Gamer's mind has negated the following status effect. Whispers of depression. Well, that's useful. Siren. So why are you being so mean to him? Mom died and gave the greatest power imaginable to some kid who she didn't even know. Why should I be nice to him? But Mom said she did know him. Her sister looked down at her clasped hands. I'm sad she's gone too, you know. You didn't have the right to leave me alone when she died. Crossing her arms and looking away, she spoke softly. I told you to come with me, you didn't need to stay behind. And leave Dad alone? It affected him more than either of us, and you want to leave him alone. Akito's voice became more harsh. He's an adult, he would have been fine. She refused to turn around. And you spending years in this med place was what? Helpful to you? You haven't spoken to me or Dad since you got back. Akito was standing at this point yelling at her sister. Turning to face her sister, she saw the red-rimmed eyes. What's there to say to people who act like what Mom did was fine? It was what she wanted. Who wants to die? She didn't need to face that villain. Akito sat back down and curled her legs into her chest. You saw the prompt in her health bar just the same as I did. How could she forget? Watching your mom's health hit 0 and receiving a prompt that says, I love you both. I tried to help the world before it knew it needed it, but I was unable to do it. I'm sorry and I love you. She tried to teleport to her mom, seeing her health hit the red, but Mom had set up a locked pocket dimension to fight the villain in. She was powerless to help her mom with a quirk that made the user and friends essentially immortal. Her sister was sobbing into her knees by now. With a small sigh, she sat down next to her. Pulling her sister's head onto her lap, she began to sing. Play any female version of To Be With You by Mr. Big. Her sister had calmed down halfway through and promptly fell asleep. Speaking softly, mostly to herself, Izuku, I really hope you become what my mom expected of you. While Izuku couldn't say that he was having fun, but he wasn't doing too bad if he did say so himself. The forest started with whispering and things like, you won't be good enough, you'll let him down. Which was fine, he could honestly tell himself he probably wouldn't live up to what All Might is. It wasn't until it started getting louder and apparitions started appearing that he started feeling sad, but a mini Kacchan yelling insults at you ceases to be scary when an older Kacchan was so much worse. Even when an older Kacchan would appear, it was just telling him the exact same thing that current Kacchan would say. The one that hurt the most was his mom. She didn't support his dream to become a hero until he got the gamer quirk. Up ahead he saw a shadow starting to take form and color. Who's next? Minimight appears, and with a solemn look on his face, he says, I'm sorry, I've decided to choose someone else to give one for all too. Even if All Might did say that, I think I would be fine without it now. I have gamer now, I just need to train it hard to make it decent enough to get into UA. Then it's nothing but farming and cruising through schoolwork. Name, Izuku Midoriya. Age, 14. Level, quirks, inherited, locked. Gamer, given. Health, 720-720. Mana, 1065 1065. Stamina, 625 800. 75. Con, 72. Dex, 58. Agi, 49. Int, 90, 95. Wis, 59. Cha, 15. Pis, 88. Fis, 0. Perks, Gamer's Mind. Gamer's Body. Qualities, Behind the Eyes. Muscle Malleability. Behind the Eyes LVL, 3 XP, 22.45%. Your mind is one of your greatest attributes, and is able to perform calculations and other forms of thinking at a faster pace. Train this quality to one day be as fast or superior to even a supercomputer. Increase ANT by 2% per LVL of BT. Current stat increase, plus 5, rounded down. Not including today, he had worked extremely hard on his int after having cleared most of the beach. He was extremely proud of himself. He had gained several stat increases to STR and Con from climbing down the rope earlier and had even gained a new skill from being in this place. New skill created. Night Vision LVL, 1 XP, 67.3%. Darkness holds many things, be they secrets or monsters. Worry not though, you have gained the ability to find such wonders, no matter the light. Current distance 25 feet. He was more than happy to take the skill. Being able to see in the dark made walking through this area so much easier. He assumed he was about 70% of the way through the forest and still had over half an hour to make it to the other side. What he really needed to do was find a way to increase his stats. Not having anything left on the beach to clean and no way to work out meant little to no physical stat increases. He had asked All Might to train him in hand-to-hand combat but was turned down so the hero could keep his muscle form for emergencies. Maybe he should find a dojo? As he rounded a corner, a rather large pit was covering half the trail and looked like it swallowed a tree or two. Wanting to not fall into who knows where, he gave it plenty of space. As he walked past, he heard talking coming from the hole. Taking a step closer but no more, he could barely make out the voice of a little kid crying out. Panic started to overtake him, and as he was about to step closer, a prompt appeared out of the corner of his vision. Gamer's Mind has negated the following status effect. Cry of the Deep. His pulse slowed back down and the crying shifted into a rumbling that sounded like metal scraping rock. Taking a few steps back and letting go of the breath he didn't realize he was holding, he thought to himself, maybe I should just hurry to the exit? Little over 15 minutes later, Izuku found himself exiting the forest where he was greeted with two things, the first being a prompt. Congratulations! You have successfully cleared the Forest of Despair and Nightmares. Even though you technically cheated, you'll still be rewarded. Rewards, plus 12 to res. Cheated? Maybe the status when entering the forest would have made it a lot worse? Anywho, the second thing, he was greeted with the sight of two sisters asleep in each other's arms. Not wanting to disturb them, he sat down and decided to play on his phone. It didn't have reception, but he still had games he could play. It was in the middle of his 6th game of solitaire that Akito started to wake, causing her sister to open her eyes and see Izuku sitting there looking at them. Her face turned a slight shade of red, and then started to shake her sister lightly. Get up, Izuku made it out. Sitting up and stretching, Akito rubbed the sleep out of her eyes. So how was it? Putting his phone away. Pretty easy, though I did almost jump into a hole to save what I thought was a kid, but thanks to Gamer's Mind the spell, if it was a spell, was negated. Akito and Siren both adopted looks of confusion. It was Siren who spoke first. What's Gamer's Mind? It was Izuku's turn to be confused. The free perk I got for being the gamer? Mom said she only got Gamer's Body though. Akito looked at Siren and said, maybe it mutated? What does Gamer's Mind do? It makes me immune to most psychological effects. Akito started to giggle, which turned into laughter a second later. Izuku was more confused than ever. It was Siren though that seemed to understand and got an annoyed look on her face. Having had the time to calm down and in between skiing in air, she said, you can't send him to your hellhole anymore. Yeah, laugh it up you little devil. Standing up, she walked away. Come on. Still giggling, Akito stood up and waited for Izuku, who scrambled to his feet and looked at her expectantly. Siren found a dimension that torments people's minds. As it's not a dungeon, there's no point in sending you there. Izuku's sweat dropped. So where are we going now? More than likely the ruins around the bend. It's another dungeon, but this one goes down a floor, so there's monsters in there. She finished with a smile and mad gleam in her eye. But I don't know how to fight. Siren stopped dead in her tracks and turned around. Are you with me? You've had this power for a little over a month and have been training with the All Might. What have you been doing? She went red in her face. $1 for the swear jar. Spoke up Akito, who looked up at Izuku. Also, I agree with her. What have you been doing? Scratching the back of his head. Hee, picking up trash? He could see a vein in Siren's head pulse. Are you kidding me? No. Akito started laughing again. Cheer up, sis. Now you get to punch him a bunch until he learns. Grabbing Izuku by the arm, she led him to a small rocky clearing. Okay, put him up. What? Your fist. Taking stance and putting his hands up, Siren groaned, walked over and fixed his posture. Feet apart, hands balled, cover your lower face. Now punch me. But. Just do it. Fine. Psyching himself up, he pulled his arm back and struck out, but was slapped upside the head. 1. That's not how you throw a punch. 2. Don't close your eyes. And 3. Have you never watched a fight before? Only heroes that I see occasionally. Let me guess, they used all these special moves and fought with quirks that shot fire or made their fist 5 times larger? It didn't take a genius to figure out she was getting more and more annoyed. Yeah. A groan. Fine, copy me. She got into the pose she made Izuku take and slowly stretched out her balled fist. Got it? A nod. Go for it, but slowly so I can fix it if needed. Stretching out his arm, she nodded as his arm was fully extended. Now retract your arm and try the left. Repeating with his non-dominant hand, he earned another nod. All right, now punch me. Izuku punched again and was again slapped. I said stop closing your eyes. Rubbing the spot, he put his arms back up. Look me dead in the eye and hold it. Izuku stared into her eyes. They were a dark brown. Now punch me like you mean it. Taking a breath in, he struck out, still staring into her eyes. She caught his punch but nodded at him. Now punch again, retract and use your other hand, retract. Following her instructions, he punched twice, which were both caught but was greeted with a prompt. New skill created. Unarmed Combat LVL, 1 XP, 0%. Anyone can throw a punch, but it takes a master to attack with any part of them. Unarmed attacks deal 20% of your total STR plus dex. Fighting styles, basic boxing 1%. I got a new skill. Izuku grinned, but it was immediately wiped off by the punch that hit him in the nose. Ow. You've been hit. Minus 20 HP. Don't get distracted, now fight me. Putting his hands up, he took a deep breath in and released it. He looked Siren in the eye and started throwing punches at her. An hour later, he was currently laying on his back looking up at the cold blue sun. While training with Siren was worth it in the end, constantly getting hit in the nose or stomach really hurt. As he laid there on the ground, he went through the notifications that appeared during the spar. Skill leveled up. Unarmed Combat LVL, 5 XP, 43.17%. Anyone can throw a punch, but it takes a master to attack with any part of them. Unarmed attacks deal 30% of your total STR plus dex. Fighting styles, basic boxing, 82%. Due to an intense workout session against a superior foe, you have gained the following stat increases. Plus 12, plus 18. Dex, plus 17. Agi, plus 13. Bris, plus 2. New skill created. Physical resistance LVL, 8 XP, 87.36%. Your body is used to getting beat up. Try standing up for yourself. Physical attacks deal minus 16%. Name, Izuku Midoriya. Age, 14. Level, quirks, inherited, locked. Gamer, given. Health, 64,720. Mana, 1065. Stamina, 32,800. Har, 87. Con, 100. Dex, 75. Agi, 62. Int, 95, 90 plus 5. Wis, 59. Cha, 15. Res, 102. Zero. Perks, gamer's mind. Gamer's body. Qualities, behind the eyes. Muscle. Malleability. Congratulations. You have reached 100 in con. The following quality has been added. Hardened skin alveol. 6. Reduce slashing attacks by 30%, blunt attacks by 10% and piercing weapons by 0%. So she punches me again, it gets reduced by 26%? Not bad. Too bad his health and stamina were too low to do anything. They were slowly going back up, but going to sleep would be nice. Can we sleep? He called out. Nope. Akito answered, standing over him. Sleeping in here would be very bad. As long as you're awake and moving, monsters won't bother you on the first floor. However, if you sleep, then they'll try to get you. She stuck her arms out like they were clawed. But my health is super low and my stamina is almost gone. Akito, said Siren. KK. Reaching out, she tapped him on the nose. Boop. A yellow aura started enveloping him, and he watched as his health and stamina regen at an absurd rate. Thanks. You are most welcome. She gave a bow and walked back to her sister. Standing up and feeling 100% again, Izuku asked. Could I learn that? Right now? No, in a few levels potentially. You need to unlock the perk for spell casting. Spell casting? Could he see himself casting magic and flying around the battlefield? Yes, he could. Now let's get to the ruins and start clearing some enemies. A brief walk led to a declining hole in the ground that flattened at the bottom. The flat circle at the bottom had a few crumbled pillars with a large stone square reseated in the middle. Where's the entrance? Asked Izuku. The stone square. When you walk on it, the gamer quirk will give you a prompt about making a raid group. That's what we're gonna do. Supplied Akito. A few seconds later, Siren was the first on the square, and after a brief pause, Izuku received the following prompt. You have been invited to join a raid group by the Mistress of Dimensions, Siren Hale. Do you accept? Clicking yes, he asked, Mistress of Dimensions? Siren turned slightly pink in the cheeks. I didn't choose it. Unlike you and Mom, Gamerlight doesn't allow the user to select titles. A new prompt appeared. A new gamer has joined the raid battle. Light Thief, Akito Hale LVL? Light Thief, asked Izuku. How did you get that title? Akito scratched her cheek and looked embarrassed. Last year Mom and I were here and I tried using my quirk to absorb some light. Obviously the only light source is the creepy moon. Apparently it didn't like me doing that and turned itself off. My body has been slowly seeping the light out ever since, hence the hair. Also the little light show earlier. Wait, you have your mom's absorption quirk? Akito nodded her head and with a little pride said, only the best for Mom's favorite daughters. Okay then. So how do we enter? A countdown appeared in front of him and as it hit 1 Izuku was met by black nothingness and a red prompt box. You are now entering a raid dungeon with less than the recommended party and below the recommended level. There's no way to back out, this is a warning. Izuku gulped. Why would they take me here? A new prompt appeared this time, still in the red color. Now entering ruins of the Shadow People. Mission clear floor 4, to proceed to the boss. Bonus? Izuku was then teleported to a decently sized room standing in front of a closed door. The door itself was made of a lacquered black wood and was bordered by black stone which shone from a purple scone burning on either side of the door. Turning around he saw Akito pulling a weapon from her pocket. How are they doing that? Using Observe on the dagger-looking item he was greeted with a prompt. Spell casting focus +5. All spells cast through this focus are 5 LVLS higher than their normal counterpart. He then turned to Siren, who was impassively looking at her sister. She did teach me how to fight, so I guess she doesn't need one? You good? A thumbs up. Yup. Then let's go. Walking over to the door and heaving it open, they were met with a corridor with several doors lining the hall. Each door matched the recently opened one and the hallway ended in a T-junction about 15 meters back. So technically we don't need to clear the next 3 floors, but with you being level 1 we're going to have to. I'm not taking you into the boss room like that. So, on you get, open the door and destroy the baddie. Izuku gulped. She really doesn't like me, does she? Walking toward the first door on the right, he put his hand on the handle. Oh, don't forget to use observe on everything starting now. Nodding his head, he peeked into the door and saw what looked to be a bedroom, albeit completely destroyed and occupied by a glob of shadow. Observe. Shadow slime. Level. Health. 250. Mana. 0. Stamina. 150. 50. Con. 25. Dex. 25. BG 30. A shadow slime is a congealed ball of shadow. Not very intelligent and easy to destroy, these beings tend to die quickly. That doesn't seem too bad. Opening the door, the slime took notice and started charging him. It was pretty much rolling over itself in an effort to get to him. Walking up to the slime, he took a stance and threw a punch at it, which resulted in two things. The first being a very squishy feeling that made him queasy, and the other was a prompt. Hit landed. Dealt 48 points of damage. Remaining health 202. Pulling his arm back and swiping the window away, he took 2 quick jabs which caused 2 more prompts to appear, telling him he dealt 96 damage. Swiping the windows away again, he decided to try and end it quickly. It was then that the slime took its revenge and strings of black ooze struck out and attached themselves to Izuku, trying to drag him into its body. Pulling back against the force, a small green window appeared in his upper right vision. Check pass. It disappeared a second later and Izuku struck out a few more times. He finally destroyed the thing, but 3 more prompts appeared. This is starting to get annoying. Shaking his hands free of gunk, he swiped away the 3 windows and was greeted with a new screen. Enemy defeated. You have defeated a single enemy in one-on-one combat. XP earned, 200. Level progress, 200 543 36.83%. Congrats, but what were you doing? You kept swiping at the air. It was Siren. Every time I hit the slime, a prompt appears saying the attack landed. Wait, you haven't discovered the settings menu yet? Settings. As he said this, a box appeared displaying the following options. Battle log, disabled. Soundtrack, disabled. Change UI. Spell casting input, speech enabled. What is the battle log? Akito answered. Instead of a bunch of prompts appearing with every hit, you get a single prompt at the end of the fight that lists all attacks, damage dealt, and damage taken. Useful. Selecting it, he enabled the battle log. What's the spell casting input? Well, some skills need to be activated and all spells need to be cast. That option is to make your spells cast verbally, physically, or mentally. Haven't been an issue yet, so I might as well leave it. Enough with the tutorial, let's get a move on. Next room. Walking over to the next room and peering in, he saw another shadow slime, but this time it was in a supply closet. Using observe didn't grant any new information. The fight ended rather quickly now that he wasn't distracted. Battle log, enemy 1x shadow slime. Attacks, 6 total attacks. Damage, 6 by 48 288 damage. Damage taken, none. XP earned, 200. LVL progress, 400 543 73.66%. Peering into the next room, which had once been some type of bathroom, he saw a massive dog wreath in shadows sniffing at the ground. Observe. Shadow Mastiff. Level 3. Health, 500. Mana, 0. Stamina, 450. Edi. Con, 50. Dex, 55. Agi, 70. 20. 40. A shadow mastiff is not a real dog in any way. They are the living embodiment of darkness hunger. Okay, I'll need to dodge. This thing is a lot stronger and smarter than the slime. Deep breath in and out, he opened the door and charged the mastiff. Landing a hit and quickly punching it again, he was forced onto the defensive as the abomination lashed out and tried for his right leg. Pulling his leg back, he kicked it in its snout and punched it again. He was unlucky enough that his kick made his foot stick out a little further than planned and the thing bit down hard. His next few punches landed rather easily as the thing was attached to him. It disintegrated after a few more hits. Battle log, enemy 1x Shadow Mastiff. Attacks 1x Sneak Attack, unarmed. 9x Unarmed Attacks. Damage 96 plus 9 by 48, 528 damage. Damage taken 1 attack 101 damage and bleed. XP gain 600. Level progress 1543 184%. Level up. He could swear he heard trumpets. Congratulations, gamer. You have reached level 2. You have gained the following: 5 bonus stat points, 1 perk point. Next level progress 101773 56%. Cool. Izuku felt like jumping for joy. Go Izuku! Cheered Akito from behind Siren. Use the perk on something that will help you immediately so that you can level faster. He nodded at Siren and spoke. Upgrades, perks. Perks, 1 perk available. You have hashtag choices. See endnotes for list. He wanted to select spellcasting. His thought was that it had an immediate impact as Akito would be able to teach him at least a few spells more than likely, and maybe Siren? Who knows with that girl? If I gained spell casting, would you be able to teach me a few spells? Siren shrugged. Sure, Akito has a wider range of spells, while mine are more combat and summoning focused. Selecting spell casting, he was greeted with a prompt. Congratulations! You have gained access to the mysterious force known as magic. You are now able to learn spells via mentor, book, or otherworldly being. Learning this skill has also unlocked a new perk tree. The spell tab is now available. I selected it. Is there a restriction to what I can learn? Yes and no. Spells don't have a requirement to learn, just to cast. So essentially you could have a spell that cures disease in everyone all at once, but you wouldn't be able to cast it because it would cost too much. Yeah, Mom had a spell she made up after watching some type of anime that allowed her to go back in time to a save point, but the mana cost was somewhere in the 200,000 per hour. Wonder how that would work. He shook the thought out of his head. So what can you teach me right now? The first spell Mom ever taught us. Siren held out her hand, and after a step Izuku grasped it, earning himself a prompt. New spell learned. Mana Bullet LVL, 1 XP, 0%. This spell allows you to expend mana as a bullet which deals damage. Spell damage into. Range 10 meters. Cost 20 mana. Like in most video games, you must choose a build for yourself. You can be anything: the Archmage, casting spells and disintegrating enemies, the Dreadnought, shrugging off hits that would kill lower beings, or the Reaper, taking lives and souls with the sweep of your blade. The choices are as endless as you wish them to be. Work on certain skills, stats, and upgrades to broaden your horizons. Sticky note. Zuku, I honestly have no idea what to tell you about this. Just keep in mind everything you know about One for All and forge your own path in life. Battle log, enemies, 2x Shadow Mastiff. Attacks, select to expand. Damage taken, select to expand. XP gain, 800. Level progress, 181773 102.5%. Level up. Battle log, enemies, 1x Shadow Mastiff, 2x Shadow Imps. Attacks, select to expand. Damage taken, select to expand. XP gain, level progress, 2,953,775 78.2%. Trumpet sounds. Congratulations, gamer. You have reached level 3. You have gained the following: 5 bonus stat points. Izuku felt tingly. Casting magic was exhilarating, while he only knew the single spell. He was quickly growing to like magic. The feeling of build-up and release was euphoric. The worst part was running out of mana. In a fight with a shadow imp, he had run out and was hit with such a splitting headache that he could barely move. Siren stepped in to help. Keep track of all of your bars. Obviously, running out of HP would kill you, mana will make it almost impossible to fight, and stamina will knock you out. Akito, heal him and we'll go to the second floor. Akito cast the spell again and had cast a second spell on him. You have gained the buff, Matriarchal Protection. What's that do? Akito smiled, not her usual smile. It's a spell Mom made for us. It gives the person buff two things. The first is a boost to HP and the second is a death shield. If you take a hit that would reduce your HP to 0, it will knock everything back by 50 feet and revert your HP back to 1. Izuku saw stars, but before he could ask, Akito finished, "I'm sorry, but I can't teach it to you. Mom made it with us in mind, and so the gamer made it only work for us and her. You'd have to find your own version." Oh. Izuku looked down at his hands. She sounded like an amazing person. Siren spoke. She was, and that person trusted the gamer and the future to you, helping him to his feet. Now prove you're worthy. She marched down the left corridor of the T-junction, with Akito and Izuku trailing behind. As they rounded the corner, they entered at the top of a staircase which led down into a massive room. It was decorated in tapestries of subdued colors, black wooden beams, and walls of black obsidian stone. Hanging from the ceilings was large chandeliers made of black crystal that shone of black and purple light. While all of that awed Izuku, what really caught his attention, though, was the mass of shadowy ghost-looking monsters that danced around themselves. There's so many, how are we going to clear it? We'll use the staircase as a choke point, I'll use a summon as a tank, you'll be behind it taking shots at the mass with mana bullet and punches if something gets too close. Akito and I will be behind you with spells. Got it? Izuku nodded at Siren, who gave him a hard look. Turning around, she started, "Summon Celestial Bear." After about 30 seconds, a blue and gold bear appeared out of a swirling vortex of white and blue. It was massive and was nearly as wide as the staircase. He used Observe on it. Celestial Bear. Summon of Siren Hail. You have encountered a being whose level and stats far surpass your own. Level up to reveal more information about them. That's new. It was Akito. Siren smirked as she turned around. While I was gone, I encountered a few new things, made a few deals, and worked a couple of things. I'm not the same girl I was back then. Mumbling to Izuku, still as big-headed as before. Izuku held in a snicker. Everyone ready? Akito did a one-arm whoop, and Izuku nodded with a smile. Izuku used Observe on one of the ghosts. After that we'll start. Walking behind the bear and mentally preparing himself, he used Observe. Shadow Remnants. Level, Special. Health, Special. Mana, Special. Stamina, Special. This creature comprises of many individual enemies that are level 2. Be warned, gamer, these remnants of the past have danced for eternity and will do everything they can to continue to do so. That's terrifying. Don't worry, Izuku will keep you safe and you have Mom's buff. You'll be fine. Izuku looked at Akito, a girl he barely knew, but one that has gone through so much more than him. A kid who lost her mother to a villain, holding more sure and without worry compared to him. He steeled his nerves and turned toward the enemy. Izuku, you're the opening salvo. Just aim mana bullet into the crowd. Izuku had learned in his second fight against a shadow imp that he was able to summon mana bullet multiple times, creating his own mini artillery. It was after his second time using this method he was granted a skill. New subspell created. Mana Array LVL, Max. Draining your mana, you are able to create many smaller versions of mana bullet that deal half damage at half the cost. Burning through 1000 mana, he aimed broadly at the mass of monsters below him. After the cast time passed, he let loose and 100 mini bullets rained down onto the enemies. The reaction was almost instant. While a few acted sluggish, almost all of them dashed up the stairway and let loose a scream that reverberated across the room. The scream was so loud and throaty that the chandeliers and stone staircase shook. Izuku noticed a prompt in the top right. Gamer's mind has negated the following status effect. Wail of Lost Souls. That didn't look good. As he finished reading, the first enemies reached the Celestial Bear, which as its size implied, made a very effect wall. The shadows smashed into the bear, which stood firm. Akito had cast a spell with her knife that caused tiny red ball of light to fling out into the enemy, and after a brief pause, they erupted into columns of fire that reached the ceiling. Izuku, as his contribution was pretty much over with, was stuck watching as the bear mauled through enemies, and casting the occasional mana bullet into the fray. Siren, from what Izuku could tell, didn't seem to do much and was watching the fight very closely for any surprises. It set him at ease knowing that if she trusted Akito and the bear to do most of the work, that they weren't in any danger. Izuku adopted a smile. The fight went on for what felt like hours, though he doubted a half-hour went by. Akito had apparently ran out of mana a while back. While her spells were effective, they were mana-heavy. Siren had stepped in to replace her sister, and Izuku only had one word for it: terrifying. She had opened many small black portals above the enemies that after a few seconds, erupted with tentacles dripping with black ink. The tentacles had grabbed many of the enemies and pulled them back into the portals. She then opened another portal that seemed to tear itself open and then erupt into fire that cascaded into the enemy. Izuku, for his part, had let his mana build back up and had cast another volley of mana bullets, while Siren had cast her spells. It was soon after Siren joined that the fight started to dwindle down. Akito was sitting down, where Izuku joined her. "How are you?" "Tired but good. This used to be so much harder with just Mom and us. She had told Siren and I that we had to do this room on our own. The first clear almost killed us if it wasn't for Mom. Now that Siren is so strong, this room doesn't seem too bad." She rested her head on knees. "I couldn't imagine having to do that. This room would have been impossible for me. Maybe, but eventually you'll be on Siren's level and possibly even Mom's. By then you could clear this room with a snap of your fingers." As the last enemy was defeated by a bite from the bear, Izuku received a prompt. "Congratulations! You have cleared a dungeon mini-boss. XP gained, 10,000, minus 4,000 from having 2 over-leveled allies. Total XP earned is 6,000. Level progress, 8,953,775, 237.1%. 2x level up. Congratulations, gamer! You have gained 2 levels and reached level 5. You have gained the following: 10 bonus stat points, 1 quality point. Wow, I reached level 5 from just that. Congrats! I didn't even get a single level." Then it hit him: if I need to reach level 20 to get my quirk, and an enemy like that didn't level Akito. Izuku rubbed his temples. "This going to take forever." "What is?" Akito looks curious. "To unlock my quirk." What do you need to unlock it?" "I need to hit level 20 and then sacrifice all the XP." He saw Akito's eyes widen and heard a choke come from behind him. "Are you kidding me?" Izuku looked. "What? Dude, that's over 500,000 XP. Are you seriously going to sacrifice all of? That would set me back by 2 levels. I don't know." He stood up and started pacing on the narrow step. "I really want to get my quirk, but seeing how hard it is to gain XP, I'm not sure it's worth it. It's not like I can just farm XP indefinitely." Siren didn't meet his look, neither did Akito. "What?" No response. "Is there a way to get unlimited XP?" Akito looked away and Siren pretended to be busy with prompts. "Don't do that. Tell me what you know." With a heavy sigh, Siren answered, "There is a way, but even our mom was wary of it." "Did your minimap come with a way to get to the endless abyss? The spooky dark pit with monsters that sounded like titans?" "That's the one." "What about it?" "As the name implies, it's endless and so are the monsters. While that would be nice and all, the monsters are out of our levels. I'm level 32 right now and I went exploring near the edge when one of the monsters came into view. I used observe and my prompts went a blood red, covered in warnings of not approaching the thing under any circumstances." "Wait, then how do you know it goes on forever?" "Mom told us. She said she sent out magical scouts when she first found the abyss and they didn't return. It wasn't until their destruction by some monsters that her map got updated. According to her minimap, they traveled the distance from Earth to Pluto in that time and weren't even close to an end. Also the fact that if you try to enter it, it will give you a prompt calling it the Endless Abyss. The gamer quirk tends to take literally if you haven't noticed." "So, did your mom ever kill one of the things?" It was Akito that spoke up. "Once, but it was because she was forced to. She entered a much stronger dungeon, where the enemy had an ability to lower luck into the negatives. Mom said her luck went to the -100s and after she defeated the thing, she received a prompt. Apparently it said that the monster was a relative of a much stronger enemy that is now hunting for you. Siren finished the story, and it was when she entered a dungeon that you couldn't escape without defeating all enemies within it, that it appeared. Mom said most her spells barely had an affect, and it came down to her stealing a few buffs from the monster that she was able to take it down. She came home after that, with her health in the red, his stamina nearly depleted, and with the assistance of an upgrade, her mana was in the negative. She made us vow never to go near there. How much XP did she get from it? Siren shot a glare that could kill. Are you stupid? Izuku stuck out his hands palm outward, in a placating gesture. I didn't say I want to do it, I was just curious. Akito answered, Mom went up 3 levels, and for her that was a lot. For any of us here, that could easily have been 50 levels. Izuku's eyes widened. What level was she? Akito shrugged. I honestly don't remember. From that point onward though, she only ever went up 2 more levels. From what I can vaguely remember, she had hit level 120 when she first left on that expedition. So I would guess somewhere around 125 by the time that incident happened. Izuku was shocked. Wow. He cautiously asked his next question. If she was so strong, how did she not win her last fight? Siren sighed as she sat down. Like I said, Mom only defeated the Abyss Walker because she stole buffs from it. A normal person wouldn't have a plethora of buffs or barely even one. You also have to take into account that heroes and villains constantly fight people of their own strength or greater constantly. For someone like All Might, whose level I couldn't even see, he might have even been stronger than Mom. I couldn't even imagine how strong the villain was. Akito stood up. Enough sad talk. She grabbed Izuku's hand and then her sisters pulling them down the stairs. Let's set up camp, it will let us rest and recharge. Good idea, sis. Back on Earth. What can you tell me of the villain she faced when she was defeated? Hideki sighed. I would tell you if I could, but I have no idea. My wife kept all of her notes and secrets locked away in the gamer quirk. I don't know if Izuku could gain access to them, as he theoretically doesn't have the same quirk as my wife. There's also no way of knowing if the data survived the transfer. All Might coughed. Crap, excuse me. Another cough. You can power down, my wife told me a while back, shortly after you started appearing less and less. She said you got hurt by a villain on her kill list. She tried to get to him before you fought him apparently, but was unable to track him down. All Might let out a sigh, then let go of One for All. What was your wife's specialty? Combat. Also spellcrafting when she had free time. Spellcrafting? You didn't know? At the shake of All Might's head, he continued. My wife along with Siren are spellcrafters. Normally for a gamer, you have to learn a spell from a being of immense power, loot drop or another person. My wife on the other hand, was able to create new spells, for anything she wanted. A costly endeavor as the more powerful a spell, not only a greater mana cost but the actual creation of the spell requires certain objects. One of the spells she tried to create need the beating heart of a child, but my wife refused to pay the cost. All Might felt sick. Did all of her spells require such sacrifices? No. In fact, one of the spells she was proud of required a clock that had frozen at the time of a great event. Being in Japan, she easily found a watch that had stopped during the Nagasaki or Hiroshima explosions. It cost her a bit of money but no sacrifices. But it turned out the spell was too costly for her even though she created it. Sounded like it could have been useful. Could have been, but who knows. Back to Shadowskip. So do I get to learn how you are pulling stuff larger than you pocket out of it? Izuku was hopeful. Pocket dimension in my pocket. Stick my hand in creating a portal inside it that opens above the item I want and voila, it appears. That sounds helpful. Yep. This was awkward. Akito had fallen asleep and left him alone with Siren. So how old is your sister actually? Sigh. Physically 6, mentally I don't know. We spent so long with Mom exploring different dimensions, it kind of just blurred together. I think it's close to 13 now. How old does that make you? Even to me my age is just question marks. I think it's because of my quirk. I've visited a few dimensions that reversed my age and a few that sped up my age. Can essentially make myself immortal. That's amazing. Laying her head down on the sleeping bag, it is, and I have my mom to thank for it. Akito got her absorption quirk that first gave her my ability and the potential to gain her immortality. I'm sorry about your mom, I didn't know her at all, but I can see that she meant a lot to you. He sat down on his own sleeping bag. Not your fault, she did what she did because she felt the need to. Having known her for as long as I did, I can tell you one thing. She didn't care about dying. The part that probably affected her more in her final moments was not being able to make us stronger. She cared more for the future and us than she did about what was going on around her. She looked at Izuku. That includes you, I have no idea why, but she left stuff behind for you. Once we clear this dungeon and get back to Earth, Dad is going to give you a chest. It contains items that she said will help you. Izuku's mind was going rapid fire. What could be in there? Ideas of items giving pluses and weapons he could learn to use filled his mind. When he turned to look at Siren, the girl had fallen asleep. Taking that as a sign, he drifted off as well. You have met the 8 hours of sleep required and have regained full HP, mana, and stamina. Welcome to a new day. Izuku sat up and looked around. Akito had already packed up and Siren was currently putting her stuff away. Good morning? If it is morning. Time is frozen here, it's the afternoon still, but good morning. Izuku, let's get a move on, we still got 2 floors to go. Sitting up and starting to pack, he asked, will the next 2 be like this one? Akito shook her head. The next will be a bunch of rooms with stronger enemies than the first floor, and the 4th floor before the boss is another mini-boss though. What's the mini-boss on the 4th floor and what's the boss of the dungeon? Mini-boss is a shadow knight and the boss is different each time. Siren held out her hand for Izuku's sleeping bag, which he handed over. Let's just hope it isn't the Dmed spellcaster like last time. I don't care what any system thinks. Giving a raid boss a time stop and AoE spell is ridiculous. Izuku started to feel his anxiety build, which was then squashed by Gamer's mind. What are the other bosses? Akito started to count on her fingers. There's the Spider King, Lady of Shade, Horror of Night, Lost Child. Raising an eyebrow, Lost Child? Siren answered, a creepy-looking kid that can disappear from view and will try to slip a knife in your spleen if you aren't careful. Not fun, but not hard. Just blanket the area with an AoE and the thing's invisible buff is gone from a few seconds. Oh, the others? Continuing her count, Duke of Twilight, Shadow Hound Master, Jester of Murder, my personal favorite, and then the Pale Wizard, the OP one. Who's the easiest? Depends on your repertoire, but for you, Horror of Night. How so? Its main attack is a super nasty debuff that causes hallucinations and lowers your stats. Since it's all part of the same status, Gamer's mind would block all of it. How cool. As they talked, they had walked toward the end of the dance hall, to the closed door on the other end. Siren had with a single hand pushed a door 5 times bigger than All Might in his muscle form with no problem. What is your star stat? Siren had looked over her shoulder and giggled. Why is Izuku asking a woman her? How daring. Izuku could feel his cheeks go red. He started to stutter. I didn't mean it like that. Akito and Siren both laughed joyously. He could tell he was played instantly. Feeling the heat go to his neck. Ha ha, very funny. Akito wiping a tear away. Sorry, Izuku. Turning to her sister. I'll be honest, I didn't think you ever get a chance to use that joke. Hook, line, sinker. Siren held one arm up and pumped down. Looking at Izuku, I've been planning that joke since I was little. Izuku smiled. It was nice seeing them happy and joking. Glad I could be the butt of the joke. Giving him a thumbs up. Appreciated. Now, just like the first floor, Izuku is going to clear it alone and preferably quickly. Izuku nodded and proceeded forward. The door led to an outside, which was more of a giant enclosed garden maze. He could see the walls on the far edge of the garden. The whole thing was illuminated by glowing crystal embedded in the ceiling. They gave off an unnatural blue glow, which just made the garden feel creepier than it already was. The garden itself was littered with black flowers and white mushrooms. He had no idea what any of the plants and fungi were, but general instinct told him that they were poisonous. The maze portion was shrouded by overgrown shrubs and trees. "Don't tell me I have to go into the creepy maze?" he asked rhetorically. "Yup." "Fine. Any hints of what's in there?" "Plants." He gave Akito an annoyed look. "Thanks." "No prob." "She's serious." He looked over at Siren. "What? The monsters in there are plants. You'd best not trust any vines or flowers." Izuku gulped. "Great. More terrifying things to occupy my nightmares. Okay, let's do this." It was the third bend into the maze that Izuku spotted the first monster. Belladonna Vine Crawler. Level 6. Health, 1000. Mana, 00. Stamina, 1150. STR, 220. Con, 150. Dex, 75. G 30. 20. 0. Res, 100. Traits, plant, immune to all psychological effects and takes double damage from fire and ice. Poisonous venomous. This creature is both laced with toxins and covered in it. Beware gamer, this creature is an unholy combination of a writhing mass and a belladonna flower. I don't think I can take that on. Siren looked at him in confusion for a second before she looked back at the creature, then her eyes widened. That's new. Akito, having used observe also, say, what's a withering mass? It's a creature I fought a couple months back. Not entirely difficult, but one of its powers is the ability to split itself. I've never seen one outside the Dackle dimension before. Do you think the dungeon is adapting? Izuku could hear the fear in her voice. What's that mean? Siren looked at him. Sometimes when you clear a dungeon multiple times, it will shift itself to bring in new monsters and new challenges. The thing is though is that is the first one Mom ever found, and we've been coming here since we were little. Should we go back? Siren studied the monster for a second before she answered, No, I want to see if the boss changed. Izuku hit it. With a mana bullet and I'll kill it. Summoning a single mana bullet, he hit it square in the vines. Siren summoned one of the fire portals from the last fight and the mass barely had any time to react as it was scorched to nothing. He received some XP from the fight but nowhere close enough to level up. Let's skip this floor and get to the fourth. We'll deal with the Shadow Knight and take on the boss. Akito cast the buff on Izuku and me. I'll do the same to you. We can't trust the Shadow Knight will be the same. After a brief exchange of magic, they made their way to the next floor, which was just a massive cathedral on the other side of the garden. The windows and stained glass of building seemed to absorb the light of the crystals and irradiated a dark aura. Just like the dance hall, the door was massive and made of the same black wood. The stone was similar as well, though unlike the dance hall, it was arranged in patterns that seemed to tell a story. Siren, who was leading the way, put her hand up to the door. Izuku, stay behind Akito. Take potshots when you can but don't get too close. Izuku nodded and the door was opened. The room on the other side was breathtaking, in an eerie sort of way. Pews were strewn about, lit candles giving off a warm feeling adorned the walls, and the stained glass shone with an unholy glow. While Izuku wasn't into the whole goth thing, he still could appreciate the elegant beauty of the room. Walking in and stopping 10 meters in front of a statue, Siren spoke to Izuku. Hit the statue and we'll start the fight. Why don't you summon something? Akito answered, Shadow Knight has the ability to unsummon and forces a fight. So you just gonna punch it? Siren smirked. Bone blade. A white rod appeared in her hand and quickly grew into roughly shaped sword. Izuku used observe. Level 32 bone sword. Made by Siren Hale. Adds 32% of your STR to your blade combat skill. If the durability of this weapon reaches 0, it will explode, dealing damage equal to your STR in an area effect around you. This can damage you. Durability, 50-50. Can you teach me that? Siren, maintaining her smirk, held out her hand. With a grasp he was greeted with a prompt. New spell learned. Bone Blade LVL, 1 XP, 0%. Reduce your HP by 5% to summon this blade into your hand. The blade adds 1% of your total STR to your blade combat skill. This is a spell of necromancy. Stuttering, necromancy? Don't be a prude, necromancy is only evil if you use it for evil. Use everything at your disposal in a fight for your life, amend the consequences. Stealing his resolve, he nodded, bone blade. He felt like someone had taken a knife to his spine, and just as sudden as it happened, the pain disappeared. Oh. Meh, it only happens the first time, or whenever your blade breaks. What you felt was the bone growing alongside your spine. Izuku felt his back and did indeed feel a bone there. Giving it an experimental poke, it was squishy, not fighting against his pressure. He stretched his back and didn't feel any resistance or tightness. Would have thought that would have made it feel weird. Bone blade, just as it had with Siren, a white rod appeared in his hand, and a blade materialized. I'm not teach your sword combat, just take a couple of swings at me and gain the skill. After a few strikes he gained it. New skill created. Blade combat LVL, 1 XP, 0%. From the sly dagger to the mighty claymore, swords come in all shapes and sizes. Any bladed weapon deals 60% of your total SR. Aiming his free hand at the statue, he shot a mana bullet at the statue. A brief pause passed and the statue lost its gray rocky coloring and started oozing darkness from behind the pieces of stone that turned into metal. As soon as it stood straight up, Izuku used Observe. Anti-Mage Shadow Knight. Level 18. Health 1600-1600. Mana 1075-1075. Stamina 1800-1800. STR 175. Con 160. Dex 140. Agi 80. 35. Vis 90. Cha 15. Res 200. A knight is a person of honor and chivalry. A shadow knight is an evil of treachery and deceit. Destroy this being as it will provide you with no quarter. Wow, that's strong. Not strong enough, Siren shot toward the knight and pulling her blade back. When she was in striking distance, she swung out with one hand and with her left, she shot out a ball of lightning. The lightning, being both aimed and attracted to the metal of the armor, hit quick and hard. The result was an explosion that created a dust cloud. Izuku could hear something thwack against the knight. The next thing he saw was Siren come flying out and crashing into a couple of pews before stopping. Akito shot out a few spells from her dagger. One of which didn't provide any light effect, the other created a vacuum that sucked in all the dust and then imploded on itself. The knight took it in stride and started running toward Akito, who was the closer target, and raised its sword. Akito, seemingly unperturbed, raised her unarmed hand and created a wall of stone between them. The knight, seeing the wall, lowered its sword and bull rushed it, trying to break through. It made it through the wall with the charge but was then hit back through by Siren in a double-bladed vengeance. The girl had somehow created a second bone blade and stabbed both up into the helmet. Izuku, trying to be useful, summoned a volley of mana bullets and shot them toward the slightly pinned knight. Most of the shots hit, but didn't seem to do much. Siren kicked the knight away from her and jumped a little back. The sword in her left hand started flickering and then faded from existence. Akito, as soon as her sister was away, had let loose another non-visual spell, then looking directly at the knight let out a wail so loud that Izuku had to clap his hands over his ears. He saw the armor the knight wore start to crack, but as he was looking at its health, 2 buffs appeared. Death to magic. Magic is now 90% less effective against this being and is no longer able to be affected by statuses. Stone armor, broken. This being's armor made it slow and encumbered. It has now broken this armor and its stats now reflect this. As soon as the buffs appear, Akito stopped her wail and Siren charged back in with her single sword. Izuku decided to check which stats were changed as he didn't have much do during the fight. Anti-Mage Shadow Knight. Health 785-1600. Mana 1075-1075. Stamina 875-1550. Dex 200. Agi 160. Res 150. Izuku watched the stats in action. Every sword strike Siren sent its way was dodged or parried. When Siren finished her combo, the tides shifted, Siren had to bring her sword up to block a swing that not only shattered her bone blade, but sent her flying back out into the pews. With the blade breaking, shrapnel went everywhere, not only into the knight's face and chunks of its armor but into Siren as well. Akito, still using spells, slammed her hand against the ground. After the briefest of seconds, bones started to rapid slide from the ground and pierced the knight, pinning it in place. Izuku shot out another mana bullet, feeling like an ant in a battle of giants, and watched as Siren got back up and summoned another bone blade. She winced as it appeared, and a second one flickered in and out of her left, until staying solid. After it finished materializing, she charged the knight again and once again stabbed both swords into the knight helmet. The knight grabbed Siren with its one free hand and crushed. Siren, in turn, did something to her normal bone blade and shoved it down into the chest cavity. The knight, still gripping Siren, exploded with bits of bone and metal spewing from any open crevice. The knight, refusing to die, seemed to flex, and the bone holding it in place shattered. Akito threw a ball of white energy at her sister that hit true and bathed Siren in its aura. As he couldn't even see her level, he just assumed it was a healing spell. The knight, not waiting for the spell to finalize, slammed his captive onto ground. Izuku could hear bones snapping, but thanks to Gamer's body she kept fighting back. As she was getting lifted up, she formed a spear made of stone and jabbed it into the elbow of Knight. With a twist, she severed the arm in two. She was dropped to the ground and kicked as hard as she could, pushing herself away from the knight. The spell slowly started to mend her crushed wrist, and Izuku watched slightly queasy as the wrist started to set itself. Akito went on the offensive and started casting spells, like a bat out of hell. The spell was Mana Bullet, but a variant of it. It was like a Gatling gun firing mana bullets from a single point. While the spell wasn't dealing a lot of damage, it was pushing the knight back, literally shoving the thing back feet at a time. It was when Izuku was in awe that Siren threw something to him. Catching it, he saw it was a blue potion. He used Observe on it. Elixir of Unlimited Mana. This elixir, once drunk, will grant unlimited mana for 2 minutes. There is no way to extend or reduce this duration. His eyes went wide. Siren nodded and, as her wrist was fixed, summoned another bone blade. Seeing that she was serious, he drank the potion down. Casting a mana bullet was like opening the tap a tiny bit. After the potion, he could feel his mana shaking, his pipes trying to burst free. Not able to hold back much more, he started trying to copy Akito. Casting a mana bullet, then trying to quickly cast another, he was greeted with a prompt. New subspell created. Mana Gatling LVL, Max. Draining your mana over time, you are now able to summon more Mana Bullet in the fraction of the time. Cuts cast time of Mana Bullet to 0.1 seconds. Be wary, as this can drain your mana to 0 if you are not careful. Grinning, he joined Akito. The knight, under fire from 2 sources, was pushed back further until at the wall where it was pinned. Siren had cast some type of spell that looked like Bone Blade, but instead was small daggers. They hung around her midair, and as she plucked one out, another replaced it. Tossing them around or on the knight, she started peppering the thing. Akito was the first to stop her barrage, having used an elixir earlier, then Izuku. It was when they stopped did the knight stand straight again, and that Siren's plan bore fruit. With a snap of her fingers, the more than 30 bone daggers blew up and caused an explosion that rattled Izuku and caused a shakily standing Akito to her knees. The knight stood there after the dust cleared and then slumped forward on its face, fading into nothingness. Congratulations! You have defeated a dungeon mini-boss. XP gained, 40,000, 5,000 reduced from having a higher level ally help. Level progress, 49,257,000 and 81,695.52%. Level up X4. Congratulations, gamer! You have gained 4 levels and reached level 9. You have gained the following: 20 bonus stat points. Izuku felt ecstatic, until he looked at Akito, who was holding her head like it was splitting. Siren had pulled out their sleeping bags, laying one down next to her sister. She cast sleep on Akito. The young girl had slumped over onto the sleeping bag, and slept like the dead. She laid another down for herself and tossed the last to Izuku. Before you go to sleep, look behind the podium and finish the side quest. There's no monsters during it, just puzzles, go to sleep after or don't. I don't really care, good night. She laid down and was out like her sister. Wow, they must have been super low. Taking her advice, he walked over to the podium and found a switch on the floor beneath it. Pulling it, he heard something click and creak. Turning, he saw a part of the wall had opened up into a dark staircase. Feeling optimistic, he made his way down into the dark. So before we begin, I'd like to list a few things I'm going to do once this goes up. Reread my own story and look for typos. Make sure all stats are correct. Fill in missing information on night. Write in the quality Izuku got for reaching 100 res. The quality will be listed below so you don't have to go back. Sorry for the F-ups. Chapter 4, Regeneration. While stats are the lifeblood of a gamer, HP, mana, and stamina are your limits. HP is regenerated at a rate of 0.5 per minute for every 10 con. Mana is regenerated at a rate of 1 per minute. For every 10 int you attain, you gain an additional 0.75 per minute, and for every 10 wis you gain 0.25 per minute. Stamina is regenerated at the rate of 0.75 per minute for every 10 res. These rates can also be increased by certain upgrades. Scrawled on the page. Don't feel pressured to gain upgrades that increase regen. They are only worth it if you plan on using that stat in the first place. Bonus level completed. You have completed a bonus objective located in the ruins of the Shadow People. For completing this objective you gain the following. Choose 1, additional XP, a random item, or a small stat increase. 4000 XP. A golden key. Note, these rewards cannot be claimed again. Izuku hummed, so either another level up, an item that could possibly be useful, or stat increases when I have low stats. Stat increases were out, so it's a tie between the item and XP. The level would take him to 10, but he really wanted to know what the item is. Maybe he should just ask Akito and Siren. Emerging from the dark hallway, he saw Siren sitting down on a pew looking at her sister. She looked over at Izuku as he emerged. Hey, how'd it go? Izuku smiled. Good, I'm having an issue with choosing the reward though. I can't decide between reaching level 10 or an item. Stretching, level 10. The item is based on your level and the pool you have access to right now is too small to make it worth it. Izuku nodded and selected the additional XP. Plus 3000 XP. Level up. Congratulations, gamer. You have gained a level and reached level 10. You have gained the following. 5 bonus stat points. 1 perk point. Izuku cheered. I got a new perk point. Siren smiled. What you gonna take? Izuku looked over his perk choices again. New perks will be below ending comment. Spell crafting? Probably not worth it till you can gain access to components. Anything else interesting? I'm not taking blood casting, I can get some type of sneaking, but that doesn't seem like me. Siren nodded. I can gain short-range teleportation? She shrugged. Helpful but not anything groundbreaking since you can't back it up with anything big. Void walk. Siren shook her head. Same reasoning behind teleporting. What's perfect mimic? Raising an eyebrow. How am I supposed to know? Does it give you a tooltip of some sort? Not from what I can tell. Next. Focal point doesn't seem to be helpful. I think you'll say that bullet time won't be immediately helpful. Knight's Vow? Never heard of it. I don't think Mom had that either. Anything else? Something called Words of Millions? Siren nodded. You got that from All Might. Mom says it allows you to cause a buff to affect all allies in a 100-meter radius with that buff. Very helpful if you need it, but you don't have any types of buffs. So what should I take? Adopting a thoughtful expression, I honestly don't know, most aren't helpful to you right now. So take what you want or hold off. Izuku agreed. I'll hold off. Any recommendations for qualities? Not really, you haven't quite figured out a fighting style yet. Mom was a spell eater, class-wise. I saw that in the quirk upgrades. What's a class anyway? Siren scooted over and patted the seat next to her. Izuku took the offered seat. When you reach level 30, you'll be able to pick a class. The classes available are decided by your fighting style. Mom, focusing more on her born quirk, used enemy quirks against them most of the time, along with magic when she was here. This gave her the option to select Spell Eater. A class is super special, you can never change it and future upgrades are decided by it. Mom's class developed her absorption quirk further and enhanced her spell working. Did you get one? A nod. Yeah, no one else in the world is allowed to pick a class besides the true gamer. Mine is called Rift Queen. It helps with summoning spells and teleportation. Most people gain classes based on their quirk and what they do in their everyday life. If you can't see their quirk, take a look at their class, it may allow you to piece it together. Izuku nodded, thanks for the tip. She yawned, no problem. Looking over at Akito, so what happened to her yesterday? Her mana went into the negative. She used mana Gatling longer than the elixir allowed for. She's a heavy spellcaster that focuses on large spells. The gamer rewarded her with the quality, Lost Chapter. It allows her to go negative in mana at the cost of stamina. What you saw was the consequences of that. If your mana goes negative, it causes your mind to feel like it's tearing itself in two. Note taken, when is she supposed to wake up? Whenever I choose. Why don't you wake her up? She shrugged. Really don't want to go into the next room? I'd like to get back to the real world? She let out a long sigh and threw her head back. Fine. Getting up, she walked over to her sister and cancelled the spell. Akito slowly woke up and noticed both of the older kids looking at her. How long have I been out? 10 hours. Did I really just spend 10 hours doing puzzles? Oh. She got up and started to pack stuff up. We heading toward the boss now? Siren nodded and took the sleeping bag. Let's hope it's something easy, because the knight took 2 of our elixirs. She yawned. Not unusual, but definitely not good. Is there a way to know what boss it is? Asked Izuku. Siren shook her head. No, you have to go into the room, and once you're in there, you're trapped there until you defeat the boss. We'll be using Mom's buff, my summons, and Akito will be using buffing spells instead of combat spells. This means I'll be doing most of the fighting. Got it? Izuku and Akito nodded their heads. Then let's get the buffs on. The girls spent the next 2 minutes putting the buffs they would need on each other. They gave Izuku the protection buff and a buff to his mana pool. You have gained the following buffs: Matriarchal Protection, Widen Pool. Izuku felt secure, walking up to the door to the next room. Siren had pushed the door open, which opened to a narrow staircase that wound its way down in the depths of the dungeon. They had spent the last 10 minutes descending, and finally reached the bottom, which widened out into medium-sized entryway. The door on the other side was made of metal and embedded with jewels. They were designed into the shapes of a skull. Subtle, jokes Izuku. He got a smile from Akito, but a grunt from Siren. I guess I should be serious. Siren walked up to the door and touched it. She froze in place and disappeared. Izuku almost freaked out before a box appeared in his vision. Do you wish to enter the boss chamber? Doing so will prevent you from leaving until the boss is dead. There is no escape from this dungeon until it is done. Do you wish to proceed? Izuku took a deep breath and selected yes. After the box disappeared, and a brief pause later, Izuku was teleported into cave like he'd never seen before. The cave was easily 2 kilometers across and a km tall. The base was mostly flat, with giant crystals stick up every so often. The ceiling itself held hundreds of crystal which radiated light, illuminating the cave like it was day. On the far end, a massive dais rose from the ground, being made of an out-of-place white stone and crystal, which also radiated light. On the dais there was 2 things. The first was a statue of someone, or thing that he'd never seen before, and the second was a person dressed in black leather armor kneeling in front of the statue. What boss is that? Izuku, I'm sorry. For what? He gave Siren a questioning look. Akito spoke up. Izuku, we're in a lot of trouble now. We need you to stay out of the way. There was a look of hard determination, which didn't seem to suit the girl. Izuku took his place behind Akito with a frown. What in the world is going on? He decided to use Observe on the boss. Name: Lost Crusader. Age 42. Level? Note: you have encountered an individual whose level and stats far surpass your own. Level up to reveal more information about them. That's not one of the bosses you said were in here. Also, what level is he? Siren answered him. The dungeon mutated, new bosses are here now. there's no way of knowing what they can do. As for level, he's on par with a pro hero, but the real problem is his stats. His lowest stat is his int, which is 100, the next closest is Whis at 150, his agi and dex are both at 225, residential and con are 300 and street is at 400. She was shaking slightly. Akito noticing the shake, that's not real problem is it sis? Siren shook her head slightly, no. Out with it then, what's so bad about him? His warning paragraph is, all users of magic beware, the crusade has been set on you, flee all you wish but none shall escape the wrath of a crusader. I think he's a much stronger version of the knight. If he is, then we're in deep shit. She started using a summoning spell. Izuku watched in fascinating, as tens of portals started opening and out walked all manner of creatures. He could see a few of the celestial bear from yesterday, a couple of demon-looking dogs, a few cats with sparks arcing off of them, and the one that made up most of the army, a knight dressed in golden armor streaked with black. The crusader, sensing the magic, got up off his knees and turned toward the small army. Izuku felt his stomach drop. Every step the crusader took shook the ground. Fear started to overtake him, and was then squashed by Gamer's mind. I'm so jealous of you, Izuku. It was Akito. Why? I'm super scared right now. Gamer's mind would be nice right now. He could see her shaking pretty badly. It was Siren who answered her sister. Keep to the plan, not even the knight could get rid of buffs. I'll just have to fight it in melee like yesterday. Akito nodded. The crusader had just stepped onto the cave floor, pulled out a mace the size of a small boulder and charged. Scatter and surround, called out Siren. Her army jumped out of the way of the crusader and tried to attack its back. It didn't work. The crusader slammed his mace down in front of him, allowing the weight to stop his momentum. He turned around using a spell, summoning a golden blade, cut through the summons behind him. 9 of the creatures were taken out. I'll be using crystal, summoning an actual weapon and facing it in combat. Akito, keep all buffs trained on me. Izuku, hit it once at least and keep safe. Got it? They both nodded. Summoning crystal, a van ran. A portal opened and a small creature holding a lamp walked over to Siren and bowed. Summon Limbo Knight. The lamp seemed to glow with a grayish light which opened a portal and kept the portal open. She then used another spell, Weapon of the Profane. A small portal opened and reaching in she pulled out a black sword that seemed to drink in light. Sis, cast your buffs and I'll go. Akito, still shaking, cast her buffs on her sister. As soon as the last buff appeared, Siren disappeared in the blink of an eye. Izuku looked over toward the crusader and saw something slam into it. The crusader took it in stride, barely budging an inch, and swung its mace at the new challenger. The mace let out a small shock wave that slammed into Siren, who was forced to block with both hands. To break free of the stalemate, she teleported behind the crusader's back and struck at the nape of his neck. The sword connected, denting the armor but not dealing significant damage. The crusader swung its mace around with speed it shouldn't have been capable of, and slammed hard into Siren, who, while managing to block the strike, was sent careening away. He saw a spell fly off of Akito and land behind her sister. The spell caused Siren to decelerate rapidly and allowing her to land safely. Another spell went off, bathing Siren in a purple light, and she disappeared again, slamming into the side of the crusader. The force once again only budging it an inch. The crusader swung his mace in a wide arc, probably expecting her teleport like she had last time. However, she had teleported a few of the summons in front of him and replaced herself with one of the Limbo Knights. The crusader cleanly cut through the weak opposition and forced the bears back. Izuku could see the crusader's free hand going through a few motions. He called out to Siren, "He's casting." Akito responded with letting off 2 spells. One bathed her sister in the purple light, the other hit the crusader and seemed to make him move slower. It worked for a brief moment before a crashing sound reverberated through the cave. The crusader had broken the spell. It then barely managed to finish off its own spell before Siren slammed into it. The spell caused a massive golden shock wave to go off and many of the summons were thrown into golden portals, the bears being the only thing left standing. Even the crystal she summoned at the start had been thrown into a portal. Siren seemed unaffected and tried teleporting behind it again, striking her blade straight down into exposed neckline. The weapon she was using started to pierce but was then shattered as the Crusader was bathed in light. She teleported away toward them. I'm barely dealing any damage to it. My physical stats aren't high enough to deal with this thing. The spell it just threw down also is desummoning anything that isn't from a celestial realm, and I only have 2 celestial summons. One is the bear and the other is a dog, not very useful. I'll summon a few more bears but they get cut down instantly. They watched as the Crusader crushed a bear into a pulp. I'm also getting low on stamina. Each of those slams take a decent chunk. I can't think of anything I can do to deal damage. Izuku tried to think of a solution, but nothing came to mind. It was Akito who thought of something. Could we try dropping one of the big crystals on it? She pointed toward one of the crystals that was already leaning toward one. So, Siren looked and nodded. That would work. No way of knowing how much damage it would deal, but worth a try. Izuku looked at her. Yeah? I'm going to give you a bunch of the daggers from yesterday, and I need you to stab them into the base of the crystal. Akito, weaken it as much as you can. I'll distract it. She held out her hand and cast a spell, Bone Dagger Arsenal. About 15 daggers dropped to the ground into a neat pile. She then opened a portal below them and teleported them to the crystal. She then resummoned the black blade from earlier and rushed back into combat, summoning more bears. Izuku ran as fast as he could toward the crystal and jumped a little when a spell went flying right by him, taking a chunk of the crystal with it. He made it to a small pile of daggers, picked one up and with all the strength he could muster stabbed it into the crystal. The crystal had a decent resistance, but the dagger was so sharp and had such a good bonus that it slid in fairly easily. Another spell slammed into the other side of the crystal, making the gouge pretty significant. Izuku kept doing his job and looked over toward the Crusader, who had just sent one of the bears flying into the nearby wall. It hit with a crunch and then dissipated. Wow, that thing is strong. Siren was currently hiding behind one of the celestial bears and trying to strengthen her weapon. The actual body of this DMN thing was protected by some type of buff called Celestial Right. She wasn't sure exactly what the buff did, but she did know that it made weapons not of the celestial type explode. So that was what she was doing right now. Gamer, you are now attempting to create a new spell. Spell to be created, Weapon of the Righteous. Materials required: connection to the celestial realm, minimum level of 10 in light magic, and the heart of a demon of level 10 or higher. She sighed. I was really hoping to keep the heart for a different spell. But I'd rather live than die here. She reached into her pocket dimension, summoning bears the entire time, and pulled out a deep red heart that still pulsed. Selecting yes on the prompt, she watched as the heart started to dissolve. New spell created. Weapon of the Righteous LVL, 1 XP, 0%. Summon a weapon of celestial might. This weapon deals 10% of your normal damage as celestial. Cost: 300 mana. Better than nothing. She used her new spell. A portal of blue and gold opened up, and reaching in she felt the hilt of the sword. Pulling it out, she was greeted with a golden blade the exact same size as her normal profane weapon. Talking to herself, let's do this. She jumped out from behind the bear and immediately felt the spell from her sister hit her. You have gained the following buff, Hermes' Blessing. She always liked this spell. It made her feel like she could fly. Her and Mom had never worked out how a flying spell would work. Running straight at the back of the Crusader, she used Giga Impact at what was nearly Mach 1 right into its side, driving the blade as hard she could into it. Spell level up. Weapon of the Righteous LVL, 3 XP. 21.78%. Damage, 10% to 12%. Mana, 300 to 320. The DMN thing is too fast for its size. In the armor it easily weighed over 400 kg. How it swung around a mace that weighed as much as it was a testament to its successor. It swung the mace aiming for her center of mass and hit air, as she used Fade Shifting to appear behind it and was immediately attacked by the mace which she had to block. Her blade, while not stopping the mace, was able to deflect it, breaking in the process. This gave her the chance to jump back and resummoning the new level of blade. As soon as it was done summoning, she peeked at her HP, mana, and stamina. Siren Hail. Class, Rift Queen. Title, Mistress of Dimensions. Level, 3253.78%. Age? Quirk, Gamer Light, born. Dimension Traveler, granted. Health, 1634 2270. Mana, 4610 5830. Stamina, 1243 2545. STR, 245. Con, 227. Dex, 189. Agi, 197. Int, 324. Wis, 421. Cha, 134. Res, 282. Perk, Spell Casting. Spell Crafting. Spell Searing. Qualities, Sage of Heroes LVL, 20, maxed. Points, 31. Okay, I'm halfway out of stamina, HP has a dent and mana is nearly full. She let out a small breath and charged at the Crusader, aiming for its legs, hoping she could take at least one out to slow it down. As she ran, she was once again hit with the buff and used Giga Impact again. What she wasn't expecting was for it to be casting again and cancelling out her buff. You have lost all positive buffs from the spell, Anti-Magic Field. F- was all that went through her head as she ran straight at it, losing most of her momentum. She was forced to teleport behind it again, and expecting the mace held her blade up prepared to parry. Unfortunately for her, the DMN thing was expecting it and used another spell on her. She was hit and thrown back by a red light. She took a quick look at her HP as she was sent flying. HP, 1334 2270. Ow. While she could feel the spell or the repercussions, she could tell how bad it was from judging her HP. She thankfully felt the spell from Akito slow her and landed on her feet. Can't take too many of those. I need to figure out a different tactic. She sent the remaining bears at it, and looked over at Izuku, who was planting the last of the daggers. Let's see if this works. She waited for Izuku to plant the once and signaled him away. He complied and ran back toward Akito, who was preparing for the next round of buffs. Once it hit her, she started running toward the Crusader and instead of attacking, preparing her quirk, Crash Ring. Normally she couldn't force an enemy to go through a portal as they are intent-based. This move, created by her mother, made it that if her Wis was higher than the enemy residential she could. Luckily for her that was the case. The only issue with it was that it cost a lot of mana, and the fact that the portal dumped everything in a nice tiny pile right in the middle of it, meaning that she would be right on top of it after doing this, and she had to be fast to get away. She managed to get close enough that the Crusader was in the ring, but so were 4 bears. This is going to hurt. She opened the portal, causing all 6 of them to be dumped right under the crystal's path. She was caught in a sea of golden blue fur and couldn't figure out up from down. Trying to crawl her way out, she felt something cold touch her leg, and then it squeezed. For once Gamer's body couldn't take away all the pain, and as she tried crawling away, she felt a cry coming from her. Looking at her HP, she felt sick to her stomach. HP, 654 2270. This needs to end now. Trusting her mom's buff, she reached out for the bone daggers and activated the spell. She heard the loud boom of the spell going off and then the loud thud of the crystal shifting. She heard her sister call out her name. Then everything went dark. Izuku watched in horror as the crystal was sent toppling over onto the mass of fur and armor. Why would she do that? He watched as Akito started casting a multitude of spells, and before any of them could land, the crystal landed with an earth-shaking boom. Everything went silent for a minute as the dust cloud formed, and without warning an explosion occurred, throwing shards of crystals and the Crusader in all manner of directions. The only thing left standing, or prone, at this point was Siren, who was just barely conscious. Akito cast a spell on herself and was there in an instant. He tried to follow as best as he could. "Sis, are you okay?" "Yes, sleep would be good right now. I can't exactly walk." She reaches out for her leg, which was missing. Izuku felt like throwing up. What happened? Thin thing grabbed my leg and squeezed it off. As they talked, a thump was heard from the directions the Crusader was sent flying. Izuku turned to see it standing and having dropped the now broken mace. Akito cast the Regan spell on me. Izuku asked with slight fear, "What's its HP at?" "In the thousands." "How?" He was starting to freak out. Then it was quelled and replaced with out-of-place calmness. Akito cast the spell on her sister, who whispered into her sister's ear. Siren nodded and reached into her pocket and pulled out an elixir from yesterday. "What are you planning?" Akito gave a super out-of-place smile and suddenly turned very dark. As in, she was literally changing into shadows and her hair was turning a pitch smoky black. She started to get hard to see, and before Izuku could ask anything else, she disappeared. Izuku looked at Siren, who could only mutter, "Get us out of here before we get caught in the crossfire." Izuku nodded and picked up Siren, who very light, and carried her toward a couple of boulders where they could watch what will happen. "What was that?" Siren glancing over her shoulder toward the Crusader, who was walking toward where they last were. "Akito is a spellcaster through and through. She never put anything into Esther, Dex, Agi, or Cha. She's just naturally cute. What you saw was her absorbing the darkness of the Shadow's cape and becoming one with it. Kind of like the perk you can get. The only difference is that she can back up the power-up. What you are going to see is a spellcaster going all out against a being that is meant to hunt and destroy magic." Izuku's eyes widened. "Will she be okay?" "I honestly don't know. She just has to hold the thing off long enough for my leg to grow back." Izuku nodded and asked a question that had been bothering him. "So why didn't she just do the spell that restores HP and stamina on you like she did for me 2 days ago?" Medic's respite can only be used when outside of combat. Healing spells are fickle and don't work during combat. Mom had one that could, but it caused the person being healed to lose a massive amount of XP in the process. They had made it to the boulders, and setting her down, they watched Akito work. As the Crusader made it to the last known location of Akito, no doubt sensing the magic, it was blasted back and sent flying by a bolt of thunder that not only lit the whole cavern up, but shook everything, causing little bits of crystal to come falling out of the ceiling. Mana storm. Looks like she's going to provide commentary. As it crashed into the wall, again, it was assaulted by loud sound that seemed to chill the air. Then without warning, a bomb went off, freezing everything in an area in a thick layer of frost. Cold snap, though much stronger than what I remember. The Crusader, seemingly unaffected, busted out of the ice and starting casting. A second later, a sphere appeared around it, giving off a faint blue hue. Probably some version of mana shield. It didn't seem to make Akito falter as she bathed the area in a ball of magma. Magma bomb. The magma seemed to cool down rapidly and hardened around the enemy, freezing in place. Izuku felt a low rumble come from the new rock, and the Crusader seemed to be carving his way out of it. Before it could get out of the hole, a spear as wide as Izuku formed mid-air and was sent hurtling toward the Crusader. It smashed against the shield and sent it flying back into the hole. Frost Giant Spear. Not letting up, she then cast another spell that seemed to fill the air with electricity. "Cover your ears if you don't want to go deaf for a while." He did so and watched as the Crusader climbed back out of the hole and was immediately assaulted by hundreds of lightning strikes that gave off an ear-piercing wail. As soon as Siren did so, he uncovered his ears. Odin's rage, I wonder how much mana she has left. He looked at Siren's leg, which was currently growing the bone, and a few blood vessels. It made him feel queasy. How much mana does she have? Somewhere in the 7,000s, I assume? How did she run out of mana yesterday then? I didn't run out and I have far less. Siren looked at him. Izuku, how much do you think buffs cost in mana? Let alone a regeneration spell or even a debuff. He thought about it but came up blank. I have no clue. Yesterday she was using mana gatling like you, and right as she stopped casting, she cast a second spell that lowered the knight's armor even more so than what it was. She went in the negative by 800. He turned to look at the destruction the little girl was causing. She caused a mini storm cloud to form, and as the area was covered in water, she froze all of it and used even the raindrops as spears trying to pierce the Crusader's shield. No idea what that was. When the shield didn't even crack, she sent out spears of bone from the ground. Instead of holding the target like yesterday, these spiraled bone spears attempted to tear through the shield, to no avail. Reaper's Talon. What's its HP at? It has only gone down by 30. The DMN shield is preventing almost all of the damage. She can't keep this up forever. Only until the elixir wears off and then maybe one more spell. Izuku looked at her leg. It had barely regrown from the last time he checked. He looked back at the battle and noticed something. It was Akito. He could just barely make out her silhouette in the gloom near the ceiling. Siren, what does it mean if I can see her? She seemed to look at something only she can see and cursed, F-. She's out of the elixir. He turned back to the little girl and saw her wave her hands in what was no doubt her last spell. Crystals started to radiate from blood-red aura coming off of Akito. A moment later, Izuku, who was standing in front of Siren, was blasted back as an explosion went off. The whole cavern was covered in a red ooze that gave off an unsettling aura. F-. She's out. She tried standing but was unable to use her leg as the muscle had only just begun to form again. We need to help her. Izuku, standing back up and shaking himself off, looked as Akito gently glided down to the floor, right in front of the Crusader. He started to panic, which didn't last long as Gamer's mind took effect. What can I do? He quickly looked over his upgrades trying to think of a plan, and he decided to take a gamble. I hope this works. Akito was out, mentally and physically. She had used Lost Chapter to replenish some of her mana, so she wouldn't be negative. But that left her in dire straits. She knew she was in danger, but she hoped that her sister's leg had recovered just enough to save her. She took a look at her sister's status window. Siren Hale LVL, 32. Health, 23 2270. Mana, 1876 5836. Stamina, 1153 2545. Current statuses, missing limb, leg. This target is unable to walk. Emergency aid. This target is recovering missing limbs at a slow rate. Well, this was a bust. She watched as she slowly fell to the floor into the Crusader's waiting arms. It took her a second to fall as she had cast a slow fall spell on herself. And as she was in grabbing distance, the boss grabbed her by her neck and held her above him. She heard just barely in a gravelly voice, almost a whisper, "Death to all mages." It then squeezed her neck, causing an audible pop. As it had with her sister, their mom's buff saved her from certain death and had forcibly separated the two enemies, sending the Crusader flying back, but not far enough that it was harmed. She crumbled to the ground after losing the only thing supporting her, and watched as the Crusader skidded to a stop. Then she noticed it, its spell shield was gone. She had managed to destroy a shield that was meant to be her downfall. She felt proud of herself, but it wasn't enough to kick the sense of dread from out of her. She didn't want to die, she wanted to get a boyfriend, she wanted to have a kid, she didn't want to die here. Father would never know what would happen to them. The Crusader had once again walked up to her and put its foot, covered in hundreds of kg of armor, over her, wanting to step on her. It was at that moment she received a prompt. A knight has declared an oath on you and shall protect you until their death, both here and beyond the grave. Then the Crusader was sent flying as something punched it away. She could just barely see the shoes of Izuku. SAR, or strength, is the primary stat of all physical fighting. Throwing a simple punch uses a fraction of your SR, while fighting with some skill uses both STR and Dex. Different forms of combat will use different ratios, such as wielding a sword, which uses 60% of your total STR at level. This ratio will increase to 70% at level 5 and to 75% of STR and 5% of Dex at level. Stylized unarmed combat also uses different ratios per style. These ratios will be listed separately if you have different fighting styles. Written on the back of page. Okay, from what I know, one for all can only used via your own body. So no weapons, but that doesn't mean you can slack and not learn them. Unarmed combat is very special to a gamer. While a normal person can fight without a special style, they are stunted in their growth. A gamer, however, is able to design their own style very easily and level said style to fight masters of known styles. Congratulations! You have become a knight in shining armor. You have gained access to declaring a knight's vow. Knight's vow LVL, max number of oaths, 3, 1 in use. When used on a target, you declare them as your oath sworn. As their knight, you must follow the knight's code in regards to this person. When an oathsworn's life is in mortal danger, you answer their pleas to live. Gain a 200% increase to all stats, besides luck. This buff increase by 10% for every 10 seconds that pass. This buff lasts for 2 minutes. The Knight's Code. You shall protect the life of your oathsworn to your entirety. If an oathsworn dies and you have the ability to save them, even at the cost of your own life, you must do so. Failure to uphold the code will cause you to permanently gain a negative 200% debuff that will never go away. Take great care in who you pledge your life to. New quality added. Hunker Down added. Hunker Down LVL, 1 XP, 25%. Preparing yourself physically, you are able to exceed your bodily limits for a short time. Increase street, con, and residential by 20% for 5 seconds. Cooldown 24 hours. Temporary stat changes. Statuses, Knight's Vow and Hunker Down. Izuku Midoriya. STR, 87 to 261, 313. Con, 100 to 300, 360. Dex, 75 to 225. Agi, 62 to 186. Int, 95 to 285. Whis, 59 to 177. Cha, 15 to 45. Res, 102 to 306, 367. He might not be on par with this thing, but he was going to try. He rushed the Flying Crusader and during the run, used Bone Blade. He felt the bone leave his body as it appeared in his hand, and without a second though stabbed as hard as he could. Knowing it would explode, he kicked off of it to gain distance. The blade exploded violently. Bone Blade level up. LVL, 1 to 2. He summoned another and rushed in again. The Crusader, seeing through the attack, struck out and missed. Izuku had been hit by Siren too many times to be hit by such an untrained attack. He quickly ducked his head and stabbed the blade directly into the neck of the thing. He kicked off the Crusader again, aiming for its leg, hoping to cripple it. As soon as he was out of range, it exploded, and Izuku summoned another. His spine felt like it was fire, but he couldn't let up. Bone Blade level up. LVL, 2 to 3. Stat increase. Select to expand. He rushed back in, dodging the pathetic strike, and stabbed the blade into the CHK of the armor near its thigh. He heard a grunt of pain, and kicked off, aiming for the leg again. The explosion didn't take the leg off or even cripple it. He wished he could see the thing's HP. Summoning another Bone Blade, he was unprepared for a spell to go off point blank in his face, blasting him away. New skill. Earned. Spell Resistance LVL, 1 XP, 0%. Mages are far and few between. Where they do exist, though, they can deal massive amounts of damage to society and people. Resist their spells and take their lives. Provides a 10% decrease in spell damage. He crashed into a nearby crystal and quickly dodged out of the way, as a projectile landed where he just was. The crystal crumbled under the stress and showered the area in its dust. He ran again toward the Crusader and was forced to block a sword it had summoned within the short duration of time. His Bone Blade exploded after the block, damaging Izuku. Jumping back, he re-summoned another blade, and was hit by a spell in the back. You have gained the following buff, Hermes' Blessing. He took a quick look back and saw Siren had regrew her leg and was carrying her sister away. He turned back to the Crusader and ran at it, dodging its sword strike, instead of blocking, and stabbed as hard as he could into the back of the knee joint. He was relieved to see the blade had caused a massive amount of damage and cheered inwardly as the Crusader was forced to take a knee. As it hit the ground, the blade exploded, shredding the knee even more. Stat increase. Select to expand. Bone Blade level up. Reveal, 3 to 4. Izuku tanked the explosion and summoned another blade. Stabbing as hard as he could into the back of the head, he not only received a prompt but also got blasted away from it. He landed against the cave wall and hit hard. The Crusader seemed to bear the pain and stood up on its now defunct knee. Izuku groaned as he stood up himself. Celestial resistance has now worn out and the enemy is weak. Now get them. Taking a step forward, he lost the buff and was forced to run, at which felt like a slow speed. He made it up to the Crusader, who hadn't moved, and was forced to block as it had summoned another blade and was now dual-wielding. The bone blade blew up in both of their faces and Izuku got clipped by one of the swords. He was spun around and received a gash in his left arm. Going with the spin, he summoned another blade and went for the knee. His blade shattered against the armor, but the resulting explosion did the trick as the Crusader was thrown to its knee again. Izuku, summoning another blade, went for a killing strike, but wasn't fast enough as the enemy had stabbed its free blade through his stomach. The pain shocked his breath from him, and panic started overtaking him. Gamer's mind banished the fear and forced him to calmly think. Not knowing what else to do, he proceeded with his initial attack and stabbed as hard as he could. Having aimed for the eye slot, and striking true, Izuku felt the blade crunch through the eye and heard it pop. The blade then exploded and Izuku's hand was shredded. Luckily for him though, the Crusader didn't move and its head went limp. Blood started flowing out of the eye slots and below the helmet. Izuku tried not to look, but the sword in his stomach made it slightly hard. He tried to close his eyes, but the image of gray matter mixed in with blood was ingrained into his head. As the night slowly started to decay into shadow, the sword it had summoned started to fade also. As it faded away, Izuku fell backward, and just stared at the ceiling. He looked at his HP and let out a small thank you to the world. HP, 654 3000. He had just barely lived through what was no doubt a critical hit on him. Lifting his head, he saw the Crusader completely disintegrate. He not only received a prompt but was hit near unconsciousness as Knight's Vow had run its course. He took another look at his statuses. Izuku Midoriya. HP, 654 1000. Stamina, 324 800. With Gamer's mind working overtime, the thought of almost dying even with a massive boost just made him want to work harder. Congratulations, Raid Group. You have defeated the raid boss of the dungeon. As you are both under-leveled and under-partied, you will be receiving a XP boost. XP gained, 100,000 plus an additional 40,000. Level progress, 196,250 74,240 264.35%. X5 level up. You have also received the following stat points for your work through the dungeon. HR plus 38. Con plus 23. Dex plus 43. Agi plus 48. Int plus 37. Wis plus 29. Cha plus 5. Res plus 24. Luck plus 2. Congratulations, Gamer. You have gained 5 levels and reached level 15. You have gained the following. 25 bonus stat points. 1 quality point. For reaching level 15, your gamer quirk has accessed the ability to form a party. A party is simple. As the gamer, you are able to add people to a group and keep an eye on HP, mana, and stamina. Anyone in the group, unless they themselves are a gamer, are not able to see these bars. He also received qualities for reaching 100 in certain stats. See below. As he continued to lay there looking over his stats, Siren had walked up to him and looked down at him. You good? Izuku looked at her and he could see her eyes scanning him over. Yeah, just taking stock and lying down. That last attack really hurt. She smiled. I bet. You were stabbed right through the liver. Congrats on the levels, by the way. She stuck out her hand. Izuku, taking it, was pulled to his feet. He felt heavier, weak, and mentally drained. I feel nauseous. It's from the buffs wearing off. You'll feel like that for a while. Your body likes the feeling of being powerful and fluid. If you like the feeling, maybe you should work out more than cleaning a beach. She finished off, make a face at him. Scratching his cheek. Hee hee, I'll tell All Might. Back on Earth. How would you recommend training him? Leaning back and crossing his arms in thought. Well, he will never get tired unless it's fight training. So I suggest pushing him to his absolute limit every day as much as possible. Don't worry about burnout, it'll never happen. Just make sure what he is doing isn't using his stamina. What would be his limit? Do you know where his stats are? All Might thought back. He said they were in the 50 and above last time. I suggest testing his max speed and max weight limit. Best to figure that out and work from there. All Might nodded. Did your wife say anything about what will happen when Izuku gets one for all? Will it be affected by Gamer? Yes, it will. It will progress naturally, and the more control and usage it gets, the stronger it will become. As for what will happen to him eventually, she didn't say. All she said was wait and find out. All Might let out a chuckle. Did she always speak like that? Hideki smiled and nodded. She did. At first it annoyed me to no end, but eventually I learned it was for the knowing the future tends to drive you crazy wanting to change it. All Might nodded. Wise words. Did she ever say how she came across the future sight quirk? She always said she came across it in America. Where was she from? Boston. We met there actually, spent a few months abroad on business, and she came back with me after we married. All Might and Hideki talked about their experiences in America until the kids returned. They had walked over to where Akito was laid down. Izuku looked over her, and as he did so, she spoke. I'll be okay. After going to sleep I'll be right as rain. How do you feel? He sat down inside her peripheral. Absolutely nothing. She smiled. Izuku's sweat dropped. How can you be so happy right now? He assumed she tried to count on her fingers, but realized she couldn't and just spoke out loud, slightly annoyed. 1. We won. 2. I took down a shield that reduced all magical effects by 95%. 3. I now have my own knight in shining armor, who just happens to be a future #1 hero. She finished with a smile. Izuku could feel the heat creep up his neck. Siren had sat down next to him. Thank you, Izuku. He looked over at her and received a hug. It was slightly awkward but not unwelcome. They parted and Akito spoke aloud. I'd hug you too, but... She trailed off, looking down. Siren snickered. It's what you get for not stopping sooner. Also, you can hug him when you wake up. So, don't you'd? She tried to fight it but succumbed to the spell. She will be okay, right? Asked Izuku. Yeah, the brat will be alright. Gamer's body is probably the only reason our family is even still alive after all the crap our mom put us and herself through. She pulled out their sleeping bags and handed Izuku his. Laying it out and laying down. Got any good stories? Having spread out her own, she smiled and looked over at him. Most definitely. They talked until they both had their fill of stories. The next morning, Izuku awoke to something falling onto him. He opened his eyes and saw a now shadowy black-haired Akito pinning him to the ground. Hi. She continued to pin him. Hello. Can I get up? Nope. He laid there for a second before Siren, who had already woken up, picked her sister up by the scruff of her shirt. Izuku took his moment to escape. She then dropped Akito, who made a mad scramble for Izuku. He quickly stood up and ran behind Siren. What is she doing? Siren, stepping out of the way of her sister, shrugged. Thanking you? I think. His legs were tackled, and even with his Esther, she made it hard to walk. He sighed. We going back now? Siren nodded. Yeah, but there's something I need to give you. Akito also has something she wants to give you. He looked down at the little girl, who just held out her hand, and a smile plastered on her face. He gripped her hand. His system was momentarily shocked by the amount of prompts he got. 15x new spells learned. They're listed below. His eyes widened at the spells he just received. One of them, Mana Storm at level 1, was only able to create a single spark and dealt only a small amount of damage. It didn't seem to give any knockback either. Yesterday Akito had sent the Crusader flying backward. Just what level were her spells? Akito, thank you, he said with astonishment. No prob. She hugged his leg again and stayed there. Siren sighed and reached into her pocket. She pulled out a book. It didn't have a cover or any distinguishable markings. Here. She held the book out to him. What is it? He took it and opened it. It was blank, but he did get a prompt though. Side quest complete. Survive Siren's adventure. Reward? A gift from Mom, use Observe. He looked back down at the book, and using Observe was greeted by a prompt. You have encountered a locked object. This book is locked with a password that must be said aloud. The hint is, who was your childhood friend? Kachin. He said in slight confusion. Object unlocked. You have encountered a specialty book. Selecting to read this book will consume it and give you the following. Quirk. It's a specialty book? What is that? What quirk will it give me? Siren smiled. The thing that made Mom who she was. His eyes widened again. Akito spoke up to him. Hurry up so we can be siblings. He shakily selected yes, and the book disintegrated. New quirk unlocked. Transference LVL, 1 XP 0%. This quirk allows you the ability to temporarily take levels from another's quirk. The starting duration is only 5 seconds, but can eventually be a whole day. It can also be permanent at later levels. Leveling this quirk will also grant unique uses for this such as copying memories and items. If a target has 2 quirks, you will only be able to take 1. The starting cooldown duration is 24 hours. Izuku was speechless. It was Siren who spoke first. So what's it do for you right now? Izuku repeated the box, verbatim. Akito spoke next. That's really weird. Mom and I are able to just take quirks. What does it mean by levels? She turned to her sister. Siren shrugged. Maybe it's from him having gamer first? You and Mom were born with the quirk. Sticking out her hand, Izuku, use it on me. Izuku reaches out a shaky hand and tried to activate his new quirk. It didn't work. How does it work? Akito snickered. Tell yourself, I'm borrowing this, and imagine taking something from the person. Nodding, he closed his eyes and imagined. He opened them and received another prompt. Quirk absorbed. Dimensional Traveler LVL. 1. Select to expand. He cheered. It worked. Try to do something. How? Before she could try and explain, the duration had run its limits. Akito seemed to be annoyed. That's so lame. It's going to take you so long to level it too. Quirks take 10 times longer to level than skills. And all it did was take a single level of my quirk from me. So I'm guessing the higher you level up your quirk, the more levels you also take. Also, you probably won't be able to use it in battle anytime soon. Akito blew a raspberry. That was lame. Siren rubbed her temples. Don't be a brat, he has another quirk and it's yours. So get over it. She blew another raspberry. Izuku smiled. I don't care that it's such a low level or that it's virtually useless right now. Your family has given me so much and I could never ask for such great people in my life. Thank you for everything. He began sobbing toward the end. Akito huffed his leg tighter and Siren watched on, letting him finish. As soon as he calmed down, Siren asked, Ready you go back? Wiping his face down, he answered, Yeah. Let's go back. Siren opened a portal, and as Izuku tried walking, he remembered. Looking down at Akito, Can you let go? She grinned up at him. Nope. Letting out a sigh, he dragged his way through the portal, trailing behind Siren. As they came through the other side, Izuku looked at the clock. Only 20 minutes have passed. It's like it never happened. He looked at Siren. This girl will live forever. Welcome back. All Might, still in his deflated form, greeted them. Izuku, still lugging Akito, bowed to All Might and started apologizing. I'm sorry for latching on to you when we first met. I now realize how annoying it is. All Might looked down at his leg and laughed. All good, my boy. It's how we met after all, and I think you have a new fan. He looked down at Akito, who nodded vigorously. He looked back up at Izuku, who was slightly red. How did it go? It was Hideki. Siren sitting down. Great. Izuku got to level 15 and learned quite a few spells. Akito also answered. He's awesome. Izuku scratched his cheek and let out a little laugh. Looking between his daughters, he asked, What happened? Siren answered, Nothing, normal day, normal dungeon. In a deadpan expression, then why is Akito becoming a barnacle on his leg and why is her hair black now? Akito blew raspberry at her father. Siren easily lying. He did something pretty cool and she took a liking to him. Her father eyed her skeptically, then let out a small sigh. Whatever, you're both safe. He looked over at Izuku. Any more questions, kid? Izuku thought about and shook his head. Bowing, thank you three for everything, and I hope your future is filled with happiness. Their father stood up, bowed in kind, and proceeded toward the door. Siren got up and handed a piece of paper to Izuku and told him, "If you need advice or want to go to the Shadows Cape again, let me know." She walked toward the door and waited with her father. "Akito, let's go." "No. Akito. No." She was now almost cutting circulation to his leg. "Don't make me get you." She gave her father a glare and a challenge. "Bring it, old man." Her father smiled and he suddenly erupted into dark hands that went for her. She cried out and pleaded, "Izuku, help." Izuku chuckled and looked down at her. "I'm pretty sure that's not how it works." Betrayal. He felt the tug of her strain as she was pulled away. With Akito still floating midair and the both of them ready to leave, their father bowed to All Might. "Please make the kid the hero my wife thought he could be. Goodbye." He opened the door and walked out, the sisters waving goodbye to Izuku. All Might watched them leave. "Did you have fun?" Later that day. "Izuku, my boy, I believe it is time." All Might had driven him to the beach he had spent the last 2 months cleaning. "For what?" All Might smiled and poofed into his muscle form. "It is time for you to receive one of all. I can't imagine a better time to start training harder than ever and to make a name for yourself at the entrance exam." Izuku nodded. "I would be glad to take on the mantle." Putting his hand on the young man's shoulder, "My boy, this is not a mantle, this is torch. A name is a mantle, to be the last flickering light in the night is a calling. You, my boy, are ready for it and will take it even further than I have already. I believe in you." He plucked a hair from his head. Quest update. The new torchbearer. All Might has said you are ready to receive the quirk One for All. Follow his instructions to proceed. Board, One for All. He swiped away the box and All Might held out a hair. Izuku looked at him in confusion. "What?" "To receive One for All you need to take a sample of my DNA. Now eat this." Izuku took the hair and glancing at All Might, who was just staring at him. He had to think of what he was going to say or ask. Should he tell All Might about the new quirk, which sounded like the opposite of the one given to him? He decided to come clean. "Sir, before this happens, I need to ask you something. Are you sure I'm right for this? I already feel like I have so much power with 2 quirks already, and the sisters are going to help me get a 3rd. Don't you think someone else would be better?" All Might lightly flicked his forehead. "My boy, you are more than worthy of this power, but if you wish to change your mind I must know. I'll give you tonight to think it over. Good night." All Might deflated and walked back to his car. Sighing, he walked back home. Izuku sat at his desk, waiting for something. A sign, anything. He really wanted to make All Might proud, but he didn't want to take the chance from someone else. Sighing, he stood up and walked toward the kitchen. He looked at his mom and wondered, what level is she? Observe. Izuku Midoriya. Level. Age, 41. Quirk, telekinesis. Health, 330. Mana, 1055. Stamina, 365. 24. Con, 33. Dex, 28. Agi, 25. Int, 65. Wis, 73. Cha, 56. Ris, 38. Your mother's love for you is the strongest emotion felt by anyone. Cherish this emotion and hold on to it. Observe has leveled up. LVL, 1 to 2. Observe LVL, 3 XP, 0%. This skill allows you to see stats and possible hidden information about objects and people. Information revealed: name, age, level, stats, and quirk rank. What is quirk rank? He used observe on his mom again, and the only thing different was some wording next to the quirk. His mom had an A-level quirk. What does that mean? Mom. Yeah, hun. With your quirk, how much did you train it? Inko looked embarrassed when she answered, well, not very much. When I was in school, the only thing I could attract was a pencil on a neighbor's desk. Now I can get something from across the kitchen. Why do you ask? So that means her level is fairly low. Should I check what her quirk can do? He stared a bit at her, making her feel uncomfortable, and asked, do you mind if I try something? I promise it won't harm you. Inko smiled. I don't mind, honey, I trust you. Reaching out and grabbing her shoulder, he activated transfer. Quirk absorbed. Telekinesis Elvil. This quirk allows for the ability to move objects and people with your mind. Max weight, 1 ounce. Max distance, 1 meter. So, his mom could probably only attract small objects thanks to her level being so low. He looked at his mom again. She was giving him a confused look. He let go as the duration ran out. Mom, I think your quirk is just really low level. Inko, still feeling confused. What do you mean? I just used my quirk on you and it said that at level 1 it could only pick up 1 ounce from a meter away. I think if you were to focus on leveling it and picking up heavier and further objects, your quirk could get a lot stronger. Inko gave a slightly blank stare, and then laughed. Izuku, I'm much too old for that, and what would I do with it now? I'm a stay-at-home mom. Izuku felt like smacking his forehead. Of course his mom wouldn't care. Instead of hitting himself, he scratched the back of his head. I guess you're right. Inko turned back around to her cooking. Well, dinner will be ready in a bit, so get cleaned up. He nodded and walked to the bathroom. The next morning, All Might had picked up like he said the next morning, and upon entering the vehicle was asked, My boy, have you come up with a decision? Izuku nodded as he got in. I'm willing if you believe it's the best choice. I may not think I'm the greatest choice, but I'm willing to give it my all. All Might grinned. Excellent. Still got the hair. Izuku took it out of his pocket. He'd washed last night, right here. Down the hatch then. Nodding, Izuku put it over his mouth and forced himself to swallow it. He tried to prevent the shiver, but it forced its way out. That wasn't pleasant. Transferring of 1 for all in progress. 100%. His mentor inflated and laughed. Life isn't always pleasant. Though this for me is one of those times. Izuku couldn't stop the smile on his face. He was glad that All Might really wanted him to have it. He decided then he would train like the world would end before UA started. That brought up the question though, All Might, where are we going? The smile stayed as he said cryptically, wait and see. He then deflated. A minute or two had gone by before All Might spoke to him again. Say, yesterday you said you had 2 quirks. How did you get another one? Catherine left a book that I could absorb to gain her quirk. It's called transference. It lets me take levels of another person's quirk. All Might's jaw was agape. So you can use the quirks? Izuku nodded. As long as I know how the power works, but I only get 5 seconds with them right now. Looks like you have something new to train now. I would fear facing you in the future. He shuddered. Izuku let out a strained laugh. Location found. UA High School too? UA. He looked over at All Might. What are we doing here? All Might had a grin that rivaled his muscle form. We needed somewhere to train, and after asking the headmaster, he allowed us to use one of the training courses. More like begged. Izuku and All Might jumped in their seats and let out a small yell. All Might had freaked out enough he took on his muscle form. They looked in the back seat and saw the principal of UA sitting there. He actually begged me to use the training course. And knowing the destructive power of 1 for all, I said yes. Can't let you go around destroying objects in normal society now, can we? He posed it as a question but didn't wait for an answer and got out of the car. Izuku looked over at All Might. Did you know he was back there? All Might shook his head and deflated. I would have said something if I knew. There was a tap at the window. You two coming or not? All Might sighed and both of them got out of the car. Now Izuku, you will be using an indoor training ground that Cementos is able to fix very easily. I have already had him prepare a few weight for you, and a running track around the perimeter of the campus for you to run on. If you don't mind me asking Izuku, why were you hesitant to take the power in the first place? He looked at the boy, who looked at All Might, who nodded. He knows all about it, kid. Izuku looked back at Nizu and sighed. I don't know. I feel like I have so much already and getting 1 for all on top of it just seems like too much. Nizu nodded. Understandable, though you have to remember, you are extremely weak right now, are you not? Izuku nodded. Then you should take every advantage you have access to and train them all. It's also not like you can't pass on 1 for all, eventually. Just like All Might, you'll eventually find someone who you believe will be right for the power. Izuku thought about it, training some kid like himself. He didn't even know what to do right now. How was he going to train some random kid, let alone find them? How did Cat do it? All Might was an accident, so maybe he should just let fate decide? Or should he cheat fate and use some type of premonition quirk like Cat did? He felt a hand on his shoulder. Looking over it was All Might. Don't worry about the future, focus on the now, and how to wield the power in you. Calming down he nodded, "Thank you, sir." "No worries, my boy. How long am I going to be training here?" Nizu piped up, "Sunday only, every other day of the week it is used for normal students. So take full advantage of it." All Might nodded, "The rest of the time will be spent cleaning the beach. After that's done, you will have free time during the week, focus on your other skills, take the girl up on her offer, and train even more." Izuku thought about it, but after what happened the first time he was slightly hesitant. Maybe he could learn to properly fight? Or develop his own fighting style. They continued to walk toward the training facility, and upon reaching it they were met by two of the teachers. He could immediately identify Cementos, but the other one didn't ring any bells. "Ishiyama, Aizawa, to what do we owe the pleasure?" Cementos spoke first. "I didn't have much else to do, so I decided to come and watch for anything I need to repair." Nizu nodded, "Much obliged, and yourself, Aizawa? I'd assume you'd be sleeping right now." The dark-haired man sighed and grumbled, "Was planning on it, but then I overheard Cementos speaking to Present Mike about a kid who could destroy stuff. And knowing you, I would be stuck with him, so decided to see for myself." Nizu nodded, "You're a great teacher." He then shoved Izuku forward, who stumbled. "Well, this is him. He has a quirk like All Might, which is how he was found, and because of that there's no place for him to actually train. His name is Izuku." Aizawa gave him a lazy stare. Nice to meet you, sir. And it's nice to meet you, Mr. Cementos." Cementos nodded, returning the greeting. Aizawa just stared at him. "What can you do?" Hit stuff? Really hard?" He could feel the imaginary face palms. Aizawa sighed, and looking at All Might, "This is your fault." All Might sputtered but didn't argue. Music on the other hand laughed and started walking inside. "Shall we begin?" Izuku nodded, "Yes, please." Transference of 1 for all complete. New quirk obtained. 1 for all LVL, 1 XP, 0%. This quirk allows you to access the stockpiled power of previous users and turn it into massive bonuses for physical stats. Currently you have a 99% chance of breaking any bone used in conjunction with 1 for all. This chance is reduced at level ups. This quirk requires a 100 in all physical stats to be used. Wow. Wonder what the bonus is. Walking into the dome, he was met by a huge amount of different stones shaped into weights and lots of stone pillars made of square boulders. Cementos walked up to him. "I tried to make the standard workout equipment, but be careful, a lot of the equipment is much heavier than it looks. The pillars easily come apart and are meant for punching. Have fun." He smiled and walked off into the bleachers. Aizawa with Nizu on his shoulder just walked past him to the bleachers. Nizu gave him a thumbs up. All Might walked up next to him and started ordering him to do things. He later joined the rest of the teachers. "What's his quirk?" It was Aizawa. All Might answered, "He has a grab bag quirk. He can do a number of things. One of them is to accurately assess his own and others' strength. He's also able to increase his strength exponentially, like my own, and another I believe is he can take quirks of others." Aizawa stares at him. Why is he just training this now? Did he even go to school? He manifested the physical side of his quirk little over a month ago, after he met me. I'm sure you remember the supermarket incident. Aizawa nodded. After dealing with the press, I went to talk with the boy about what he did and reprimand him. Talked to him for a while and helped him figure out part of his quirk. I've been working with him for the past month on it, and he finally got to the point where we can't really work outside anymore. Aizawa hummed. How did he learn about the quirk stealing? I don't know, it happened when he was at home. Aizawa stared at All Might for a second, and turned back toward the boy training. Sure. 2 hours later, Izuku had been working it for a few hours. Aizawa alongside Cementos had dozed off, Nizu was working on a laptop. All Might was currently walking toward him. Say, how did Gamer affect One for All? It says I can gain a bonus to my stats from accessing it, but I have a 99% chance to break my bones. You once said Gamer had bonuses at certain levels. Does One for All have any? Let me check. Upgrades. Quirks. Quirks. Gamer. Transference. One for All. But see below for the long list. It says I can get something called Full Cowl once One for All reaches level. The levels after that are all question marks. All Might put his hand to his chin and hummed, "How long would it take you to reach that point?" Izuku thought back. According to the sisters, it takes 10 times longer to level a quirk. So I'm guessing a very long time. Humming again, "Why don't we get started?" He grinned at Izuku. Eyes widening, "Are you sure, sir?" All Might nodded. "Go for it, break down the pillars." Walking over to the massive pillars, and he reached out and touched it. "How do you activate your power, sir?" He kind of whispered this to All Might. Smiling, he answered, "Clench your glutes and with all your heart scream, smash." He punched the air while saying this. "Okay, I can do this. I'll be with the teachers, good luck." Watching him walk away and finally sitting down, Izuku stared at his fist. Talking to himself quietly, "Okay, let's do this." Pulling his arm back, he screamed out smash and punched the stone pillar. Multiple things happened. The first was he got a notification saying that his arm broke. The next was that the bottom block of the pillar shattered into many pieces. The last was he was thrown back by the air pressure of the block above it, falling straight down to replace the bottom. As he laid there, he looked at his XP gauge for One for All. A single punch like that gave 10% of XP. Great. He didn't catch what the bonus he got was, but he assumed it was massive if the result was anything to go by. He heard a commotion behind him, and looking back, he saw that a few more teachers had showed up. He would have been excited if it was for the fact that most of them looked ready for a fight. Nizu quickly made his way down, talking loud enough for everyone to hear. "It's okay, everyone, just some training going on. Though, I have to congratulate you all on keeping up with training yourself. You got here in under a minute." Izuku could hear the mirth in his voice. "Who's training?" "All Might." He couldn't see who said that. Nizu laughed while All Might walked back down and helped him up. Close, but it's actually a kid he found. All Might took him under his wing and is currently training him. A few of the teachers looked at All Might helping him up. When they made it to them, Izuku bowed and introduced himself. He apologized for the disturbance he had caused. A few grumbled, accepting the apology, and walked off. A handful, though, after accepting the apology, had walked over the bleachers where Aizawa, in his sleeping bag, was sitting. Nizu turned to Izuku, looked at his hand, and asked, "That looks like it hurts. Do we need recovery girl to come?" Izuku shook his head. "I can deal with it." He touched his arm with his free hand and casted emergency aid. He got the notification for a new status and watched as his arm slow fixed itself. It felt weird to see and feel bone realign without any help. Nizu gazes at his arm in fascination. "You left that out of your report, All Might." All Might scratching the back of his head. "Honestly, I didn't know he could do that." Nodding, he walked back toward the teachers and sat down to talk with them. "Should I keep going?" asked Izuku. All Might nodded. "I think they expect a show, so why not give it to them? I got some new spells, or should I focus on One for All?" "How about both?" He said this with a grin. Izuku could get behind that. Time for fireworks. Con, or Constitution, is a representation of your total HP. It also represents your natural armor and your ability to take a hit. As your con increases, a hit's initial affect will be diminished and the effects of it will be less crippling. Combined with STR, it determines your chances to pass checks from pushing and pulling. At 10 in both stats, against a being with a 15 in street, you will successfully pass the check. This chance is affected by multiple traits, such as size, training, and qualities. Sticky note. Nothing to say, but con is important. You get punched a lot. All Might, what are you feeding this kid? It was Present Mike yelling less than 5 feet away from him. All Might just smiled. "I assure you that it's just him." For the last half hour they had watched Izuku shoot small bolts of lightning, summon fire, create ice weapons and destroy massive boulders of rock with ease. Though his arm broke each time. The kid was currently sitting down on a bench and letting his arm heal. What can't he do? It was midnight. All Might scratched his chin. Honestly, I have no idea. He's pulling out tricks I've never seen before. He's clearly been training at home on smaller stuff. Problem child. Aizawa growled this out. Nizu chuckled. Isn't every kid to you? Aizawa just grumbled. How do you plan on training him? Asked Ectoplasm. All Might thought out loud. Well, he has a limited amount of energy he can draw from, so I was going to have him increase his pool. Alongside that and actually using his powers, I have no clue. A few of the teachers gave him deadpan stares. This made All Might laugh. It's not like there's a guidebook for this kind of thing. The principal hummed. Seems like you have a project until the entrance exam. Letting out a small chuckle. That I do. Anyone willing to spar with him in the future? I'm pretty sure if he can heal himself with ease, he can do the same for you. I want to dance with him. He didn't need to see who it was that said that. The sound of leather was more than enough. Sorry, Midnight. He has perfect control over his mind. Your quirk won't work on him. Midnight smiled lecherously. Oh, I don't need my quirk. All Might's sweat dropped. Sure. How about next week? Keeping her eyes on Izuku, who had accidentally ripped up his shirt, she purred out, most definitely. I feel uncomfortable. He tried to not find the source and focused on his statuses. Broken arm, 1 for all hit level. A few spells had leveled up, and I gained a few stat points. Not bad for a half hour. Health, 1,230 1,230. Mana, 95 1,515. Stamina, 1,245 1,245. His bars were getting low. He watched his arm repair itself. SCKS emergency aid can't level up. It would have been useful if it could. He looked up to the bleachers and yelled up, I hit my limit. He had cast Medic's Respite on himself with the last of his mana. All Might gave him a thumbs up and walked down. Upon getting to him, how about just working out your stats for now? Izuku nodded. That sounds fine. What do you think I should work on first? All Might hummed. Well, your constitution seems to be your limiting factor, so that I guess. Agreeing to the idea, but with one small issue. How am I going to train it? Opening his mouth to say something, then closing it again. He finally completed his thought and asked, how did you get it so high up originally? Thinking back, he only remembered getting hurt every single time. I only remember getting hurt every single time. All Might sighed. Well, we can't do that, so how about you try amped up endurance training? Nodding, he asked, what do I need to do? Pulling out a small notebook, he looked over it and nodded to himself. He turned the page to Izuku and said, this, but no breaks, and repeat until we leave. Izuku eyed the page and went blank. Sir, that just says pulling a boulder while running. All Might smiled. Working through the pain and agony should increase your con just fine. He thought about it, but a major issue presented itself. Sir, working through pain and agony will increase resilience. Letting out a sigh, he turned back toward the bleachers. Anyone want to punch him a bit and help him learn to dodge? Izuku gave a shocked expression and wasn't counting on one of the teachers to actually take up the offer. Especially for it to be midnight. She made her way down as fast as she could, still armed with her whip. You ready, kid? All Might put his hand on Izuku's shoulder and said, just dodge or take hits, no punching. Got it? Izuku nodded and gulped. Yes, sir. Good, we'll go on until you're low or midnight gets tired. Whichever happens first. They both nodded and waited for All Might to make his way back. Ready, big boy? She cracked her whip as she said this. Izuku gulped again and nodded. Yeah. For hours later, most of the teachers had left. The only ones that had stayed being Aizawa and Nizu, one of which was asleep and the other was still working on his laptop. All Might looked over his predecessor, who was currently getting slashed by a whip. He was trying to get out the way of it, but was nowhere fast enough to do so. He could tell Midnight was starting to slow down. She must be getting tired. Should I call it? Nizu spoke to him. I say let her go until she runs out of juice. She doesn't get the opportunity to do this every often and she's seemingly enjoying herself. He nodded along with this. That works. A few minutes of silence went by before Aizawa asked, "What's his real quirk?" All Might looked at Nizu, who just gave him a glance. All Might sighed. His quirk is called Gamer. It turns him into a video game character according to him. It quantifies everything about his life into stats and levels. Aizawa just stared down at the boy. How was he using different elements and healing himself? All Might shrugged a bit and answered truthfully, "I have no clue. He spent some time with a couple of kids who helped train him and he came back able to do that." Aizawa hummed, "How do you plan on training him?" "This." He motioned to the one-side fight. "Will not cut it. He needs better training." He wilted a bit in on himself. "I honestly have no idea what to do for him. He never gets tired, never needs sleep, and is able to function at 100% 24/7 as long as he doesn't use up his HP, mana, and stamina. It's not the easiest thing to find some way for him to train." Aizawa looked at All Might. That actually made some sense. He stood up and got out the sleeping bag, threw it over his shoulder and walked toward the exit. "I'll figure something out over the week. I'll send you a message for more details later." He waves over his shoulder. All Might was in a bit of a shock. Nizu, in his high-pitched squeaky voice, said, "He's an amazing teacher. He just doesn't like people lying to themselves. He believes they need to admit where they are and build up from there." He just nodded. "Not much I can say about that. How about we talk about your teaching position?" All Might looked at him and nodded. "So I was planning on having you." An hour later, out of breath and panting, "I'm done, kid. I have patrol later tonight." Izuku looked at the woman, while he couldn't feel the pain or welts. He knew it helped. He bowed and thanked her. He was immediately grabbed via whip and yanked toward her. "Let's talk to All Might, shall we?" He hated that Gamer's mind didn't work on what it deemed a positive feeling. He managed to stutter out, "Yeah." This earned a grin from Teacher. They made their way toward All Might and Nizu, who were talking between each other. Midnight called up to them, "I'm done and tired now." All Might called back down, "Thank you, Midnight, for your help." She gave a thumbs up, stretched, and a yawn. "Patrol tonight is going to see." Izuku took a quick look at his mana and offered, "I can help with that." Midnight gave a lopsided grin and purred, "Oh, can you, big boy?" Izuku could feel himself go bright red and stuttered, Not like that." He held out his hand and poked Midnight in her arm. Medic's respite. She was bathed in a yellow aura and he could the sleepiness left her. She grinned down at him, "Thanks, kid. I'll have to have you do that again." She winked at him and proceeded toward the door. "Bye." Izuku looked up at All Might. "Are we done for today?" All Might nodded down at him and said, "Let's get you back home. Training completed. You have gained the following stat increases. Plus 18. Con, plus 27. Dex, plus 12. Agi, plus 21. Plus 8. Wis, plus 2. Cha, plus 11. Res, plus 16. You have also gained 2000 XP for sparing." "Zuka, answer me. Akito?" "Correct in 1. How did you get my number?" "Siren? Why did you text?" "Say wants to go back to the Shadows Cape." "Wanna go?" "Did he?" He was currently sitting down in front of his computer, trying to finish off the last of online coding lessons. It was boring, but his int was slowly going up. He'd got 4 points over the last few hours. Maybe a change of pace would be good for him. He sighed to himself, "This is going to start getting harder and harder." "Sure. Where do we meet?" He waited for a reply but none came. He then heard a swirling sound from above him and a black portal opened. He tried to dodge out of the way, but having been sat down, there wasn't much place for him to go. Akito, still with shadow black hair, fell on top of him, causing both of them to fall to the floor. She had a wide grin on her face. "Hi." He would have groaned if he could feel the pain. Instead he asked, "Did you have to do that?" Before she could answer, another portal opened, this time right in front of his door. Out of it walked Siren, who didn't seem too happy. She pointed through the portal and urged them to go through. Izuku unburied himself and Akito latched onto his back. With his increased stats and her barely weighing anything, he was easily able to carry her around now. He walked through the portal followed by Siren, who upon crossing closed it. She turned to Akito and he was instantly blasted with purple fire that while not doing anything besides making him jump. Akito had felt the effects however and she immediately hopped off his back and cast a water spell on herself, dousing the flames. Siren, still angry, shouted, "What did I say about stealing my quirk?" Akito blew a raspberry and crossed her arms, "Not like I didn't give it back immediately. Why are you so mad?" Her sister huffed and blasted her with an icy wind. Akito immediately turned stiff and was engulfed neck to toes in ice. "Oh haha, unfreeze me now." Siren smirked and started walking away. "Get yourself out." The younger girl growled loudly and started glowing. Izuku watched in amazement as her hair shifted white, and the black seemed to drip off of it. The ice encasing her seemed to meld into her and disappear. "That's cool, how did you do that?" Still slightly growling, she answered, "If you gain enough control you can transfer elements and energy into you. I'm only able to do it once a day though. Also don't touch me." She backstepped away from his poke. "You'll get frostbite if you touch me." Izuku chuckled, "Should we go?" Akito huffed and started following her sister. He called up to Siren, "Where are we going?" He looked around and actually didn't recognize any of the area. She looked back at him and answered, "One of the last places Mom took us. It's a floor down, so there are mobs wandering around but they shouldn't be too much of an issue." Izuku was about to ask a question, but she seemed to read his thoughts. "And no, we won't be going into a dungeon. Not after the last one, at least until we can level much higher." That reminded him. "Observe. Akito hail. See below for stats." Sei said her cha wasn't very high, hers was in the low 200s. What is considered high then? 300? 400? Her other stats were in the low 100s and INT and WIS were in the 400s. Her quirks were both considered S-class, which once again brought up the question. What was a quirk rank? He looked at Sei and used observe again. Still locked out of her stats. What's a quirk rank? Akito answered, a quirk is ranked by how much potential it has for destruction. A's can level a city if they try hard enough, and an S can bring a nation to its knees. That kind of blew his mind. How does gamer or gamer light qualify as an S then? Siren turned around and before she could answer, Akito blasted her with what he assumed was mana storm. That's one reason, and another is this. She walked over to her sister, whose hair was standing on end. Sei was bathed in a yellow aura, more than likely medic's respite. So access to magic, and the ability to heal instantaneously? Siren sucker punched her sister in the arm, receiving frostbite in the process, but got her desired effect. Akito was sent to the floor, a few feet away. That, and theoretically, we can increase our stats to the point that we can surpass anyone. Unlike a normal person who has to spend a lifetime to train a stat to reach absurd levels. A gamer can reach that level in less than half that time, in all stats. She pointed down to her sister, you and her, having access to transference, which is also S rank, are able to not only steal quirks and thoughts, but are able to copy items with enough mana. You could easily steal knowledge of how to make a nuke, make it, and then copy said nuke multiple times. Izuku's face filled with shock must have been telling, don't worry, it was just one of the ways Mom thought of, on why transference was considered S. Another easy way is that you could just go around and steal all the quirks you wanted. That didn't make him feel any better. Akito had bounced back up to her feet and hopped up to him. Yeah, if you wanted to be evil, you'd have a really easy way to do it. She cheered but received a spell to the back, causing her to yelp. Mom said no evil, you know what she said? Izuku looked her questioningly. What do you mean? The negative absolutely no one besides the three of us can know. Akito seemed to calm down, must be serious. If a gamer gets a taste for evil they are almost immediately corrupted. You've probably noticed there is no alignment in the stat page, correct? He thought about and nodded his head. That's because life can be equally good and evil. People do good and evil things without thinking about them. A gamer is the same way, but the difference is that you gain access to the evil alignment if you purposely do bad. I have no idea how gamers' mind will be affected by it, but the evil alignment makes your spells more deadly, but you have a natural disposition toward betrayal and hate. He asked, "How do you know this?" Akito answered, "When Mom was in high school apparently, she did something really mean to kids she didn't like and gained the evil alignment. It caused her to go slightly crazy and her eventually expulsion from the school." "What did she do?" Akito shrugged and spoke, "We don't know, Mom wouldn't tell us." "But do you understand Izuku?" He nodded. "Then let's get going." She lead then into the dark. "So how many skills do you have?" He opened his skills page and counted, why? Akito gave him a blank stare. "That's it." She finished with a screech. Startled a bit, he looked at her. "Is that low?" She face-palmed and said, "I have almost 100 and has a lot more than that." He paled slightly. Siren started laughing. Aki gave him a hard look. "Do you know how to gain skills? Just do them a bunch of times?" "Yes and no. For some skills that will work, but for active skills, you need to think about them. Like sprint, you can run really fast normally, but to gain the skill you need to focus on going faster and force your body to push itself. Try it." He hesitated for half a second, but picked a boulder some distance away and took off. Focusing on his speed, he willed his body to go faster and was greeted with a ping. Slowing down to not run into anything, he checked it. New skill created. Sprint, active, LVL, 1 XP, 0%. Gain a boost to your running speed at the cost of stamina. Increase, AG 4%. Stamina cost, 100 a second. Handy. But expensive. Did you get it? He looked over at Akito and gave her a thumbs up. She cheered and waved him toward where they were originally heading. "What other skills do you have?" "Coding, blade combat, lying, spell resistance, and document forging." She seemed to think for a moment. "We need to get you more skills." She looked up toward her sister. "Sis, teach Zuku a couple of skills." Siren turned around and sighed. "Sure, come here." He walked up to her as she opened another portal. This one was a multitude of nature colors. "Where does this go?" "Well, I can't really teach you anything here since this place is pretty much dead. So we have to go somewhere else." Akito gasped and ran through the portal full force. Siren sighed and looked at him. "Don't freak out." Raising an eyebrow, he walked through the portal prepared for anything. The portal led to a thick forest, with trees reaching for the skies, and leaves that almost blocked out the sun. The ground was covered in very little foliage and mostly grew in the patches of sunlight that reached the floor. He looked over at Akito, who was hugging a massive big. The thing chittered and made deep rumbles. It seemed to be cuddling into the young girl. It was pure black that shone a multitude of colors where sunlight hit it. The many legs of it stamped the ground in a mesmerizing pattern, and the shell shifted and ground against itself. Siren walked up behind him. "Its name is Leg." Before he could ask the obvious question, she answered, "Yes, and Akito named it when she was it's the only intelligent animal in this world, and no, we don't know why. And he's the best thing in the world." Akito squealed and dug deeper in its chitin. "We're going to use this place to train a couple of different skills. So let's start." She waved him over to follow her. They walked into the forest away from the clearing, and Aki, riding Leg, followed. Siren crouched down to the floor next to a patch of soft ground. She waved him down and pointed out a hard-to-see paw print in the dirt. "See the 3 toes and the depression toward the back?" He nodded. "No creature that lives here is normal, so I won't quiz you on what it could be, but we're going to follow this track. You're taking the lead. Look for what you think would be an irregularity. If you miss something important, I'll stop you." He nodded and looked near the first track. 2 more went off in a single direction, so he chose his path and walked on. A half hour later, with a ton of help from Siren, the stealthy approached a rock outcropping. Even Leg was almost silent. The stamping of his feet sounded like droplets of water, falling in a steady rhythm. As they were sneaking closer, he forced himself to be quieter and rewarded for his efforts. New skill created. Sneak, active, LVL, 1 XP, 0%. Hide from your enemies, hide from death. Increase the skill to hide from anything or anyone. Hide chance increase, 1%. Stamina cost 5 per second. Making it to the boulders, he peered over and was rewarded with the sight of a weird-looking creature. The first thing that he noticed was the feet. They were a combination of bird foot and cat paw. The creature's leg and body were that of an ostrich mixed with big cat. Instead of a long neck, it had a rather short, stubby neck with a cat head and a beak. It didn't have wings or feathers, but a plump body, and its legs were serrated in sharp claws. He received a ping. Siren grabbed his arm and put a finger to her lips. She then pointed to the top of it, and he could just barely make out what he assumed were babies. They looked like bright white versions of the adult and were more than likely sleeping as the adult was taking a drink from a small pond. He nodded and ducked away. They slowly walked back toward the tree line and checked his notifications. New skill created. Natural tracking, active, LVL, 1 XP, 0%. Unlike urban tracking, you are able to follow the clue and markings of people walking through natural terrain. Follow the prints and markings of animal or man to the ends of life. Successful tracking chance, 25%. When they were a safe distance away, he said, "I got sneak and natural tracking." Siren nodded. "That's good. There's 2 more skills I can teach you right away. One is astral direction and the other is terrain scouting. Let's do terrain scouting first." She started explaining different ways to find forests, deserts, gullies, and bodies of water. He didn't know what he'd ever do with this, but it was helpful nonetheless. He received a ping after his brief education. Akito had decided it was boring and was playing some type of game with the giant bug. New skill created. Terrain scouting LVL, 1 XP, 0%. Find anywhere you need, using the way of the land. Following the curves and rises of mountains, you can find the hidden treasures of the world. Bonuses obtained. Ability to find the general types of certain terrain. Got the skill, but question, how do I level it? He gave her a questioning look. You have to use the skill to find a terrain you're looking for. You won't have much need for it, honestly. The one that's actually helpful is astral direction. It's a little tricky to learn, as you'd normally only be able to gain the skill if you use a perk point. She smirked as she crossed her arms and puffed her chest. But me, being the amazing person I am, was able to figure out a way to naturally learn it. He gave her a head tilt. How? He was then hit in the face with a piece of cloth. Catching it before it could fall, he gave a confused look. Cover your eyes and stand still. Trusting her and knowing she wouldn't do anything to mean, he put the BGMI on. Okay, now I'm going to spin you around and you have to figure out which way is north. His sweat dropped. Really? Yup. There seemed to be a lot of joy in her voice. Fine. As soon as he gave consent, he was violently spun around in what felt like 20 circles. If it wasn't for Gamer's body, he more than likely would have vomited. Okay, which way is north? He felt into his soul and tried to feel the right answer. Nothing came to him. So he sighed and picked a random direction, raising his hand and pointing. He didn't hear anything besides Akito playing. Then a notification popped up in front of his blacked-out vision. New skill created. Astral direction LVL, max. Always know which way is north, no matter the conditions. Due to an overwhelming amount of luck, you have gained the following stat points. +1 luck. How did you get that right? It wasn't really a question, more of an angry shout toward the sky. He took off the BGMI and looked at her with a small grin. Got anything else I can learn? So teasing her wasn't a great idea. She'd smiled sickly at him and sent him flying toward an open ocean. He was currently on his way back to shore and was leveling up his new skill swimming. It provided a nice boost of +20% to swim speed. He made it to shore fairly easily, with the speed boost along with his natural swimming speed. Aki and Sei, along with Leg, were waiting for him on the shoreline. Akito, sitting atop of Leg, waved at him and called out, "See anything scary?" He gave her a confused look. No? Was I supposed to? Akito just smiled, while Siren huffed and walked away. She said, "We're going back home. I think you made her mad." She nudged Leg to follow her sister, and Izuku trailed behind them. Siren opened 2 portals for them and walked through one of them. Akito hugged Leg, who crawled back into the forest up a tree. She ran up to him and hugged him, then ran into the portal, taking her home. It then closed, leaving only a single portal open. He looked over the terrain he was standing in and noticed something off in the mountain, and sighed. That wasn't a long trip. Walking through the portal, it led him right into his room. Got to admit, that's pretty handy. He looked over at the clock and noticed that it was 3 a.m. Over 6 hours had gone by here, while they had only spent 2 or 3 hours there. What should he do before getting ready for school? He looked over at his computer and debated continuing the coding. It was originally just something to do and increase his int. Maybe I should find something else to do? Sitting down, he started searching. New skills created. See below. 2 months later, Izuku was laid out on the ground, looking at the ceiling of the training dome. He was sure if he didn't have Gamer's body, he would be in a coma right now. Aizawa, or Eraserhead, had given All Might an actual training schedule for him. He didn't know how to describe it. It was a combination of mind-numbing torture and repetitive physical training. It wasn't all bad though. His stats had raised quite a bit, and he had developed some skills to max level or very high up. The bad thing about this was exactly what Kat had warned him about. After reaching a certain point, his stat gains were slowed to the point that a 10-hour workout only gave him 2 or 3 point stats. Sighing and sitting up, he looked at his current dilemma. Eraserhead was standing on top of a box and overlooking the arena. While his stats were somewhat high, they weren't even close to a pro. According to Say, a normal pro hero would have around 500 or 400 in most stats. His were in the mid-200s mostly, besides his mental stats, which were in the high 100s. He was currently being trained in agility and spells. Eraser had said that he'd worked out a plan for him during the last few months of school. He'd managed to finish all the schoolwork necessary to pass middle school early and had a lot more free time. Gamer made it so much easier, perfect recall of information, and he didn't have the ability to doubt himself. He had no idea what was about to happen. All he knew was that they were waiting for a taxi and he was going to be dropped off with someone who was going to train him in using his quirk. He was told that the next months until the entrance exam he would be stuck with them. Having had enough overthinking it, he rushed back at Eraserhead, dodging the scarf. The aim of his training was to tag him. Yes, he was playing a child's game with a pro hero who was attacking him. They've been doing this since he got here, which was a little over an hour ago. The teacher hadn't moved since the start. Every time he got close, he was wrapped up and thrown several feet away. Dodging under the side swipe, he rolled to his feet and tried to keep running but couldn't move. His right foot was pulled out from underneath him, making him face plant. Sighing into the ground, he pushed himself off the ground. Aizawa hopped off the box and was talking on the phone. We'll be there in a minute. He hung up and undid his scarf from around his ankle. Taxi is here. We need to go. Nodding, he ran over to collect his stuff. They walked toward the main entrance in silence. He learned fairly quickly that the teacher was only helping because he felt All Might was a terrible teacher. Which Izuku had to agree with a bit. No offense to the number one, but he wasn't suited for teaching right now. Approaching the front gate, Nizu and All Might were talking. As they got closer, Nizu waved, alerting the other to their presence. He waved back when All Might waved. Sorry for keeping you. Giving him a thumbs up. No problem, my boy. You excited? Izuku nodded. Would be a lot more if I knew where I was going? Aizawa huffed and All Might smiled. You'll know soon enough. Got everything? He nodded again. Double-checked this morning. Now Izuku, you are going to a place that you are not allowed to speak of with a normal person. Also do not leave, that includes portals. The girls know, do they not? It was Nizu. He smiled when he answered, yes sir, they agreed to not try and find me. The girls for the last few weeks had been trying to help him level 2. It was super slow going as they couldn't delve into a dungeon. They tried another one since the first though, but it mutated into something much harder than normal. Every enemy they faced had high resistance to magic, leaving Izuku to do most of the work, but the 2 minutes to wait for a mend were terrifying. It was like facing multiple Shadow Knights at the same time. So they had stuck to farming outside dungeons and just went exploring a lot more. He was currently level 18 and was close to hitting. There were no words to describe the amount of excitement he felt right now about it. His own quirk. One that wasn't given to him and one that shouldn't have to be leveled. If Aki and Sei were anything to go by. You'll be leveling your abilities there, you won't have people to spar very often, and you'll be fending for yourself most of the time. Give this to the person who is going to meet you. Aizawa handed him an envelope. Pocketing it, he bowed and thanked the three. Thank you for everything you've done for me in the last few months. I'll be sure to make this worth the trouble. See that you do, my boy. All Might patted his head. See you soon, Midoriya. Eraserhead huffed. Getting into the taxi, he was driven off and watched Yue disappear behind the horizon. Must be going into the country. Dex, or dexterity, is your chance to hit objects with any given object, including yourself. It is a representation of your hand-eye coordination and affects almost every form of fighting you encounter. Throwing a punch is not determined by any math and is completely up to chance, luck, and many other factors. While not as useful, you are able to use this stat to work with your hands and create masterpieces. Dex will help with woodworking, lockpicking, and painting. Written on the back of page. Lies. There is a formula to determine hit chance, but it's right that luck somehow plays a role. There is also the fact that if a person is going to take you seriously or not, it will either decrease or increase the chance. So there's no definitive way to determine the formula, but it's not entirely chance and luck. Always worth increasing Dex though. Kid, we're here. Izuku nearly jumped out of his skin. It was dead silent the whole trip and he had fallen asleep. Quickly grabbing his stuff, he thanked the driver and got out. He watched as the driver waved and turned around. Looking at his surroundings, he wasn't impressed. It was a somewhat aged bus stop. It was in the middle of nowhere, surrounded by trees. The bus stop itself was simple, a bench with a roof over it, and a sign for the bus stop. Not having anything else to do, he sat down and waited. 20 minutes later. He wasn't allowed a phone during the trip, so he was bored. He would work out, but he was planning on working out when he got to where he would be going. Save his energy and stuff, so he put his head back and tried to doze off, while listening to the sounds of nature. He assumed 5 or 10 minutes had passed before an engine could be heard. Looking up, a car easily going 130 km/h was speeding down the road toward. Picking up his stuff, he got ready to jump out of the way. The car skidded and did a 180 to a stop right in front of him. A woman jumped out the car. She had brown-reddish hair and stood slightly taller than him. She bowed to him. I'm sorry for keeping you waiting. I wasn't paying attention to the time. Izuku tried to wave off the apology frantically. It's fine, I didn't mind. Standing back up, she introduced herself. My name is Sosaki. You are Midoriya, are you not? He bowed and answered, nice to meet you, and yes it is. She walked back to the car and opened the passenger door. Well, get in, daylight is wasting. She walked to the other side and got in herself. Not wanting her to wait, he put his stuff in the back seat and hopped into the passenger seat. After she got going, she spoke to him. So, how much were you told? Not much, honestly, they kept it mostly secret. She let out a slightly strained laugh. Sorry about that, it was under my request. Also, they did tell you what was expected of you, yes? Izuku shook his head, causing the woman to sigh. All right, let me explain. First, are you okay with cleaning? Raising an eyebrow. Yes? Then you should be okay. In return for housing you for a few weeks, you'll be cleaning the housing unit and kitchen. After you clean, you are more than welcome to train as much as you want. Pixie can even help you if you want. Tiger will probably want to help you too. Pixie? Tiger? Where have I heard those names before? He looked at her and asked, what is your hero name? Are you part of a group? She sighed again. Did they seriously not tell you anything? He shook his head. She glanced at him incredulously. So you got into a car without knowing about the person? He scratched his cheek and let out a small laugh. I don't exactly feel fear, so I didn't even think of doubting it. That your quirk? Seems pretty weird you'd be sent to us if that's it. You brought the envelope, didn't you? Yeah, it's in my bag. Nodding to him, when we get there, I'll look over it. Also, my hero name is Mandalay. It clicked. You're the leader of the wild pussycats. Sosaki laughed. Correct. You guys are amazing. I've watched a couple of your mountain rescues before. She smiled at him. glad to know we're not unknowns. Heroes like Endeavor and Hawks are really cool, but rescue heroes are in a class of their own. It's one thing to defeat a villain, but to be able to save a whole village from a volcanic explosion is another. She giggled. Thanks for the compliment. I'm guessing your favorite hero is All Might though? Tilting his head, how did you know? She thumbed toward the back seat, where his All Might duffel bag sat. Oh, yeah, he's a personal hero. Him, along with another person, are the reason I'm able to become a hero. She smiled. Mom? Izuku shook his head. I love my mom, and she is a hero to me. But I didn't develop a quirk until about 3 to 4 months ago, so she didn't support me becoming a hero. Well, you can't blame her. I may not be a mother, but I am a caretaker. I wouldn't support Koda if he didn't have a quirk. I doubt he'd want to be a hero though. She said the last part under her breath. Koda? She nodded. He's my brother's kid. His parents died when he was younger and I've been taking care of him since. Heroes? Another nod. They died defending a town from a serial killer. They went out in a way that any hero would be proud of, but Koda resents them for it. So when you first meet, don't hold it against him. He'll probably ignore you or say something mean. They drove in silence through a forest-lined road. Eventually it ended and opened up into a clearing, and we're here. The clearing was housed to a 2-story building, an outdoor dining pavilion and a decent-sized house. The team lives in the house. The larger building is used by the school to house students for summer camp. You're going to be cleaning it for a few hours a day. After that you have free reign. Come take you stuff in. Getting his stuff out of the back seat and followed her in. Walking through the front door he saw a woman, Pixie, talking to a young boy, Koda. We're home. The two turned to them. Pixie lit up. Koda crossed his arms and walked up to the second floor. Don't mind him, he's just a little upset. I'm Tsuchikawa. She got about 3 inches away from his face. He could feel the heat in face rise. Midoriya Izuku. Let's fight. Pixie was tossed away from him by Sosaki. Where are Tiger and Rag? Picking herself up, they went to get food for the next few weeks. Oh, let me text them. Turning to him, Pixie will show you to your room. Hand me the envelope before you go. Nodding, he dug through his bag and pulled it out for her. Taking it from him, he turned away and followed Pixie. Pixie took him down into the basement, which was just another living room. There were 3 doors branching off the main room. She took him to the door on the right and opened it. The room was simple, a bed in the corner, a small wooden desk, and a closet. This is your room. The one across is Rag Doll's. The other is empty. The main floor has Tiger's room, and the top floor belongs to Mandalay, Koda, and me. Need anything, don't be afraid to ask. She winked at him. It caused another rush of red, but she walked away back toward the main floor. Collecting himself, he went to the closet and emptied the clothes into dresser that was in there. This is going to be a long few months. With the bed already made and nothing but the clothes in his duffel bag to put away, he walked back out and up to the main living room. Mandalay and Pixie were sitting at the dining table looking over the papers that were no doubt in the envelope. What are those about anyway? Just my quirk. Pixie gained a huge grin and rushed him. Yumi, outside now. She picked him up and took him outside, with Mandalay following behind them. Putting him down, she jumped a few feet back and brought out her claws. Ready? Putting his fists up, he asked, Any rules? She smiled. Don't destroy the house or car. Mandalay spoke up, or any of the buildings. I'd rather not have to deal with the furniture everywhere. Pixie grunted. Fine. Ready, Izuku? He blushed at the first name being used, but nodded anyway. She immediately dashed at him and took a swipe at his center of mass. She was just as fast as Midnight, but he could tell she wasn't a heavy front-line fighter. Taking a step back and dodging the attack, he brought his knee up and tried to strike back but hit rock. She took the surprise to her advantage and sent a left hook at him which connected. He stumbled back and looked at her. Her skin had a layer of rock encompassing her body, clothes, and cat gloves. Bring it, Zuku, show me your potential. She still had her grin. He had to admit she was a lot more fun to battle than Midnight, a lot less flirting. He smiled and prepared a spell. Frost Giant Spear. A weapon a little taller than him, materialized out of thin air, made of ice that radiated cold. "I see you have an ice up your sleeve," he groaned, much worse than midnight. He charged her and threw the spear ahead of him, and prepared another spell. Pillars of Hell. The spear shattered against her armor, and as she saw the small fire disk heading for her, she summoned a massive golem that encased her in its chest. The disk landed under her and went off but didn't seem to do anything to the golem. The golem easily stood 5 meters tall and probably weighed 2 or 3 tons. None of his skills would help against it, spells were almost totally useless. Fire did nothing, same with ice and electricity. Necromancy was out as well. He learned that after his first use of it. He was sparring against Izawa, who was jumping around him and had decided to try and use Reaper's cage on him to pin him. Izawa was surprised but not angry. He had said that quirks that dealt with death and viscera are unfairly considered evil. So yeah, necromancy spells were out unless they were absolutely necessary. So his only choice was one for all, aiming for the right leg. He charged his left hand. The blow connected with his shout, and the leg did get blown off but was almost instantly rematerialized. His right hand was broken and before he could jump away, was kicked hard. He felt his ribs crack and was sent hurtling through a tree. Touching his left hand, emergency aid. Okay. Left hand out, got 11 uses left. Running back and he was faced with a new problem. Apparently Pixie Bob can create constructs. They were smaller than the golem, so he could probably use his fingers against them. The tactic didn't feel nice, nor did it make using his quirk easier. Charging forward toward the golem, using the fingers on his right hand. He cleared his path and used his right foot charged with one for all. The golem wasn't as fast as Pixie Bob, no doubt was, so hitting it was trivial. He honestly didn't want to hurt her, so he tried aiming for where he knew she wasn't. The kick landed and broke through the rock but hit something much harder than rock. He looked back at where his foot landed and was greeted with a shiny color. Is that metal? Everything I read about her said she can somewhat control the ground. Apparently that extended to oars. He fell to the ground in a spin and landed on his face. As soon as he hit the ground, rock encased him. Being pinned to the ground, he called out, "I give." Out of the corner of his eye, he could see the constructs sink back into the ground and hear the sound of stone rumbling. The earth surrounding him dissolved back into the ground and he was free. Spar complete. You have gained the following. +1 hit, +1 con, +1 dex, +1 agi, +1 int. You have also gained 3000 XP. One for all has reached level 11. Click to expand. Are you okay? He flipped himself over with his still healing hand and saw Mandalay standing over him. Too close. He could feel his face go red and managed to stutter out, "Yeah, just give me a few minutes to heal." He closed his eyes to block his vision. That's helpful. You pack quite a punch, don't ya? Her voice was getting closer. He shut his eyes harder and heard her snicker. Okay. He felt the ground pick him and peeked his eyes open. Pixie had made a bed out of dirt and carried him back to the house. You have potential kid, not much experience obviously, but give you a year or 2 of actual hero training and I'll be much more interested. She finished with a smile and a wink. He closed his eyes again and touched his right hand, casting the spell. They'd spent the last hour talking about his quirk, and how'd he be training the different properties of it. All Might, Eraserhead, and the principal has lied about his quirk, which was fine with him, and said that his quirk was a grab bag quirk with multiple properties. They had conjured up a convoluted plan to get his body more used to punches with one for all. Izuku pointed out that Eraserhead had already come up with a plan for that. It involved using each of his fingers and all bones possible, right before bed. He couldn't normally do this at home since he couldn't sleep at UA. How does your regeneration work anyhow? I've never heard of an instant heal quirk before, asked Pixie. It's not instant but it feels like it. I have to get 8 hours of sleep for it to go off. Does it need to be sleep, or just lying down? Thinking through the prompt windows, he got to Gamer's body and read through it. Sleep, pretty sure I need to be unconscious for it to go off. It's never gone off before 8 hours before? He shook his head. No, it refuses to work unless it's exactly 8 hours. Mandalay sighed. Then there's no way to train that. What about the ice and fire quirks? The ice weapon I can summon just seems to get bigger if I use it enough. Maybe I can put a little variation on it, but probably not enough to make a new level of it. How many times can you use it? Maybe 20 times before I run out of my pool? She tilted her head at him. Pool? He nodded. Yeah, all of my element-based quirks draw from the same pool. So if I use up the pool, I can't use the others. She put her hand to her chin. So we have to increase the pool. What happens if it runs out? Does it increase it? He shook his head. If it runs out, I get a massive headache that puts me out of commission. So far the only thing I've found that increases the pool is training my mental strength. That's going to be tricky. My team focuses more on physical training, but we can probably figure something out. What about the strength boost you used earlier? Does that draw on the pool? He shook his head. No, that just seems to break my bones whenever I use it. That will probably be the easiest one to train honestly, but my healing also uses up the pool. So increasing the pool takes priority. What about the entry on taking others' quirks? I can't completely take a quirk, but I can take a bit of it. I also need to know how to use the quirk I take. Try it on me. To use it you just need to think aloud and focus on a person or people. For right now just focus on me. All right. He stuck out his hand. She reciprocated and reached out for his hand. The instant her hand touched him, he could feel the pull of transference. Allowing it to feed, he pulled in the quirk. Quirk absorbed. Telepathic empathy LVL. 5. Select to expand. Looking into her eyes, he spoke aloud. Hello. He immediately felt like he was drowning in a color, yellow? I honestly didn't think that would work, sorry. He felt orange swallow him. He shook his head free of the feeling. It's all right, but what was that? When a certain emotion takes over, it feels like a wave washing over you. Not fun or easy when you're dealing with fear or hate, but you eventually get used to it. I can only imagine connecting to multiple people in the middle of a major rescue operation, so much fear. He felt a mix of red and blue overtake him. It made him shiver slightly. It's not fun, but it's part of the job. The quirk chose that moment to run out and made him blink. It took him a second before he noticed their hands were still touching and she was still staring at him. Pulling away quickly, he heard snickering. Looking to his left he saw, who he assumed was, Ragdoll and Tiger had come back. She gave him a smile that made him feel uncomfortable. We interrupting anything? He stuttered, trying to come up with an answer. No, just practicing his quirk. He can use the quirks of other people and I wanted to test it. Tiger walked past them toward the kitchen and started putting stuff away. Ragdoll smiled at Mandalay. Oh, I'm sure, but looking into each other's eyes and holding hands when you're by yourself doesn't seem like training. He turned to look at Pixie Bob, who apparently had left in the middle of them talking. Mandalay seemed to take its stride, but he could barely make out her slightly red cheeks. Shrugging, she answered, when he took my quirk and used it on me, the feedback was double compared to what I normally feel. As for Pixie, she must have gotten bored and left. I wasn't paying attention. Rag snickered and walked up to him. Nice to meet ya, I'm Shiratoko, but you can call me Rag. He felt a massive hand on his shoulder. Looking up, Tiger was looking down at him from behind his back. Chatura or Tiger work for me? He looked over at Mandalay and asked, has he been tested? She nodded. He did well for freshly trained kid, and is decent enough to become a student. Pixie wiped the floor with him. Tiger nodded. Good, I'd hate to have to give her another training session. Izuku's sweat dropped. This is clearly the main frontline trainer. Tiger looked back down at him. Did you start cleaning yet? He shook his head. Tiger picked him up and put him under his arm as he walked toward the main building. You're going to finish cleaning so we can get to training ASAP. Got it? He did the only thing he could do and nodded. Got it. They walked through the main lobby and went down the left hallway. It ended in a door that opened into a stairwell. Supply closet is down the stairs, and if you need anything else, or fresh supplies, write a list. One of us will head to town for them. Izuku was put down like a toddler, and Tiger left him alone. Sighing to himself, he started his job. New skills gained. See below for list. He honestly had never thought about gaining skills from cleaning. When he'd cleaned for school, he was always in a rush to get back to training. Taking his time and trying to clean perfectly had given him the skills he needed to make this so much faster. The skills were also leveling pretty steadily, as he wasn't doing much of anything else. You do know you have like 6 months to spend here, right? There's no need to try and clean the whole place in a single go. He looked over to see Pixie Bob leaning against the wall. It's alright, I don't need sleep and I don't get tired. I want to get this done as soon as possible, so I can spend more time training. Pixie smirked at him. Lucky lady. He tilted his head at her and then it clicked. First midnight now, Pixie. Really? He could feel his cheeks rise in temperature and started cleaning again. Pixie laughed and walked off back toward the house. The main floor hallways were cleaned a little over an hour later. It was time to clean the first room. Opening the door, he was greeted with a slightly sweet smell. Must have belonged to a girl. Luckily for him, even students in high school were respectful to their hosts and the room wasn't a mess and just needed to be wiped down. A half hour later, the first room was done. Going on to the second room, he was greeted with a flowery smell. I must be in the girls' dorm. New skill created. Scent, passive, LVL, 1 XP, 0%. You are now able to smell as well as a dog and are able to distinguish people through smell. You are currently only pick up day-old smells. This will increase with level. Scents can also be washed away by weather. Max scent age, 1 day. Great. Now if I go into a room and it smells bad, it will be just that much worse. Sighing to himself, he continued his task. 2 hours later. How do dogs do this? Dirty socks smelled like rotten egg boiled in sweat. For hours later. The smells slowed him down immensely, but he managed to finish off the last of the rooms and the 2 classrooms on the main floor. He managed to gain quite a few levels in his cleaning skills and even gained 5 points in res. It was already dark out, not that he minded. Though with him being in the middle of nowhere, and it being completely dark, courtesy of the mountains flanking them, he was sufficiently creeped out. Quickly making his way to the house, he knocked and entered. The 4 pro heroes were sitting around the sofa talking. Tiger asked, "Finished?" He nodded. "I believe so. The last visitors didn't leave a large mess, so it was just a matter of mopping and cleaning off windows." Ragdoll patted the seat next to her. Taking the offer, he sat down. The smells were the worst part. Smells. My sense of smell is as good as a dog, makes bad-smelling stuff much worse. Sweets become stronger too. The forest smells like pine sap and rain. Rag giggled. You'd be an amazing tracker. Any other tracking skills? Giving it a quick thought, I can track a wild animal through a forest or a person through a city. It's not really tracking, but I have perfect recollection, so I never forget what a person looks like. She laughed. Doesn't count but makes it so much more helpful. He smiled. Thanks. Mandalay spoke. We were just talking about the students from last week. Pixie Bob stretched and yawned. No one promising enough to do a double take at, but they have strong futures. How long have you worked for the school? I didn't even know you were staff till today. Pixie looked at Mandalay, asking, 6? 7 years? 5? Or do you want to be older? Pixie's eyes filled with a bit of fear. Nope. 5 works for me. She must be scared of getting older. Izuku snickered in his head. What were their quirks? Ragdoll answered her, varied, and we're not supposed to tell you. It's considered a secret unless you are actually part of the school. Sorry, Izuku. He shook his head. It's fine. I'll probably learn a clue or 2 when I actually get into UA. That's the spirit. She smacked him on his back. Is there anything left for me to clean? He wanted to try and get everything out of the way tonight if possible. Pixie smirked at him. You eager to get beat up again? He smiled. If that's what it takes, sure. She laughed alongside Tiger and Rag. Kid, this is going to be a fun few months. Mandalay answered his question. The bathhouses and the dining pavilions still need to be cleaned. Is that everything? She nodded. After those are done, you have free reign. The only other thing I'll ask you to do is watch Coda when we go out on missions. Oh, sure. That sounds fair. How often do you leave? She shrugged. Depends on when we're needed. Ragdoll looked at him. So want to level your borrowing quirk? I'd really like to, but it takes forever for me to regain a use of it. Right now it takes almost a full day to recharge. We'll have to let you try tomorrow. For right now though. Tiger spoke to him, you can either start cleaning again or you can spar with me. Spar. He said quickly. He earned a couple of grins. I'll clean afterwards. Fine by me, kid. Tiger stood up and Izuku followed him out. The rest of the group followed them out. No powers, fight me hand to hand, got it? He nodded. Good. Go. Tiger charged him and sent an open palm strike at him. Ducking the blow, he sent a punch toward the hero's stomach and missed. Tiger had brought his knee up and kneed him in the sternum. The blow, not having its normal effects, allowed him to counter-strike. Making use of dance skills Aikido forced onto him, he went for a kick against the legs. Tiger, seeing the telegraphed attack, caught his leg and proceeded to throw him a couple of meters away. Don't look this way, but try to dodge and get behind him. Raising an eyebrow, Mandalay? Tiger rushed at him, and instead of dodging backward, Izuku rolled underneath it and tried to go for the back of his legs. Giving the back of one knee a quick jab, Tiger was brought down to one knee, but was far from done and kicked Izuku very, very hard. He was sent face first into the ground and received a prompt. New statuses. Concussion, 25% decrease to all physical and mental tasks. Broken nose, sense skill temporarily blocked. Oh wow. He actually felt that. Having had gamer's body for a while, he had forgotten how much feeling Esiki. Getting up to his knees shakily, he started by casting emergency aid on his head. His vision was blurry and he felt lightheaded. As the spell worked its literal magic, he was surrounded by the four heroes. Are you okay? It was Ragdoll. Giving a thumbs up, he managed to slightly slur out, yup. He'll be fine in a couple minutes. And that was Mandalay. Sorry by the way, I didn't think he would go full force. I'll be fine in a few minutes. Can we keep going? His voice sounded extremely nasally. Tiger smiled, sure kid. I like your gusto. Don't try that move again though. Try something more you. He turned to Mandalay, and you. No helping. Not only are you quicker than him, but you know how I fight. Mandalay smiled guiltily. Hee, sorry. Promise I won't help. Much. A few minutes of talking passed as Izuku healed himself. You good to go? Taking a quick peek at his HP and stamina, he nodded. I'm good. Getting up and separating, they each took a stance. Okay kid, you need to be quick, a single attack could take you out. So bob and weave. Ready? He nodded and activated dodge. Dodge activated. Target, Chatter-Yawar. 15% dodge increase. Tiger immediately pounced on him with an open palm attack. Relying on his speed, Izuku did a slight jump to the left out of the way of his free left hand. He went for his own punch, but it was thrown off by the elbow that was aimed at his shoulder. Caught off guard, but not unprepared, Izuku brought up his other hand and tried blocking as much force as he could. When it connected, he went with the momentum and rolled back onto his feet. He charged at Tiger and went for a couple quick jabs, none connected. The hero went for a swipe with his ridiculously thick forearm. Skill check pass. Combat reflexes leveled up by 1. Izuku bent backward to dodge the blow by the width of a hair. He used his own momentum to send a kick aimed up towards Tiger's head. It didn't connect, but there wasn't a retaliatory strike. That gave him the chance to jump back a bit and prepare for another chance to strike. Tiger stood straight up and smiled widely. How about we take it up a notch and use our quirks? Izuku nodded and smiled, only if you're okay with losing. The grin that Tiger had went wild. Be prepared to taste dirt, kid. Tiger jumped at him, going for a jump. Izuku dodged the initial punch but was unprepared for the arm to snake toward him full force. That punch connected and not only pushed a foot back, but broke his nose again. Quickly casting the Regan spell, he prepared for his attack. The last 2 months hadn't been easy for him. Eraserhead had him train in a few forms of combat, and each one was now at 100%. What he was most proud of though was the combat style he made himself. Unarmed Combat LVL, 14 XP, 74.2%. Anyone can throw a punch, but it takes a master to attack with any part of them. Unstylized unarmed attacks deal 52.5% of your STR plus dex. Fighting styles. Basic boxing, 100%. Intermediate boxing, 89%. Basic judo, 100%. Intermediate judo, 47%. Basic tai chi, 100%. Basic night burst, 40%. Night burst style, progress, 40%. Throwing everything into your attacks and taking blows like the shield you are, use your STR and residential to deal damage. Basic style formula, 40% of STR plus 20% of res. Reduce incoming damage by 20% before any other buffs, skills, or upgrades. Style created by Izuku Midoriya. Since there was no way to study a style that didn't exist outside of him, he was stuck making up moves on his own and use it regularly. Sure, his other side were stronger, but this was his. Akito named it though. Charging his left toes with one for all, he blasted toward Tiger, who wasn't expecting the speed. Prepping his punch, he took a swing at Tiger, who caught it with his extended forearm. A punch was sent back at him, and sticking with his style, he punched it back. The force pushed him back, and he knew his hand was fractured. Not broken, but close. Tiger rushed him the instant he landed and didn't let up. Izuku ducked and blocked the attack and sent a strike with his fractured hand toward the hero's stomach, charged with one for all. Smash! The attack seemed to connect, and as it went off, the wind pushed away, went past the hero toward the sky and didn't affect Tiger. Jump back! Using the toes and his unbroken foot, he jumped back to gain distance. He then noticed Tiger's other arm had elongated and had to try to capture him. Not bad, kid. You need to get a lot faster if you want to get a hit in though. You okay to keep going? Izuku looked over his statuses. Both feet are considered broken, along with a hand. He could only jump away from a single attack. It would be an all-out attack or he'd have to give up now. He wouldn't consider himself cocky, but he knew he had a chance of getting a hit in and nodded. He charged his foot and jumped back in. Charging his other leg with one for all, he was hoping to use a feint. Tiger, either not seeing it or letting it happen, blocked the feint and received a charged punch toward his legs. It went off, and to Izuku's dismay, Tiger's legs stretched thin and warped outward to avoid the attack. His leg was wrapped by Tiger's arm, and as a punch was sent toward his face, Izuku made a decision. Blocking out his common sense, he charged one for all into his skull. As the punch was sent flying toward his face, he swung his head forward and made contact. He didn't see the results as the attack made him black out. Mandalay watched as Izuku flung his head toward Tiger's fist, and against her mentor instincts was impressed that he actually landed a hit. It did nothing for him as he went limp and hung swaying from Tiger's leg lock. The kid shows more promise and more plus ultra than any student from this year's first years. Tiger gave a really large smile and oozed orange. Pixie. Pixie gave a forced smile. Yeah? You're training against him tomorrow. What, why? Yo. He needs to fight more people than just me to train his fighting style. You should be fine. I doubt he can punch through metal, probably scent, but not enough to harm you. He looked at her. You did say he can heal other people, right? She nodded. Correct. He looked back at Pixie, radiating a mix of orange and purple. See? No harm done, even if he did manage to hit you. She groaned and threw her head back. Do I have to? Blue. Yes, it will not only help him but you too. Fine. She threw her arms up and walked back to the house. She let off green. Tiger poked Izuku. Is he going to be okay? It looks like it, Ragdoll said. He has a concussion, both hands are broken and both feet are pretty bad. Other than that though, he doesn't seem to have any other physical weaknesses. That shocked her. Really? Every person had some sort of weakness, be it a slightly weak liver, weak tooth, heart skipping a single beat every hour. For someone to not have any at all was strange, almost impossible. Is it bad? I kinda wanna watch his healing quirk go off? Ragdoll was oozing a dark purple. Yes, it sounds morbid and creepy. You want to watch him sleep. She pouted and walked back to the house. Tiger started to follow her and Mandalay followed him. As they approached the front door, he turned around. "You said you wouldn't help him." Her voice caught in her throat. "How did he know?" "I only gave him a single hint. But I think he should practice against you with you telegraphing your moves. It will help him learn to fight like a pro." She let out an internal sigh of relief. "That sounds fine. We can work on it the day after tomorrow." Tiger nodded and walked through the door, but not before looking back at her. Also, that was a nice blonde dodge, wasn't it? Her senses were filled with green. DMN. "Sorry, I just wanted to see him fight longer." Tiger shrugged. "I think we'll see a lot more of that in the time to come." Agi, or agility, is the representation of your body's fluidity and reflexes. As Agi increases, your dodge chance and the flexibility of your joints increase. Base dodge chance, just like Dex, is just as incalculable. So, small sticky note. I get a headache from this stat, don't think, just use it. Later that night. You have slept for the required 8 hours and all statuses have been returned to normal. Izuku sat up and yawned. Using one for all through his head probably wasn't a good idea. Without Gamer's body, he was sure he would have died. Getting up, he checked the prompts from the spar. You have completed a sparring session and have gained the following: +2 assert, +4 con, +2 dex, +3 agi, +1 int, +4 res. 8,000 XP. So close. He'd probably need to do 2 more sparring sessions, and then he'd be stuck at 1 again. Sighing to himself, he grabbed a set of clean clothes from his bag. Need to find the washroom. It was dark. His room had been lit by a nightlight, but opening the door to the landing, it was pitch black. Maybe. Focusing his eyes hard into the pitch black, he received a ping. New skill created. Dark senses, active, LVL, 1 XP, 0%. All manner of creatures can see in the dark, but a being made of darkness is a true terror. Using senses honed in the dark, you will gain the ability to use all senses in shadows. This skill costs 5 mana a second. This is a skill of dark. Senses unlocked. Sight 30 feet. Closing the window, he looked around the room. Everything was different grays, but he could see. Not the skill I imagined, but it will work. Making his way up the stairs into the main lobby, he had a thought. Pixie never told him where the bathrooms were, and the only one he knew of was at the other building. Sighing, he made his way to the front door. The moon was nowhere to be seen, while the stars, not being blocked out by man-made lights, shone like lights on a Christmas tree. They radiated brighter than he expected, and the Milky Way was a blur of blues and purples. Turning off dark senses, the sky became less luminous, but everything was sharper. He could clearly make out the different constellations, and even see a red dot that he assumed was Mars. Wow! He looked toward the dorm building. It had a few lights on in the main floor. While he could see the building, the distance between here and there was covered in black. Turning back on his night vision, he walked toward the main building. The baths were toward the back of the building, but the water needed to be turned on and heated first. He knew where to go thanks to his cleaning spree hours earlier. They were in the basement. The door down to the controls was next to the main entrance to the separate baths. It appeared he would waste his time though, as the on lights for the controls were on and running already. Wonder who's here at this time? Walking into the changing room, he undressed and walked into the bath. A soft singing was easily heard in the bath. Against the sound of the forest at night, it seemed to be a spirit, though his hearing told him it was someone on the girl's side of the bath. Sitting down in the warm water and soaking, he closed his eyes and started to think. I still haven't completed a single quest. Not even the one from All Might, and the one for Kat seems to be stuck until I can somehow learn more about her. Aki and Sei don't seem to know much more, and I doubt their dad knows much either. According to All Might, the girl's father said Kat was secretive and didn't share anything about her past with him. That left the only thing to do is finding his own clues, and as far as he could tell, America was the only place to get them. So that left the quest unable to be finished, as he had no way of getting there. As for All Might's quest, the only clue was to make one for all his own. He had a vague idea of how to do it too, making his own fighting style and leveling up the quirk itself. The style went up by a single % after the fight with Tiger, but it didn't level the quirk. I wonder how I can get more quests? He'd have to ask the girls once he got back. That was about a month away though, and before that he had to spend a bunch of time training. All Might wanted him to level 1 for all to unlock LVL 15, and Eraserhead wanted the main part of his power under better control, which meant getting full Cal. He personally wanted to level up his spells and skills though. Certain skills he had access to unlocked amazing benefits once they hit max level. Reading not only made him read books 15% faster, but it also gave him a 5% boost to leveling non-physical skills. Siren Mate helped him get natural and urban tracking to max level. Both allowed him to bring up a menu with tracks or a list of people who were next to him. One that had way more impact though was Hero History. When he hit max level it had unlocked a perk that he was sorely wanting to take. Hero Analysis. Digging through the archive that is your brain, you are able to identify the weaknesses and strengths of quirks similar to past heroes. Not to brag, but he could already do that before getting Gamer. Probably just not at the level the perk would give him. Scrolling down the window, 2 new options were available. Wisdom of 2. You have made contact with a being that can speak into your mind. Gain a second opinion on actions and thoughts. Weird. Obviously it came from Mandalay. Could be helpful, I'll have to ask if Cat had the perk. The other had come from Ragdoll. Tracking Specialist. You've met a being whose specialty is tracking. Gain access to 3 high-grade tracking skills. He had no idea if he would ever take it, but it had really great potential. He currently only had access to 2 high-grade skills, Astral Direction and Magic Theory. One allowed him access to the compass on his HUD, and the other supposedly helped with creating new subspells and new spells entirely. The former didn't seem to earn its grade, but according to Siren, it was super helpful once you gained access to more wayfinding skills. The latter was no help right now, not until he gained access to materials for new spells. The singing stopped, and Izuku heard water being disrupted. Izuku! Oh, Mandalay was singing. He shouted to the other side, "Hello. How long have you been here?" She sounded slightly distressed. "Not super long." "Oh." There was a long pause. "I'm getting out now. Make sure you turn everything off." "Okay." After a few seconds he heard the changing room door close and the sound of the forest took over. Looking over his stats, he went back to the question he was asking himself over the last few weeks. What quality should I take? See list below. Steel Bones obviously had the greatest short-term benefit, but with each level up his bones stopped breaking more and more. So that was a wasted point. An unarmed combat quality would be amazing to take. The issue was that either he hadn't unlocked it, or it didn't exist. There were 2 different ones so far, one for swords and another for spears. He really wanted to take swords, if he was honest with himself. Life of 5 Rings was no doubt based on Book of 5 Rings. The description wasn't very detailed, like most things in the menus, but piecing it together, he assumed he gained access to the sword style of Musashi. That by itself made it more worth than anything, but just sentimentally. Swords couldn't be used with one for all. He tested it out with Sei, the day after being punted into the ocean. While he could summon the ice spear with a spell, it was single use only, and he didn't really see himself using it in the future. So that meant the spear quality was out. Mental Calculator was useless to him. Glossolalia seemed interesting at first, but then he realized he could just learn a language by hearing it. So that was out. Lost with Directions and Library of Knowledge were out until he gained more skills in each of those categories. He really didn't want to unlock something mundane. Both of the piece of skills were out, as he didn't have anything that would benefit from it immediately. According to Sei, ambidextrous and rubber joints were super helpful and allowed him to unlock new skills, but they were mostly weapon-based. So they were put in the maybe pile. Insomniac didn't seem to be great. He didn't have to sleep unless he was injured, and that made it only conditional. So it went in the maybe later pile, along with longevity. Even with Gamer's Mind he was horrid at public speaking, so Political Suave was out. Photographic memory didn't give him any advantage and was just a memory lane type thing. He didn't plan on going into a massive battle or getting close to death soon, so, till the last breath was out for now. Temporary boosts like hunker down were out, until he gained a way to level qualities faster. Ancestral blood was out as he couldn't see himself ever needing it, the same with legacy of masks. So that left him with only a handful of choices. He could either make gaining mental stats easier or he could just increase a single stat by a small percentage. If he didn't want to do any of those, he could just go for scientific inspiration. At first he didn't see the benefit in it, but Aki pointed out that he could just use the internet to look up scientists. That meant he could just gain the understanding of anything that person knew for a short time. That would make learning certain skills so much faster and would even allow him to learn things from the past. Which by itself was amazing. Okay kid, finish up and get out of there. Come tell me what's wrong. Sosaki? Sorry for crashing your train of thought, but you were radiating so much indecisiveness, and it was giving me a headache. So hurry up. Whoops. He decided to not keep her waiting and hurried up. Walking out of the changing room, he saw Mandalay playing on her phone. Looking up and seeing him, she stuffed it into her pocket and waved for him to follow. The baths were already turned off and she turned off the lights as she walked out. As the last night went off, he activated dark senses and watched as she gracefully stepped around small rocks. Can she see in the dark? She asked, what's on your mind? Can you see in the dark? She chuckled, no, I just know where most things are. Watch. After a few seconds, he could just barely make out the image superimposed over his vision. It was an overlay of the land from the dorms to the house. A path was highlighted and they were following it to AT. So you just take the same path every time? He could see her nod, yup. She turned around and looked at him. The question now is, how can you, she poked him, see in the dark? I have night vision. It only goes so far, but it's better than nothing. Also, I thought you could only talk to people. What was that image? Wasn't an image, it was an idea. Mind processed it into an image that you could see. To me, it was just the route I take. That made sense, he guessed. Not like he had any other idea what it could be. So, what was causing the indecisiveness earlier? Izuku panicked slightly until he remembered the lie Eraserhead had told him. According to my body's calculations, very soon I can reach a point either physically or mentally that would surpass my current abilities. Or I can make learning new things easier for myself. She squinted her eyes at him. Well, your elemental quirks are connected to your mental state, yes? Izuku nodded, yeah. Then I would go for that. Was that it? He blushed, was it that simple? I guess yeah. Good, do you have a light quirk? What? No, why? 'Cause it would be nice to see. She spun around and walked back toward the house. Izuku followed her back to the house where she turned on a light. So, what do you plan on doing until morning? Probably go for a run. She yawned and stretched, making him blush. Loose t-shirt. She looked at him and smirked. Good night, Izuku. He managed to squeak out, night? As he walked back outside, he turned off the light and sat down on the front steps. Opening his qualities window, and looking through both options, he made his decision. Mental gymnastics it is. His decision was based on the fact his WIS wasn't high enough to warrant a 5% increase. New quality added. Mental gymnastics LVO. Your ability to learn and adapt is greater than the average person. Increase bonus stat point gains from mental exercises by 25%. Okay, how would I train WIS in the middle of a forest? New skill created. Blind fighting LVL. 1. Blinded, darkness, or sheer stupidity, sometimes you can't use your eyes. Miss chance when blinded, 95%. Dodge chance when blinded, 5%. So maybe that wasn't the greatest idea, but hey, he got a new skill. He was currently laid out in the middle of a dark forest after running into a low-hanging branch. His plan was to try running blindly through the forest, but it didn't increase his WIS or int at all. All it did was lay him out and make him freak out for a second at a time. Lots of fun, crunch. Sitting straight up and turning on dark senses, he looked around him. Nothing but trees, but what made that sound? Activating stealth, he crept his way toward the origin of the sound and was greeted with a box. You are about to enter a dungeon. Training area, Stone Golem Forest. Monsters of various levels will appear here, and there is not a time limit. If you wish to leave, run. Do you wish to continue? That doesn't sound good. Against his better judgment, he selected yes and walked in. Rounding around a tree, he saw the first golem. Stone golem. Level, 25. HP, mana, 0. Stamina, 0. This could be problematic. During his fight with Pixie, he had used One for All to destroy them, and he wasn't in a safe environment to knock parts of himself out of commission. What spells would work? Reaper's Talon would be solid damage, along with Bone Blade. He doubted the shatter effect would do anything. Fire didn't work yesterday and ice would shatter instantly. Magma Bomb might work, he'd have to try it out. Sneaking toward the back of the golem, which stood around 4 meters high, he summoned a Bone Blade. As he inched closer and closer, he received a ping that his sneak had gone up to level as it had done with other skills with max levels higher than 10. He received another notification. Swiping it away, he pulled back his sword and struck out. The attack landed without any problem and exploded. Taking a quick look at its HP, he was greeted with only about 400 horsepower going down. Jumping back from its cry and stomp, he sighed to himself. This could be a while. 2000 XP gained. Luckily for him, its cry didn't attract more of them. Unluckily though, he'd been punched a few times and stomped on once, before being able to put it down. He was sitting on top of the rock golem, that had crumbled into smaller rocks and a single massive boulder that made up one of the fist. While he healed his wounds, the ground below him and the remains started to rumble and be consumed by the ground. Panicking, he jumped off and went to hide behind a tree. A few seconds later, a much smaller golem came out of the thicket and looked right at him. Preparing for another fight, he summoned his blade and used Observe. Pixie Golem Thivizu. Note: you have encountered a being whose level and stats far surpass your own. Level up to reveal more information about them. This is bad. While Gamer's mind wouldn't let him panic, it didn't stop him from acting it. Desummoning his blade, he put his hands up and backed away. He wasn't stupid enough to fight that thing. It continued to look at him, but turned after all the rocks and single boulder had disappeared into the ground. It stuck out its stub of a hand, and new rocks started to form. It started to take the form of a massive turtle with a tail-like club sticking out the back. After the main body formed and harder stones surrounded it, spikes started to serrate the edges, face and tail. Ukazu turned away and walked back into the forest. So that's what's creating them. Izuku watched as the new golem shook itself and grumbled. Not wanting to fight another golem, he started to make his way back toward the house. He had to ask Pixie what the golem was. He had apparently ran quite a distance, as by the time he got back, it was already daybreak. When he walked in, Tiger was cooking, Koda, Pixie, and Rag were sitting at the table. Pixie turned the door and smiled at him. "Hey Zuku." Ragdoll turned in her chair and raised an eyebrow at him. "Why do you look like you lost a fight?" Scratching the back of his neck, "I found a golem wandering in the forest and took it out. It got a few good hits in." Pixie lit up. "What did it look like?" "What? I guess like a person with a really big hand." "Why?" She sat back into her with a huff. "Lame, I needs new ideas." Taking a seat, he asked, "I saw that golem, does it not attack people like the others?" "Nah, he was made to be passive. Even if he is attacked, he'll just run for it." "Can it fight at all?" She was about to answer, then closed her mouth and started to think. "Maybe? If I tried to force it? I only ever use it to make new golems for the surrounding forest and for training. I didn't even know you could make something like that. It's really cool." He finished with a smile. She laughed as she answered, "Not all me. Kid, it took 3 people to make IW. One to make the body and give him the powers, another to make him somewhat sentient, and another to make them last. I didn't know that was even possible with quirks. Quirks have been evolving rapidly since they appeared. The kid who helped with making him sentient was a doll master. She used weapon-wielding dolls to attack people and eventually learned how to make the dolls sentient." "Can we please not talk about her?" "It was Ragdoll." Izuku gave her a raised eyebrow, but it must have been bad as even Koda shook a bit. "What did she do?" Pixie laughed. It's not what she did that was the problem, it was what the dolls did without her. What? Tiger answered while cooking. When she left the dolls alone or went to sleep, they would patrol the halls and around the building. Ragdoll woke up in the middle of night and had her soul scared out of her by a doll who appeared out of the shadows, wielding a knife. Pixie laughed loudly. You should have heard the scream. She woke nearly everyone into a battle-ready stance. Aizawa was so mad. Totally worth it. There was a thud under the table and Pixie made a face. You laugh, but the kid who could age people or objects nearly scared you into a coma. She let out a stressed laugh. Hey now, no reason to twist the knife. Izuku let out a light chuckle. When do you plan to go back on missions? Mandalay decides that, I think she said something about next week. Why? I would really like to spar against either you or Tiger at least twice. Before then. Tiger grunted at him, after breakfast, and if you aren't knocked out, right before dinner. Great. Sparring complete. You have gained the following. +2 assert, +1 con, +1 dex, +1 agi, +1 int. 4,000 XP. Really? You couldn't give me 1,000 more XP. Pixie, using her quirk, was carrying him again after Tiger had laid him out. The fight was almost like the first one, but he didn't knock himself this time. Tiger's fighting style was weird and hard to get used to, as he could just inflate or deflate his body however needed. Even if he deflated and stretched out his arms, they still kept their natural strength. Izuku did notice that grabs and throws were his favorites. His judo helped a lot, but Tiger must have been much better than himself as he didn't know any of the maneuvers he was using. Thanks. Pixie smiled at him. No prob. It's nice seeing a student going all out from the start instead of 3 days in. She raised him up and whispered to him, plus you're a useful distraction to keep him from training me. Izuku's sweat dropped. Glad I could be useful. 5 hours later. Level up. You have reached level 20. New mechanics have been unlocked and new choices are able to be made. You have gained the following. 1x perk point, 1x quality point, 5x bonus stat points. I did it. He would have jumped up and cheered, but both of his legs were broken, along with his feet, and both of his arms were flat against the ground in weird angles. He did let out a cry of victory though, which considering his bruised neck and the massive amount of damage to his chest, came out sounding like a small animal crying victoriously. Pixie had hurried over to him, worry on her face. Are you okay? He started crying, he didn't care. You okay? Tomo check him over. A brief second filled with the sound of crying passed. Besides his obvious injuries, he's fine. Pixie take him to the house. He was picked up, still crying, and as they got closer to the house he calmed to a sniffle. Pixie had laid him down on the couch, and with everyone surrounding him. Mandalay asked, You done? Yeah, I'm good. Pixie loudly stated, Don't do that to me, I thought I seriously hurt you. Ragdoll laughed. Was funny though. Enough, let him heal up. After that your explaining got it. He nodded. All right then, Tomo and I will cook tonight. Izuku, when you're good to go, get cleaned up. Everyone left him on the couch, and with past experience, had left his hands crossing. Casting emergency aid on one of his arms, he began healing himself. Roughly 10 minutes later, he was able to sit up and start going through his menus. Hands are shaking pretty badly, must have been excitement. He didn't know what emotions gamers mind blocked, and pinned that to the to-do list. Selecting quirks, and scrolling down to the bottom. The tests were highlighted. Do you wish to unlock this quirk? The following will happen if you decide to. Player level will revert to 1. Lose all progress on all skills, spells and quirks. You will not be able to earn bonus stat points, perk points, or quality points until you repay your XP debt. Do you wish to proceed? Yes or no? Note, the gamer suggests lying down and to have no plans for a day before selecting yes. That's not ominous. Maybe I should do it after dinner and tell them I won't be able to do anything for the next day. Nodding to himself, he got up after his legs healed and went to wash up. An hour later, using the messaging system that comes with Gamer, he sent a message to Siren. Just reached 20, says I'll be out of commission for a day. Any clue why or what will happen? None. Mom and us had quirks naturally, maybe it's from the fact it's going to rewrite your genetic code? That didn't sound fun. Maybe. I'll message you once it's done. Good luck. Don't die or do anything too stupid. Tell Aki I said hi. Will do. With that out of the way, he made his way down to dinner. He didn't normally eat as it wasn't needed, but not knowing what was about to happen, he sat down and ate. Okay, Izuku, do you want to explain what that was? Everyone looked at him. Feeling the eyes on him, he answered, I reached a certain point physically and mentally that will allow me to unlock a new part of me. I just got too emotional and overloaded, I guess. I'm sorry. Ragdoll reached over and patted his back slightly rough. It's all right, Zuku. You just scared Pixie, nothing bad happened. She finished with a snicker. Hey, it's not funny. She made a smug face at Pixie. You get scared by lots of stuff though. Do not. Do not. Yup. Enough. Finish eating, and if you still want to argue, then battle outside. Tiger apparently had enough of that. If you want to see her turn white, leave her birth date on a piece of paper taped to the calendar. She starts freaking out, it's pretty funny. Izuku forced himself not to snicker out loud, but he saw Mandalay had a grin on her face and couldn't keep from smiling. Hey, what did she say? Pixie pointed her chopsticks at him with it. Nothing. She just called you two kids. Lying leveled up. Avial, 1 to 2. Lies have a 2% chance of success. Pixie whined at Mandalay, who kept her smile. Prove me wrong. Shino. Stop whining, eat. After dinner, Izuku helped with dishes and spoke to Mandalay. I'm going to be out of commission for the next day till about now. It's part of the process of unlocking a new part of me. Will you need anything? I don't know honestly. This is the first and hopefully only time I'll have to do this. We'll leave you be then, come find one of us once it's done. You'll be expected to finish cleaning though. Yes, ma'am. Finishing up and stretching, she waved to him as she walked outside. See you tomorrow, Izuku. Cleaning off his own hands, he quickly made his way to the bedroom. Sitting on the bed, he reopened the quirk menu and scrolled down. Do you wish to proceed? Yes or no? Selecting yes, a new box appeared along with several notifications. Gamer's body and gamer's mind have been temporarily disabled. Stats temporarily reduced to genetic rewrite in progress. 100. What? As soon as he finished reading, pain flared through his entire body. From his head to the tips of his toes, it felt like fire and acid were coursing through his veins. He could feel himself wanting to cry out in pain, but his throat and lungs revolted against doing anything. It was when he attempted to lay down that his body spazzed, and the feeling of his muscle tearing themselves apart forced him on his back in an awkward, uncomfortable position. This is going to SCK. He passed out. So much red, it was overwhelming. She wasn't prepared for it. As fast as it came, it was replaced with a flash of blue and then disappeared. Shakily picking herself up off the ground, she collected her thoughts and immediately ran back toward the house. The only person in the house right now was Izuku. She didn't know what his plan was, but she knew it wasn't anger that brought this red. Massive amounts of pain could bring red too, and he said he'd be out of commission. 2 + 2 = 4, it was rather easy to put together. Crashing through the door, it flew open to reveal an unconscious Izuku lying awkwardly against his bed. Checking his pulse, she found it rapid but still there, which was good. His skin was red, like he had a rash covering his entire body, and he was sweating profusely. She laid him down properly, ran to the kitchen to grab a towel and bucket of cold water. Izuku needs help. Tomo, get here fast. Tomo was the resident healer, and with Ryu being able to make almost anything, they could handle almost any situation that arose. Making her way back to Izuku, she put a damp cloth over his forehead and waited. Yellow. Ryu and Tomo, followed by Tiger, came rushing in a little bit later. Ryu spoke first. What happened? Before she could answer, Tomo started listing off problems. He's running a really high fever, all of his nerves are going haywire, his muscles are spazzing, and he has something going on with his brain. Ryu whistled. She still gave blue. DMN. It's all or nothing for this kid, ain't it? Tiger grunted. How did this start? I don't know, he just said he'd be out of commission for a day. I don't think there's much I can do. The most we can do is make him comfortable. He knew this would happen obviously, so I say trust him. Tomo picked up the water bowl and went to refill it. She looked down at Izuku. His face twitched in pain every so often. Kid, you seriously need to work on your timing. Did he seriously have to do this when they were watching him? Izuku awoke to his body sore, itchy, and chafed. All in all, he felt uncomfortable and dried out. Need something to drink. Turning his head was assaulted by a headache that flared, making it feel like his head was splitting down the middle. He kept himself from crying out and turned his head back. Laying there, he looked at his HUD and looked at the time. 8, another hour to go, I guess. As the thought finished, his door was kicked in by Pixie, followed by Ragdoll. Kid. He tried to smile, but it apparently wasn't reassuring as Ragdoll frowned. Hi. How did you know I was awake? Ragdoll sensed your sharp pain. Ragdoll walked up to him, picking up a glass of water and helped him drink. Taking a few sips, she put it back down and started poking him. What are you doing? You're hurt. She smiled at him and it slowly started becoming creepy. I'm trying to figure out what needs help first. Every poke felt like a stab and his head was still splitting. It stopped when Pixie threw Ragdoll away behind her. Don't mind her. What happened to you? Your body has been writhing and sweating for the last day. We almost called your mom and UA staff, but Shino told us not to. Parts of my quirk turned off in order to rewrite my body. Ragdoll got back into his face. That explains so much. Can you do that on call? It would make you such a great guinea pig. Pixie threw her away again. No experiments. She looked at him. How much longer is this going to take? About an hour. You feeling okay? Was thirsty, and I have a massive headache, but good otherwise. She smiled and knelt down next to him. So, how did you get Mandalay to like you? Izuku just stared at her. What? She flicked his nose, causing a sharp pain. Don't play dumb, now tell me. I don't know what you mean. Before she could flick him again, Ragdoll threw Pixie out the door. Don't hurt my patient. She might have been the least combative of the pussycats, but Ragdoll was trained just like any of them. He heard Pixie land and watched as she charged at Ragdoll with a smile. They ended up rolling around and pinning each other's arms and legs. This continued for a minute before Tiger's massive form blocked the light coming from the main room. He grinned as he saw him awake, and looked at the girls, who stopped to stare at him. Let's go train. While he couldn't see their faces, he could imagine them paling. They made a mad dash for the door and tried to slip past him but were easily caught. Izuku kept from laughing but smiled as they fought against Tiger's grip. Glad to see you're okay, kid. Get better soon so we can train again. Izuku smiled at him and nodded. A minute after they left, Mandalay walked in with some food. Can you eat? Izuku was about to answer but his stomach did it for him. Got to get used to Gamer's body apparently. Looking at his condition menu, he answered, No, it hurts too much to move. She made a face. Well, I'm not feeding you. Get better soon. The food will be warm by the time you get better. She walked out and left Izuku to himself. Wonder if I can cast spells. Healer's Respite, the spell encased him, but he received a prompt. Do you wish to cancel the genetic rewrite process? Nope. The prompt went away, thing. Sighing to himself, he used thought to go through random menus. Int, or intelligence, is the manifestation of your ability to learn and create new ideas. This stat helps with the effects of spells and the effectiveness of certain skills. Increasing this stat helps with general easiness in life, and makes skills perform generally easier. Written in margin of page. Most spells require int, always worth increasing. Emitter quirks also tend to use mana. Genetic rewrite complete. Gamer's body enabled. Gamer's mind enabled. You are currently in an XP debt. You currently owe 503,000 XP. Until this is paid, no XP may be earned and new levels cannot be reached. Your stats have been restored to their previous values, but please note you will not gain bonus stat points from training until the debt is paid back. New quirk permanently added. Heliokinesis LVL 1, Born, Uter quirk. You are a star in the dark, a beacon of light and a force of cosmic power. Are you a descendant of Amaterasu or a new freak of nature? Powers manifested. Gyrokinesis. Pyrokinesis. Your born quirk is unlike any other quirk you have or will have access to. As you now have access to it, you have unlocked a new upgrade menu. Say Heliokinesis upgrades to learn more. Oh my. Are you okay? We're on our way. He was fine, but the last tick of percent hurt a lot. The pain instantly went away once both Gamer's body and mind activated again. But holy, Dad's and Mom's quirks combined, and they made something ridiculous. He had no idea what he was capable of, but he was more than ready to explore the possibilities. There was a knock on the door. Come in. The door opened, letting Mandalay and Ragdoll through. Ragdoll says you had a sharp pain and everything went away all at once. I guess your powers are back. He nodded and smiled. Yup. Ragdoll smiled and tilted her head. What did you get? Something called heliokinesis, pretty much gravity and fire in one. Cool. Any limitations on it? Shaking his head. No, just need to use them a lot like my super strength and quirk borrowing. She smirked. Get ready then, kid. You have to get it to a usable point to use it effectively. Ragdoll cheered. Time to train. Oh no. Lots of blue. Why are you worried? It's not like you can get tired. Oh yeah. Let's do this. Kid, this is kind of sad. Reminds me of a toddler first using its powers. Tiger was really laying it on thick, but she couldn't deny he was right. It was kind sad to see a kid who can level one of Pixie's golems to rubble in a single hit, and could wield lightning, doing almost squat with a new power. His fire barely lasted a second before going out, and his telekinesis could barely pick up a pebble. Blue. Looking over at Ragdoll, she took in the look of worry. He okay? Yes and no. Physically he's almost perfect, but every time he uses his fire, his body slowly unravels molecularly. It's kind of like burning away a log. His telekinesis is draining his reserves pretty rapidly. He might get knocked out here soon. Can you tell at what rate? She made a motion with her hand. 50. It seems to depend on the amount of fire and the strength. His gravity is a bit harder. He would have a better understanding of that one. My mana is dropping like a stone. He could feel the headache building as the small pebbles slowly moved toward him. From what he could tell, gyrokinesis didn't allow him to repel objects, just attract them. He could also cause them to circle around him, but that was more draining than bringing stuff to him. He stopped as soon as his mana hit the 300s and the pebbles he was controlling dropped. Properties of heliokinesis have leveled up. Open heliokinesis upgrades to view more. That reminded him he needed to check out that menu. Mandalay and Ragdoll had dragged him out to train immediately and didn't give him a chance to check. You done for now, kid? He nodded at Tiger and sat down on the ground. Yeah, my mental pool is almost out and I feel kind of funny when I use my fire now. You're slowly burning like a log in a fire. He looked at Mandalay with a raised eyebrow. She shrugged at him. Ragdoll has been monitoring you since you started. So I'll wither away if I use it for too long and too much. He looked at his hands and quietly talked to himself. That's not terrifying at all. You just need to learn to harness it and control your output. Tiger kneeled next to a tiny scorch mark made by one of the flickers of fire he made. Can you tell at what rate you're burning up? Let me check. Using thought, he opened up the new menu. Quirk menu. Here you can view and determine statics about your born quirk, along with any others, and find ways to gain new upgrades. Gamer will provide very little information about your quirk, but will assist you in small ways to improve it. Your quirk is for you to explore. Heliokinesis. Default. Transfer. Gamer. Selecting heliokinesis, a new window popped up. I'll have to check the other windows later. Select from the following menu. Powers. Powers. Pyrokinesis LVL. 3 XP. 32%. Create and control fire. Damage. Unknown. Size. Unknown. Not much help. According to Ragdoll, I'm burning away like a log in a fire. My body feels like it is wilting somewhat. Taking a peek at his HP gauge, it hadn't gone down, but his max HP number had gone down quite a bit. So keeping an eye on his HP was top priority in a fight. A cost of your pyrokinesis has been discovered. Well, it's my HP. From what I can tell, it uses a small percentage of my health. The amount of health used goes down if I make the flame smaller than the max I can use. Tiger grinned. Mandalay? She grinned. I can work with that, I'll special order the stuff tomorrow. Get some rest and reset your health to max. You're going to have a hard day tomorrow, maybe? Pixie yawned and walked back in after giving him a grin. Ragdoll was writing stuff in a notebook, and Tiger, after helping him up, walked inside with a stretch. Mandalay walked off to the dorm area with her phone out and proceeded to place an order for something. Guess I'm on my own. He continued to go through the power menu. Gyrokinesis LVL, 5 XP, 12%. Plus, the ability to attract objects and create your own gravitational pull. Max weight, unknown. Max speed, unknown. Max objects, unknown. Dang, no more help than the last one. Shaking himself of the annoyed thoughts, he opened his moves menu. Pyrokinesis moves. Pyrokinesis. Firebolt, summon and control ball of fire. Gyrokinesis. Gravity pull, cause an object to come to you. Orbit, cause objects to orbit around you. At least I don't have to remember every move I'll ever do. Closing that menu, he opened the hints menu. Heliokinesis hints, only 5 hints will be displayed at a time. What? That's not ominous. He'd have to think on the hints, none of them rang a bell right now, and he was pretty sure he could ask Aki and say once he got a chance. Closing all the menus, he made his way to the house and started to think of a hero name. The next day. What about Sun Shaper? Makes it sound like he can literally shape the sun, doesn't make sense. Sun. Pixie received a smack from Ragdoll for that one. Star Bright. Do you want him to look like a magical girl? 3 of the 4 pussycats looked at him, causing him to blush slightly. There was no way he could do it. Nah, his muscles would make frills look weird. He had asked them to help with naming and they more than eagerly accepted the task. Most of the names he didn't agree with, a few had potential, but the majority of them had just been bad puns from Pixie. Tiger had pulled out his cell phone and started browsing the internet for names. He had yet to say a name out loud, so Izuku was hopeful. What about just Sunlight? Pixie groaned, not cool enough, also it sounds a bit girly. Solar Flare? That sounds like a signature move, not a name. Ragdoll whined, I can't think of anything else. She slumped forward into her knees. Pixie patted her back sympathetically. How did you guys get your names? Asked Izuku. An image of 4 young people who dressed more flashy appeared in his mind. We formed our team before choosing our names. So when we had to think of them, we just chose breeds of cats. Pixie held up a peace sign and her tongue out. Yep. We weren't very imaginative. Izuku deadpanned, wish I knew that beforehand. He got smacked on the back of his head by Mandalay. Watch it, Buster. We're still in charge of you. Ragdoll snickered, so mean. Mandalay sent her a glare, and the snickering stopped. Tiger got up, patted himself off, and beckoned for Izuku to follow. As he did so, the rest of the team followed. Tiger, did you have any ideas? Tiger looked at him and shrugged. No, I'm not one for names. Take my quirk. Mandalay poked him, and Izuku obliged. Quirk transferred. Yeah. Don't ask Tiger about names. Something happened a few years ago that ruined the experience for him. Oh, okay. Did you figure out the cost of your gravity? No. I just know it cost a tiny bit of my mental pool, and the smaller the item, the less of the pool it cost. Think you can pick up a couple of candles? Candles? If they were small enough, yeah. Why? That's what we're going to be doing. What? Don't worry about it. You do fine. Quirk expired. They made it out the house and into a part of the clearing away from any wooden structure. Tiger picked him up by the scruff of the shirt and set him down in the middle of a metal ring. The ring is for later, don't worry about it. For now, pick up these candles. He, along with Pixie, spread out multiple small candles, which, judging by the color, were birthday candles. Now pick them up. Calling on his quirk, which felt like an invisible wind, he aimed for the candles. They were extremely light and were being pulled toward him. Make them circle you. Causing them to orbit was harder, but manageable if he aimed the wind correctly. They slowly stopped and began to circle him. Now light them all at once, then snuff them out. Repeat that until you can't. Alrighty then. When he used his fire, it felt like a ball of fire was building inside of him, like a mini-sun. Whenever he used the fire though, it would diminish the size of it by a fraction. It made him feel warm and gave him the sensation of laying in an open field taking in the sun. Calling out small ball of fire, he sent each out to a candle. Good. Now extinguish then and do it again and again and again. Sure. The exercise continued for about a half hour when he was almost out of mana. As soon as it hit the 100s he was about to stop when Tiger, from behind, yelled, "Keep going till you hit 0 and go beyond that." Wait, that's their plan. While he couldn't fault them for it, he knew he couldn't do that. Going past 0 health would kill him, and if he ran out of mana, he'd end up like Aki toward the end of the night fight. You guys, I can't go past a certain point in my mental pool. My health is also getting super low. No back talking. Tiger made him jump. Just do what we say. Yes, sir. Izuku shut up and kept the candles lit and floating. He watched as his mana hit the 30s and had a single thought. This is going to hurt. He shut his eyes and braced for the pain. Aki seemed like her head split in two, so it can't be much worse than the genetic rewrite at the start, right? What the? Peeking open an eye, a new box appeared. New quality has been added. You are a hero through and through. Fight to the very end, never giving up a fight for the ones who can't defend themselves. Trade your highest gauge in place of your normal core costs. This can be very dangerous. You have been warned. Whoa. His mana was locked at 1 and his HP was nearing the 100s now. His stamina was at a decent level but was ticking steadily downward. Maybe I should stop. Tiger, a lot quieter than normal. Go ahead and stop, kid. Your body is almost to the point you're ready to crumble with a flick and your synapses are going hyperspeed or not going off at all. That did it. He let the fires extinguish and the candles fall. What do you mean crumble? He turned to the girls. Don't worry, Izuku. It was ragdoll. You'll be fine after you rest. I know that. I could have died if I wasn't paying attention though. Pixie jumped in front of him. Kid, do you honestly think we wouldn't have stopped you? As she was about to flick his nose, Ragdoll pounced. No flicking. They were both sent flying away from him in a jumble of limbs. Well, Ragdoll likes you. He smiled and scratched his cheek, I guess. Wait. He just realized he'd never used observe on any of them. Turning to Mandalay, who was giving him a weird look, he tried it. Name, Shino Sosaki. Hero name, Mandalay. Age 30. Level? Note, you have no surprise there. Looking over at Tiger and Pixie, he repeated it and got the same result. Name, Ryuko Tsuchikawa. Hero name, Pixie Bob. Age 30. Level? Name, Yuara Chatara. Hero name, Tiger. Age 30. Level? It was Ragdoll that gave him some actual information. Name, Tomoko Shiratoko. Hero name, Ragdoll. Age 30. Level, 28. Quirks, search, feet, mana, stamina, STR, 197. Con, 143. Dex, 213. Agi, 256. Int, 276. Wis, 264. Cha, 92. Res, 132. Looking, searching, finding the lost and forgotten. Ragdoll is weaker than me physically, but possesses more mental stats than I do. Siren had told him that the average pro was around the 400s if he remembered correctly. She's much lower than that though. Why are you staring at Ragdoll oozing purple? That scared him out of his thoughts. He turned to her. I just noticed that Ragdoll is not much stronger than me, is she? He took her offered hand and stood up. Ragdoll is trained as a search and rescue pro, not a combat specialist. She can put up a fight against small fries but wouldn't last very long against villains All Might would normally face. That's why we formed a team in the first place. Each one of us has the ability to work in tandem with any one of each other. I need to get more XP. Paying back the deficit was top priority now. Training is worth nothing but XP now to him, so he'd need to maximize his XP profits. I'm going to sleep and regain my strength. Go ahead. Tomorrow we should have time to spar, but we'll need to get ready for hero work again. You'll be training your quirk on your own during that. Sounds good. Good night. He waved at the rest of the team and went to bed. 2 weeks later. Akito, so can I know what quirk you got? I know you want to surprise Sei, but I want to hold it over her, please. Izuku, help me with leveling spells and quirks? Akito only has to ask. Smiley face. Izuku, it's called heliokinesis. Fire and gravity as far as I can tell. Akito, that's ridiculous. Right? Doesn't your mom have super weak telekinesis? What was your dad's quirk? Izuku, he could breathe fire. I think my mom's quirk is super weak because she never trained it. As for dad's, I have no clue. Akito, do you know her tier? Izuku, Akito, what tier is Helio? Izuku, Akito, according to mom the only tiers are D, C, B, A, and S. S are rare in the first place, as they require a precise genetic combination. Transference was born from the combination of a book copy quirk and a mimicry quirk. Izuku, so what does it mean that Helio is a U? Akito, no clue. Smiley face. Izuku, would your sis know? Akito, maybe? If I asked her she would probably have a guess. Can I tell her? Izuku, go ahead. Akito, Kage. Izuku, any tips for training? Akito, spells are easy. What's the cost of your quirk? Izuku, HP and mana. Akito, HP is a bit harder but mana is easy. Do you know how to meditate? Izuku was currently sitting in the middle of a floating metal ring with a handful of candles. The flames were going, but instead of extinguishing them, he was flaring them. With every inhale the flames grew and every exhale diminished them. His mana was going down a lot slower thanks to meditate. Akito had explained how to do it via messaging and told him to practice the skill in conjunction with casting spells or using gravity. Opening his eyes, he read the pop-up. Skill maxed. Meditation has reached max level and now provides an added bonus. Meditation LVL, 10 max. Calming your mind and concentrating on tranquility, you are able to take a small step toward enlightenment, while still provides a 250% increase to your mana regen. Max bonus increases max mana by 50%. That's good. He looked at his gauges. Mana, stamina, not too shabby. He lowered the ring and candles, letting the fires go out. He had asked Aki about her quality loss chapter, but she was playing coy and dodging the question. He had asked Sei, but she said Aki had always dodged the question. Apparently she had gotten it during an expedition with their mom. So that was out. But he was more than happy with the results of her version of training. Most of his spells had reached LVL 10 or higher, and his quirk had reached LVL 6 with pyrokinesis and LVL 10 with gyrokinesis. While he could still barely control his quirk better than an elementary student, he was making pretty decent progress toward catching up with students his own age. Speaking of, today was the day he was supposed to head back to the city for the weekend, and Mandalay was late. Guess this is a habit of hers. Walking back toward the house, he decided to watch TV while waiting. Koda, every single time they were alone, ignored him and disappeared into the forest. He had panicked one day when Koda didn't return at nightfall and tracked him to a cave, where he found a small campsite set up. Clearly Koda didn't like to be near him, and Izuku wasn't told to do anything about it, so out of respect for the kid, he left him alone. He had asked Mandalay about Koda, and was told about the kid's parents dying to save civilians from a mass murderer. Izuku hadn't lost a parent or anyone close to him in such a way, so he had no idea what the kid was going through. Distracting himself, he turned the channel to a news network. They were doing piece on the top 10 heroes of Japan. They were going over each of the heroes' heroics since the last special. All Mights were still mysterious and super quick as they had been in the last few years. Knowing about his limit made it all make so much more sense. Most theories on his quick fights lead to the simple fact that he was off doing other hero work that didn't reach the media. The amount of chaos he could create if he could tell the truth would flip hero nerds, like himself, on their heads. This made him chuckle to himself. Red with black streaks, dark thought? Turning to the front door, Mandalay walked in, still in her hero outfit. He smiled at her, just a joke. She smirked at him, didn't take you for a dark humor type. Mind telling me the joke? I'm not and I can't. Sorry. She shrugged. You ready? Nodding, he switched off the TV and picked up his bag. Ready. Know where Kota is? We have to take him with us. He tried to think. Last I saw him he disappeared into the woods, probably to his small campsite. I'll shout for him. A quick second passed as she said, he should be making his way here now. Has your training gone? Pretty good, I easily pick the ring up, but if I'm not meditating it gets a lot harder. By Monday, we should have a few more things for you to do. Mind showing me how your other quirks are coming along? She looked at him with a mad gleam in her eye. Like spar? She smirked. If you can call you losing a spar, then sure. Kota walked through the woods, back toward their house. His crazy aunt and the idiot were waiting for him. The older idiot wasn't all that bad. He didn't dote on him like his aunts or anyone else that heard about his parents. He made a pretty decent katsudon and didn't try to be overly nice. As he broke the brush close to the house he heard the sound of fire and lightning going off. Another spar. Aren't we late? Don't worry, I'm almost done with him. His aunt, from what he could keep up with, was fighting with a smile and treating the idiot like what he was. After dodging a spear made of ice flung at her, she dropped to all fours and pulled his legs out from under him. She then pinned down his arms and legs. I win. The idiot sighed. How are you dodging my attacks so easily? Easy. You're predictable. She blew a raspberry at him and stood up. After standing up himself, how does one become unpredictable? She must have said something via quirks cause he made a face and looked at his hands. Can we go now? His aunt turned to look at him. Yup. You know he won't notice, right? Says who? Says anyone that's seen the way he looks at you. He sees you as a little sister. I'll have to change his image of me then. Say snorted, good luck. Izuku has access to every detail of person at his fingertips, but he's still dense as a rock. A pillow was flung at her head. Don't be mean. It's not like he has a manual on how to use the quirk. But he's too dense to realize he could ask us anything. She was about to make a retort when she realized she was right. Instead she huffed and turned back to the mirror. Applying the last bit of eyeliner, she received a prompt. Skill leveled up. Disguise, makeup, LVL, 49 to 50. Gain plus 50% to Cha and all Cha-based skills. For reaching a milestone in a skill, you have received the following. Mask of Many LVL, 1 affinity, 20%. Grants the ability to switch between makeup at the snap of your fingers. Max Mask, cooldown, 1 hour. She let out a small cheer. Finally. She nodded. Only took a month of non-stop grinding. Say laughed. Month not well spent then. You could have been training your combat skills, but no, catching someone's eye is more important. Don't you want to get into a combat school? Sighing she answered, yes. Can't answer a question with a question. Yes or no? I do, but Mom didn't go to one, so why does it matter? Dad. Besides his threat? Say thought for a second. Because you'd finish what Mom wanted in the first place? She didn't want to be a vigilante but needed to be. She crossed her arms. Why is it up to me? You're her daughter too. Her sister smirked. Because this dimension can't contain me, and I refuse to be tied down. Only takes the right guy. She groaned. Don't use Mom's words. Sticking her tongue out at her sister. She's right though, you haven't really tried to make friends or meet people since Mom taught you how to travel. Her older sister whined. Hey, I have met people. Raising an eyebrow. Do any of them know you're a dimension-hopping vagabond? No. Do you even know what that word means? Could you call any of them friends? People that you can rely on. I have made friends, sis. Any yes, I know a few I could. People Mom didn't introduce you to? Sei stopped mid-sentence. Thought so. Sei was about to say something. Izuku doesn't count, Mom told us about him. Neither do the triplets, they were Mom's friends' kids. She slumped into her chair. Fine. What do you suggest, oh great sage of makeup? Don't dimension hop for a month, and go to school for once. You always leave for months at a time in between classes. Her older sister actually started pouting at her, but all the people at school are lame. Ask Dad to transfer schools? I'm pretty sure that nice policeman would help if we asked. I'll see. Sei looked at her phone. He's late by the way. Should we message him? Shaking her head, no, he said he would message when he got to the meeting point. It's not like we'll be late anyway. She groaned again. Why do you have to be so mature? One of us has to be. She turned back to her vanity. Why do you act so much younger when you're around Izuku anyway? I'm pretty sure that doesn't help with your image. She couldn't suppress the annoyance at herself and accidentally squeezed the tube of lip gloss she was applying. DMN it. Swear jar. As she cleaned up the giant glob of opaque strawberry-flavored lip gloss off her lip, she answered, I can't help it, Mom and Dad always treated me like I was older. When Mom died though, Dad started treating me like a kid again. I don't mind it because look at me. She gestured to herself. I look like a 6-year-old, but gets on my nerves when he treats me like I'm fragile. Sei nodded. I've seen you forcing yourself to calm down around him. That still doesn't answer the question though. She waved her hand. I was getting to that. You treat me like an equal, which I love, but Izuku just treats me like someone his own age and sees me as a peer. It makes me giddy and I can't help it. Aw, the little sister is in love. Akito couldn't help the blush that formed on her cheeks and tried to bury it in fake anger. Shut up. She tossed another pillow aided by a spell. Sei dodged out of the way, and the pillow plowed into the chair, sending it flying backward. It scrapped against the floor and crashed into the wall with a bang. Girls. What was that? It was their father. Sei is being mean. She used a spell in the house. Sei, leave your sister alone. Akito use another spell and I'm leaving word to watch over you for the next week. Fine. Their father's shadow was a manifestation of his will and had its own consciousness. And unlike father who acted like a man-child when it suited him, Werg was goody two-shoes and acted a super strict parent. It's Izuku. He says they're almost there. She couldn't help the bounce. Are you ready? Siren threw on her oversized black t-shirt, which was in stark contrast against her frilly sundress. Let's get your man. She tossed another pillow, unpowered. Don't call him that. Fine. She opened a portal. I'll call him that after you win him. Over. Akito sighed. Whatever. So who are the people picking you up? They're friends that I met because of their mom. Your mom's friend? He shook his head. No, it was a lady I met a few years ago, but didn't know anything about until recently. She died in a fight against a villain. He saw her glance in the back seat, probably checking your make sure Kodo was still asleep. Hero, I assume? Nope. Vigilante, you probably saw the news about Absorbent Girl dying. I did. You knew her? Not really. Just in passing. Why do you know her kids then? She said something to me a long time ago and I was wondering if they knew what it meant. They didn't, but we kept in touch and eventually just hung out a lot. That's neat. Meeting friends in weird ways usually means they last for a long time. In the calm silence that followed, Izuku sent a message to the girls and listened to the music that played over the radio. In about 4 minutes they made it outside UA and were greeted by All Might in his skinny form and Nizu sitting on his shoulder. Who's the walking skeleton? Izuku snorted. He's All Might's manager. She whistled both mentally and verbally. It made for a weird feeling. Demon Kid, I knew you were important when Nizu called me, but All Might is backing you? He's the one that introduced me to Nizu. He also helped me discover my quirk in the first place. You are one lucky kid. The car was stopped and Izuku got out to greet his teacher. Izuku my boy, how has it been? You learn a bit. Izuku nodded, amazingly actually. I got a new quirk. All Might's eyebrows raised, the one you said was locked? Izuku nodded again with a large smile. That's amazing. All Might's involuntarily poofed into muscle form without thinking. Holy sheet. Language, Mrs. Sosaki. All Might went completely still, while Izuku face-bombed. He needs to work on that. Maybe we should have a seat. Nizu patted All Might on the head. All Might went back to his skeleton form, and just turned around back to the school and walked in. Come along and don't forget the kid. Mandalay rushed back to the car and woke up Koda, who had started to stir after his aunt's loud mental shout. What's? Izuku is going to look after you for a while. Do you mind walking him around? The question was aimed at him. Sure. Great. She handed Koda to him, who was slightly shocked and just watched his aunt walk into the main building. It only took a second for Koda to squirm out of Izuku's hands. What happened? He looked at him expectantly. Izuku tried to come up with a decent excuse but was saved by a portal opening up. What he didn't see was the second portal opening above him. While his Esther was pretty decent, it didn't help him holding 70 pounds of weight with his head, thus he was sent to the ground. Hi Aki. The girl landed on all four on top of him, beamed a smile at him. Hello, Izuku. Can I get up? K. She did a small roll and popped up onto her feet. Izuku stood himself up and looked at the sisters. Sei was dressed like she didn't want to leave home, while Aki was wearing a dress that was probably not ideal given how windy it was today. Who are you two? Siren leaned forward toward Koda. Friends. Who are you? She squinted her eyes, going for an intimidating presence. Koda. He held his ground with a glare. And just like that, Siren stopped her own glare. Siren, or you can call Sei. Akito hopped up next to her sister. Akito? Hydrokinesis, huh? That's not super common. Koda's eyes widened. How do you know that? Akito grinned and reached out for Koda, but was immediately thrown back by Siren. Aki, it's not okay to borrow people's quirk without permission. She whined into the air. I've never used a water quirk before though. Borrow? The confusion was plastered on Koda's face. Izuku spoke up. She can borrow people's quirks like I can, but at a much higher level. Koda immediately took a step back, glaring daggers at Akito, who was standing up. Stay away from me, you creep. Problem child, what are you doing here still? What's Mandalay's nephew doing here? Eraserhead turned to the girls. Who are you two? Akito bowed. My name is Akito. I'm a friend of Izuku's. Sei bowed as well, albeit a little bit more loosely. Siren. I helped train Izuku. Eraser stared at them for a second before turning to Izuku. Did you at least learn something? Yes, sir. Good. He turned toward the main building and walked away. He seems nice. Izuku raised an eyebrow at Siren. What? You call that nice? He didn't yell at you or treat you like a bug, did he? That's nice. I guess. Akito bounces up to him. Can we see your quirk? Her eyes shone with an unnatural light. What's up with your eyes? She seemed offended for a second, before she realized, oh, Sei and I went on vacation. We found a really cool crystal that gave off this weird light. I absorbed some of the energy and it's making my eyes glow. Izuku smiled with excitement. Where did you go? Did the crystal give you anything else? No clue. There were weird people speaking in a super weird language, and they all went to this massive tower. Okay kids, calm down. Quirk first, and then when we have time we'll tell you about our vacation. Izuku, where's the gym? Izuku shrunk in on himself a bit. His excitement still got out of control occasionally. I don't think we can use it. Principal Nizu said it was only open on Sunday. We can at least check. I guess. Sis, you see it right? Akito nodded her head. What do you think it means? I honestly don't know. We need to talk to him about it though. Should we? She looked at Aki with a raised eyebrow. I mean, he already has so much on his plate. Do we really want to add even more onto it? She thought about it for a second. It wouldn't be right to hide it from him, but should we add even more onto him? She looked at his stats again. Name, Izuku Midoriya. Age, 14. Level, 21. Click to expand. While his stats had jumped up a bit, they weren't much higher than last time. The issue was the warning message at the bottom. Coming from the ranks of Amaterasu, Apollo, and Arit. A new cosmic power has been born. Beware all who cross their path into divinity. Even Mom's warning message wasn't as ominous. A being of great potential and destruction is not easily controlled. Fear their wrath and hate. They still hadn't found out who killed Mom, but anyone able to take her down was a scary person to mess with. Hide it for now until everything settles down. Aki nodded. Her head, we'll tell him once he finishes his first year of school. Wis, or wisdom, is the numerical representation of your ability to determine the outcome of situations. This stat also assists with the duration of spells, and provides a significant portion of your mana bar. While increasing wisdom will not make your decision-making faster or easier, it will assist with your confidence in said decision. Your mana pool is determined by the following. Int x5 plus Wis x10. Written on the page, in a confusing mess of English and Japanese. If you decide to use spells, Wis will help you more than any other stat. Besides, in playing chess was the easiest way to level my Wis in the early days. They had gone through the nearby campus and made it to the gym, but it was occupied by students. After nearly making it to a nearby gym, a call was sent out to him and Koda. It was from Mandalay looking for them. They made it back to find a skinny All Might, Mandalay, and Nizu waiting for them. Nizu smiled as he saw them. I don't believe I've met either of you. My name is Nizu. Akito bowed, along with say, nice to meet you, sir. My name is Akito and this is my sister Siren. We helped train Izuku before he came to you. He chuckled a bit. Always nice to meet a fellow educator. Are either of you interested in teaching in the future? Nope. Akito smiled. Sei doesn't want to be tied down, and I want to be a hero. Teaching would be fun though. She looked over at Koda, who raised an eyebrow at her. I'll think about it. I still have a while before I get into hero school. How old is she? Izuku looked at Mandalay, and held up 6 fingers secretly. She doesn't seem only 6. Is that her quirk? Izuku shook his head and nudged it to say. Older sister has a quirk that messes with learning? Izuku shook his head again. Oh. I hope you come to our school. I look forward to having you in class. Nizu finished with a smile. I want to make it into UA. We'll see. She turned to Izuku. Are you ready to go, Izuku? Awu. Izuku raises an eyebrow at Mandalay, but she just held a smile. Yeah. Let me just get my stuff. He walked back to the car with Mandalay and Koda. As he reached into the car, he was smacked on the back of his head. What was that for? Koda snickered at his pain. He snatched her quirk from the brief touch. For lying to me. It's not like I could tell you the truth about him. She huffed. Couldn't have come up with a better lie at least? That's what All Might said to say. She put her face in her hands. He's going to need so much work. Work. Nizu hired me to train All Might in lying and suppressing emotions. But you're not that good at it. He received another smack. I'll have you know I'm an excellent liar and I suppress my emotions around other people perfectly. Thank you very much. He rubbed the back of his head. Okay, sorry. I've just never seen you like that before. She blushed. Well, I can't act like that all the time. She got into the car. I'll be by Sunday to get you and start All Might's lessons. Have fun this weekend. He waved. Bye. With bags in hand and his mentor waiting for him, he walked back to the small gathering. Nizu spoke to him. Now that the excitement has calmed down, do you mind showing us what your new quirk is? Izuku smiled. I'll be more than happy to. Kid? You going to answer or just continue staring? He looked at All Might with a questioning glance. Wait. Yeah, sorry about that. Izuku chuckled, rubbing the back of his neck. Though where are we going to test it? Aren't all the gyms filled with students right now? Nizu smiled. The gyms are yes, but several of the arenas are open. He turned to Siren. Youngs, do you mind opening a portal at that wall back there? He pointed off in the distance. It's exactly 4,245 meters in that direction with a raised elevation of 2 feet. Siren smiled. You got it, old man. With a snap of her fingers, a portal opened. I can't open a portal to the same dimension, so we'll have to take a very small hop through another dimension. Akito grabbed his arm. Let's go, Izuku. She pulled him through the portal. It led through a serene forest, which vanished instantly as they went through a second portal. The others walked through shortly after them. That is a very useful quirk, young girl. Nizu complimented Sei, who had a slight tinge of pink to her cheeks. Thank you, sir. All Might walked up to him. You ready to show me what you can do? He couldn't help his excitement. Saluting, yes, sir. All Might and Akito laughed. Calm down, kid. Now I can't exactly fight you, so do either of you want to spar against him? The question was aimed at the girls. Akito smiled. I'd love to give it a go. Izuku dodged behind a replica flower shop. This girl would be scary as all hell if she was a villain. She wasn't much stronger since the last time he saw her, but her versatility was something to behold. Come on out, Izuku. A storm of electricity and wind circled her, as she threw fire with her hand. Don't know how I'm supposed to deal with this. He quickly thought through his options. Fire would instantly go out. He couldn't use his gravity, was almost useless without something to back it up. Most of his spells would be batted aside, so that left his only recourse being to take her in melee with one for all. Luckily he didn't loosh on his training. Activating stealth, he crouched and dived behind another building. Not bad. Siren held her chin. Is he using bone? The principal spoke. Seems like it. I honestly didn't think you could use a spell like that, but it will buy him a bit of time. Your sister is a sight to behold, praised All Might. Siren crossed her arms. She better be, she was trained by Mom after all. If you don't mind me asking, do you happen to know what your mother's stats were? She looked at the little fox creature, who sat staring at his screen. Esther, Cha, and Residential were in the 700s. Dex, Agi, and Khan were in the 800s to 850s. Int and Whis were in late 800s, almost. That's according to her. I couldn't see her stats myself. From what Izuku's told us, most people are in the double digits. She nodded as they watched Akito let loose multiple spears of ice. That's correct. Most heroes have higher stats than I do. Heroes who've been at it for more than a year normally have stats high enough that I can't see them. Nizu hummed. Did your mom happen to tell you anyone's stats that were higher than hers? The only one I know for sure is his. She pointed to All Might. All Might raised an eyebrow. He has a Cha stat of over 1,000. She recrossed her arms. It's slightly freakish, honestly, considering he can rearrange weather patterns with a punch. He shouldn't just have a single stat that high. All Might scratched his head and chuckled to himself. Sorry? She huffed and shrugged. Mom said don't think too hard, headaches aren't covered by gamer's body. Nizu laughed. I would have loved to meet this woman. She sounded like fun. All Might spoke up. Izuku is making his move. Using the subspell Reaper's Shadows was an idea that came to him from watching an anime at the WWP's house. It took about 3 days for him to unlock it, but it was well worth the hassle. Reaper's Shadows LVL, 3 XP, 32.45%. Using your own health, create bone copies of yourself. These copies have the same amount of health used to create them, but are only capable of a single attack of your choosing. HP cost, 17% of your current HP. Damage, 30% of your max damage. Duration, 30% of wisdom minutes. It cost him quite a bit of health, but they made excellent distractions, if not a little creepy. One thing he couldn't seem to change were their smiles. They had smiles that stretched ear to ear, if they had ears. Their mouths opened slightly into pure darkness, while the bleached white bone shone in the daylight. With 3 shadows formed, he dashed out from behind the building and had to immediately dodge several lances of ice. Akito was several feet of the ground, being held aloft via a small tornado formed below her. She maintained a shroud of fire that scorched the surrounding terrain. The easiest part of his plan was running toward her. The whole dodging and attack part was being made up on the fly. After dodging the lances, he was forced to dive under a truck as she let an AoE fire spell. His constructs had the skeletal trait and didn't bother with dodging. After the spell ended, he rolled back out and watched as a spear of ice impaled one of his shadows. The ice didn't pierce, it tore through the bone that made it up and sent splinters flying in all directions. He couldn't tell if it went down or not. Akito laughed. "You'll have to teach me that, Izuku." She sent a volley of arrows that blanketed the area. While he had never seen the spell before, he knew to hide and jumped through a nearby window into a building. It was maybe only 5 seconds later that the world was filled with a bright light, and a brief pause later a boom happened. He didn't see what happened, but the resonating boom caused the rest of the windows in the building he was in to shatter. He peeked open an eye. "You have been affected by Righteous Arrow. As you are not an evil or undead creature, this spell deals no damage to you." So she was trying to get rid of the shadows. He quickly made a single shadow and had it hide where he was. He then took off toward the other side of the interior and jumped through an already broken window as silently as possible. "Izuku? I know you're hiding. While I'm proud you leveled your stealth, this is becoming rather annoying." She made herself float a little higher as she headed toward where she last saw him. He sacrificed more HP to create another shadow and left it in his current spot. They didn't need to move or take a hit for his plan, but they had to be completely still in order to not get taken out. He watched as Akito seemed to shimmer and walk through the wall. Great, she's a ghost. Not seeing or hearing any spells or noise coming from the building made him assume the shadow hadn't been found. Using the brief moment she was in the building, he dived behind a car toward her last known location. The instant she shimmered back into view, with her back toward the shadow, he set his plan in motion. He jumped out from behind the car, letting loose 2 spells. The first was Pillars of Hell and the second he let off after a small delay. She brought up an ice shield as anticipated, and he threw out Stinging Rain. As his spell repertoire was limited, he was forced to experiment with combinations of spells. The distraction he just threw out was one of them. The instant the razor-sharp raindrops hit the pillar, they were instantly vaporized, causing steam to surround her ice shield. While he couldn't see through it, he was guessing the instant the ice shield was down, the tornado holding her up would swirl the steam. It'd give him maybe 5 seconds before she dissipated it. He waited until he heard ice crack and commanded his first shadow to jump out and use One for All at her direction. He could say he was expecting it to land, but he'd be lying to himself. He knew for a fact she had a spell that allowed her to see behind herself. Akito whirled around and sent a massive amount of wind that not only neutralized One for All but sent the fog flying away from her. He then told the second shadow to attack with the same premise. This one ended with the same result, but he used it as a distraction to jump via One for All at her. As the wind was sent toward the second shadow, which was starting to crumple away, she seemed to notice him and held up her other hand to cast another spell. While it was terrifying to have a spell about to be cast straight at him, he did something she probably wasn't expecting. He called on his quirk and used gravity to yank her toward him. And as he waited for the brief second for it to take effect, he was greeted by a surprised look on her face. She ended up barreling into him fast enough that she smacked her head on his chest and he was forced to catch her before she fell. She grumbled at him, "That wasn't very nice. Also, I still win." He raised an eyebrow as he landed on his one good foot. "How so?" She pulled herself away, red in the cheeks, and pointed behind him. "That's why." He turned and was greeted by a massive lightning bolt, frozen in midair. "I stopped it the instant I noticed you didn't see it." She smiled and took a step up to him. "I win." He laughed and held his hands up in surrender. "Oh, fine, you win." A portal opened a second later, with All Might and Siren coming through first. Nizu wandered through shortly after looking at his tablet. "That was magnificent to watch you too." All Might smiled at them. "Though I do have to say, I fear what either of you will become in a few years." Akito smiled. "Thank you." Izuku smiled at his mentor and nodded. Siren walked up to him. "You need more spells and harsher training pertaining to spatial awareness." Izuku laughed nervously. "I guess?" He didn't mean to say it as a question, but he couldn't control his nervousness when it came to her training. "We'll work on it next month, I'm busy this weekend. Sounds like a plan. The principal, in his slightly squeaky voice, spoke. I have to say, the power both of you let out was remarkable. He turned to Siren. Would you mind showing me your most powerful spell? She raised an eyebrow. Why? A test. He held his hands and tablet behind his back. What kind of test? She squinted her eyes at him. To see how strong I need to make the next training course. He gestured to the surrounding area. It was like a decent bomb went off and leveled the nearby buildings. Izuku felt embarrassed and noticed Akito was looking at the sky. Sei sighed and nodded. Fine. Is it okay if I add a bit more devastation? Nizu nodded. Why not? She opened another portal and gestured to it. Go back to where we were. Akito pulled his arm. Let's go. You get to see a spell Mom and Sei created together. Her face held excitement and anticipation. All Might and Nizu walked through already. This should be good. He, along with Akito, followed them. Sei sighed and sat cross-legged. It wasn't needed for the spell, but there was no way in hell she was getting a headache for the fluff ball. Using meditation, she started the cast time for the spell. A cast time of 1 minute was almost useless in a normal battle, but one of attrition? The timer was nothing as long as you had the mana to spare in both attack and defense. Her mom came up with the framework of the spell, but after gaining her spell-crafting perk, she fleshed it out. She wasn't able to use it at first, but a year later she caused herself to black out to cast it. Mana capacity reached. Here we go. Color Bomb. A small portal opened about 50 meters in front of her, and after a brief second, it enlarged. It started to pull the surrounding area into itself, ground included. The one problem with the spell was that it didn't care if you cast it or not. With the spell cast, she made her getaway. Siren came flying through a portal into the watchroom and seemed to be slightly dizzy. Akito turned to her sister. No problems? Nope. Just a little dizzy from the mana cost. What exactly did you do? He could admit he was super curious. Sei smirked. Watch. How big will this be? It was Nizu. How big is the arena? Approximately 5 kilometers across in each direction. 1 kilometer circle, centered on the original portal. Nizu sighed to himself. I'll have to see about getting special concrete for Cementos. Izuku turned back to monitors mounted on the walls. The small portal at this point had swallowed a decent chunk of the block and was starting to spin. Akito vibrated as she stood. This is the best part. The portal picked up speed and was starting to spin so fast it looked like it wasn't spinning at all. Then it happened. It erupted into a myriad of colors made from light and dust. Each color seemed to do something different as red set anything it touched into a raging inferno. Green seemed to acid, as he watched a hunk of a building become liquid. Yellow saturated anything it touched, blue caused crystals to erupt from anything it touched, and purple looked to create some type of haze that went everywhere. The most devastating, though, was orange. It caused anything it touched to begin disintegrating. The colors stopped abruptly and froze for a second. Then all hell broke loose as the portal, which began to spin in reverse, the everything back in and spewed it all back out. This happened once more, until it took over the area Sei said it would. The portal then began to fade away and with it the colors disappeared. That was... All Might paused to think of a word. Devastating seems to be fitting. Nizu was replaying the scene over on his tablet. Izuku looked at Sei. What did that cost to make? What's the mana cost? Each color had its own cost. Red was the condensed remains of 100 fire elementals. The cost was 75% of my HP and 90% of my mana. No, I won't be teaching it to you. Izuku turned to look at the screens. The area was completely destroyed and good hunks of the cityscape were just completely gone. Everything outside the area of effect was completely untouched. He could see a lot of problems with the spell and was slightly glad he wouldn't have to consider using it. Are we done for today? Siren turned to Nizu. He nodded. We are. Do you mind taking us back to the main building? She gave a thumbs up as a portal popped open. Akito looked at him. We need to teach you some new spells. Izuku grinned. Really? They walked through the portal. You've been experimenting with spells and while it's worked so far, it could end pretty badly. He tilted his head slightly. What do you mean? Siren cut in. If you try to use a spell in a weird way, like changing what it does, you create a new spell. As you probably don't have spell crafting yet. Akito made an explosion sound and spread her hands apart. Yeah, that. Why an explosion? Casting a spell you don't know is very unlikely, and if you try casting a spell that hasn't been made yet, it will just explode. Why didn't Reaper's Talon explode when I made it into the shadows then? They made it back to the main building. All Might and Nizu were watching them interact as they spoke softly to each other. What do the shadows do exactly? They can run toward an enemy or hide in a single spot and explode after dishing out a single attack. Cost is still health? He nodded. Then it's because you didn't change the nature of the spell. If you were to try and make it explode instead of crumple after attacking, then it would explode in your face. It's the same way Frost Giant's weapon can't be used to shoot shards of ice. You have to create a weapon. Got it? That makes sense. Should I take spell crafting to get rid of the risk though? You don't have to. Akito spoke to him. There's no reason for either of us get spell crafting because Sei has it. All you need to do is tell her the spell you want and she can more than likely make it. Don't go overboard though, because if you ask for something ridiculous, you're helping to collect the costs. That reminds me, what should I spend my perk point on? Children. They turned to look at Nizu. We'll see you Sunday, have a nice weekend. He waved and walked back into the main building. All Might walked up to him with a smile. Don't forget to see your mom. I'm pretty sure she mentioned something about food. But couldn't get hungry, he could feel his stomach grumble. I will. Thank you, sir. All Might returned to the main building as well. Siren opened another portal. Let's go. We'll talk on the way. Hey, what's the largest library you know of? What? I was on the internet and found several stories about people with powers like ours. A lot of them won't work, but one gave me an idea. Sounds fun. Give me a few minutes to find a place. Roughly 10 minutes later, a portal opened in front of his door, and Siren walked out with an old-looking scroll. She raised an eyebrow. What are you doing? He looked down at his table. Alchemy? Well, even if you knew what you were doing, it wouldn't work. She sat down next to him and rearranged a couple of items. Alchemy isn't like what you see in movies and anime. It's a literal equivalent exchange, for example. She took a pinch of sugar from his pile of stuff. You have the chemistry skill, correct? He nodded. Yeah, got it a month ago. Why? Watch. She took his marker and made unintelligible runes on the paper. Alchemy requires you to pay the cost of whatever you try to make. If you try to make water, you need to provide all components for it. She put the sugar on one of the star points. In nature, water was created when hydrogen burned in air. How do you provide the heat to burn hydrogen? Water's the easiest and first alchemical exchange you unlock. She put her hands together and spoke in a language he wasn't able to understand. After a brief second, the star glowed and then died down. Floating above the now burned paper was 3 coin-looking objects. She snatched them out of the air and handed them to him. There isn't a lot of each, but each coin contains the result of the exchange. To answer your question, by the way, magic will normally provide the heat cold. He used observe on the coins. Elemental coin. Contains carbon. This coin can be destroyed to summon the contained amount, or used in other alchemical exchanges. Elemental coin. Contains oxygen. This coin can be destroyed to summon the contained amount, or used in other alchemical exchanges. Elemental coin. Contains pure water. This coin can be destroyed to summon the contained amount, or used in other alchemical exchanges. Go ahead and break the water coin over the bowl. He took the coin and snapped it between his fingers. The coin itself dissolved and from it dropped out a single raindrop. His eyes lit up. Cool, can you teach me that? She shook her head and gave him a sad smile. Sorry, alchemy needs to be taught by someone that's at least level 25 in the parent skill. I never really cared to learn it. Then how did? He trailed off as he realized why she gave him the sad look. Sorry. It's okay. We'll find someone to teach you. She stood up and opened the scroll she had with her. Now I managed to find a massive library, but it's sort of hidden and I don't think we could deal with the guardian. Also, I don't like desserts. He leaned back against his chair. So? She threw the scroll in her pocket. You have a few choices. We can either go to a dimension known for its library and help deal with the monsters in exchange for knowledge, or we can go on a quest to find a hidden library. Monsters. Massive beasts that attack the city daily. They'll give you a card that tracks how many beasts you killed. More kills equals more knowledge you have access to. It sounds super easy, but you're surrounded the entire time and under constant attack until you manage to escape. What about the quest? We go on a year-long quest that gives us a key to access a library where we have to hold off monsters while we browse books. Is there any other option? He could feel his idea being shot down. There's a couple dimensions I know of that have decent libraries, but we'd need to pay for their services. He perked up a bit. That doesn't sound bad. It's not, but I'm not exactly rolling in cash. That did present a problem. He had a little bit of money saved up from allowances, but probably not enough to give access to what was most likely a magical library. What's an easy way to get money? Probably, but it would involve selling an item of value in a different dimension. So grinding then? She let out an annoyed sigh. Yeah. What? Nothing, let's just get this over with. Is this honestly the best way to gain money? He cast Cold Snap on another one of the gem crabs. Do you know of any other way? She was obviously annoyed by the situation more than he was. He held his tongue as he didn't. The crabs weren't particularly strong, but they didn't go down easily. The fact they only had a 5% chance of containing a gem of value in their center was super annoying. Their defense was super high, but they had a significant weakness to cold and ice spells. Got one. Siren picked up a sapphire from the rubble of rocks sitting on top of the dead crab. How many do we have now? 2 rubies, a couple of miscellaneous semi-precious, and 3 sapphire. How many do you think we'll need? Double the amount and we should be good for more than a while. Just another few. She shouted at him, don't you dare remind me how long we've been here. They walked through a portal into an open grassland. What's this place called? Sei used her sleeve to wipe some dirt off her face. No idea. I can't understand the language and all prompts from the place are in the written language. He raised an eyebrow at her. How are we supposed to use the library here then? Remember the dungeon a couple of months ago with the moths? Yeah. After you went to sleep I searched around and found this. She pulled out a necklace. It was made of gold and had a single light blue gem embedded in the gold disc. What's it do? He had only seen a single magic item before. The last was a glove that increased stealth by a single level. Not impressive at all. Take a look. Tossing the necklace to him, he used Observe on it. Necklace of basic language, single use. Item level, 1. Using this necklace on a piece of written language, or in the vicinity of a speaker, will allow it to learn a single level of the language. This single level can then be absorbed, destroying the necklace in the process. Wow. You sure you're okay with using it on this? She waved away his concern. I didn't really have a use for it. I tend to spend long enough in a dimension to learn the language naturally. She gave him a slightly giddy expression. You ready to do this? He smiled. Yeah, let's go. Around. Where's the city anyway? Through that forest. She pointed to a forest, whose trees grew taller the further you went in. It's past the trees and in a ravine. As they started their trek he asked, why did you drop us so far away? They probably won't take kindly to people opening portals in their city, and so I can see your reaction once you see the city. A half hour passed as they cleared the last of the trees and came to the edge of a massive cliff. Whoa! A city sat floating above the sea of forest and resonated a blue hue that rained down onto the forest. The city itself was a combination of floating discs and hovering crystals that gave off an aura. She laughed lightly. You'll catch flies like that. He didn't realize his mouth had opened at all. Do you know anything about this place? Nope, I found this place by accident when I was searching for a vacation spot. I opened a portal above the city and ended up falling into it. A quick spell and I landed safely, but I was apprehended by the city guard. On the way to jail though, I saw that massive building. She pointed to the bottom disc, which was not only the largest, but held the largest building out of all the discs. When I managed to escape, I took a detour and went inside. It's a massive library with so much magic radiating off it that you probably wouldn't need to waste mana to cast a spell. Wait. He looked at her. Won't they just arrest you again? She blew a raspberry. Nah, it's been a few years here since that happened, so I doubt I'll be recognized. Oh. Wrapping his head around the time part of her quirk gave him a headache, and the rules of it changed per dimension. That made trying to understand it nearly impossible, except to the person doing the traveling. He looked back out at the city. How do we get in? I saw people using magical walkways coming in from this way. I assume it's still there. She started walking toward the general direction. He looked at the city slightly closer. Where are all the people then? Sei and Izuku made it to an ornate platform made of marble with 2 posts standing erect on either side. Sei, where are the people? I don't know. This place was super busy last time I was here. If it was abandoned, then I still want to take a quick look. The books may still be there even if everyone is gone. He looked around at the surrounding forest. Doesn't that seem rather risky? I can just portal us out. I'm not ready to die, Izuku. The smallest hint of trouble, and we're out of here. That gave him some comfort. Now how do we work this thing? She started looking around the posts, and from what Izuku could tell, she didn't find anything. Maybe it requires mana. She stuck her hand on one of the posts and started channeling mana into it. With a brief pause, a shimmering light started arching over to the city. It then died and collapsed. Dimin, that takes a lot of mana. She was shaking her hand, which had gone slightly red. New plan, we portal over and just deal with anyone that has a problem with it? She looked at him as she finished. He raised an eyebrow. And if they are stronger than us? We run. He let out a sigh. Okay, let's go. Without him having to say more, a portal opened and Sei walked through. After nothing explosive or loud came from the city, Izuku followed. The portal once again led through a peaceful-looking forest. Another portal was open only 2 feet in front of him. Walking through the second, he found himself in a massive maze of stone, pipe, and crystals. Siren was standing in the middle of the road right in front of the massive library. Something major must have happened for this place to be abandoned. Last time I was here, this place was bustling. It's kind of unsettling to see it empty. Izuku looked down the street. It was eerie to see it empty. The road and buildings were made of a dark stone that made it feel like they were below ground. The street was roofed by piping that didn't seem to make a sound. Every so often a crystal was hanging in the air that gave off an aura large enough to illuminate the surrounding area. Hey, are you sure it's safe? He asked. She was rummaging through her pocket. Yeah, if a monster did this, then there would be blood and destruction. If it was some type of natural disaster, we would have seen some sort of wide-scale ruin. She pulled out a sealed jar with some sort of liquid in it. I'm about to check if anyone is alive, so give me a second. What's in the jar? He tried to get a better look, but it was too hazy. Eyes of a skeleton, she said bluntly. He made a face. What? Literal eyes of a skeleton. She set them on a nearby ledge and started to look through her pocket again. Why do you need it? Create a spell. You just happen to have that in your pocket? She looked at him and gestured for him to come closer. As he did, she made the portal in her pocket larger so they could peer in. There was some 40 jars of the same hazy liquid sitting next to each other. I'm almost always prepared to make a spell. She resized the portal and continued to search. After a few seconds, a shriveled piece of meat was pulled out. Okay, what is that? Nose of a wolf. She had a glove on as she handled it. Trust me, I don't like having to carry this stuff around. What spell are you making? She shrugged. What do you want to call it? He gave her a questioning look. What? Smiling at him, she explained, when you create a new spell, you get to name it. All the spells you use were named and made by Mom. He let out a chuckle. So that's why it sounds like all the spells were made by a mythology geek? Sei laughed with him. Yep. After coming up with a name and paying the costs, a new spell was created. She shared it with him, and he received a new pop-up. New spell obtained. Sight of the Hunter LVL, 1 XP, 0%. This spell allows the ability to sense nearby dead and living creatures. Only one sight spell is allowed at a time. Range, 100 meters. Cost 100 mana per minute. This is handy. Why didn't you make this before? He asked as he cast the spell. Because I already have a way to sense the dead and living. The spell made everything blacks, grays, and whites. When he looked at Siren, she gave off a blue aura that stood out significantly against the saturated colors. Then why make the spell? Because. She pulled apart her eyelid and dropped a spell. Her eyes turned slightly black and looked akin to the eyes of a demon. I don't think you want to go through the same process as me. Gulped, involuntarily, yeah, no thank you. She started laughing pretty hard as he said that. She tried to talk through gasping for air. That was funny, as all hell. He could feel his cheeks go red. Not cool. After calming herself down, she spoke. Just a joke. I actually just use the senses that come from my quirk. That piqued his interest. What do you mean? My portals can feel the energy coming off beings. It allows me to open a portal without accidentally teleporting some random thing person. That's cool. So without gamer you'd be some type of support. She shrugged, I guess. Not like I put any thought into it. Standing up she said, now let's get to the library. He nodded, feeling some comfort from being able to sense if anything was coming toward them. Cha, or charisma, is the representation of your ability to talk, beguile, and sway people. This stat has many uses in spells, skills, and general society. Passively, your charisma makes you shine and stand out to people. In normal conversation, charisma will not activate and must be voluntarily activated to use. Using charisma like this can be very useful, but comes at a cost. Forcing charisma into your voice to force someone to agree with you is considered an evil act and will affect your alignment. Be careful. Written on the margin. Don't use it to gain a girlfriend. The library was still intact and it appeared all the books were left alone. That just made the whole place creepier, honestly. Neither Siren nor him had sensed anything, which was comforting and unsettling. So what exactly did you want a huge library for in the first place? Sei was activating the necklace with an open book at the receptionist desk. I think there's a chance I'll be able to absorb the knowledge of a book without needing to level transference. She paused as she looked at him, and gave him a slightly annoyed look. Are you kidding me? Why do you need to come here then? He put his hands up in a placating fashion. All I did was ask you if you knew a decent-sized library. She tossed the necklace at him. Make this worth it. Catching the necklace, he received a prompt. This item contains a skill level. Would you like to gain it? Selecting yes, a new prompt appeared, and the necklace dissolved. New language skill gained. Uinio LVL, 1 XP, 0%. Writing speed, 10%. Reading speed, 10%. What's the language called? Uinio. Japanese Izuku. Sorry. He scratched the back of his head. It's called Uinio. Let's get to it then. What are we looking for? Any book that seems to explain stuff. They picked out a hallway and wandered around, while Izuku read a title every once in a while. The library would have been amazing if it had actually people in it. The shelves lined every surface and reached all the way to the ceiling. The side passage they went through had a curved ceiling, but not even that had stopped the makers. Instead of letting that stop them, they had used magic to hold the books in place. Each shelf was also lined with a dull light that not only lit up the spines of the books, but provided light for the hallway. This is really neat. I wonder how they found anything though. Every book he looked at seemed to be somewhat random. Izuku, what does that say? He looked to see her pointing out a small sign that was embedded in the wood. If help is needed, please seek out a nearby bookkeeper. She hummed. Do you see any sign pointing to one? Taking a quick look around, he shook his head. No, I don't even see signs for bathrooms or anything. I guess it wouldn't really matter. I doubt someone is still working while this place is abandoned. Let's keep looking. Roughly 5 minutes went by before Izuku caught a book out of the corner of his eye. Stopping Sei, he picked up the book off the shelf and used Observe on it. The Scales of War. Author unknown. This book contains the military history of Green Sea Heights. Do you wish to absorb this book? It worked. Really? Say paused and used her own observe on it. Nope, just jumbled writing. Have you tried with a book in a language you understand? Maybe? I don't exactly remember everything that's happened to me. We should try it when we go back. She shrugged. So what's the book of? This place's military history. Also the city is called Green Sea Heights. At least in Japanese. Lame. They couldn't come up with something better. Izuku chuckled slightly. Wanna help me pick a hero name? She squinted her eyes at him and hummed, I'm thinking something to do with the sun. After a brief pause, get back to me in a bit. Shaking his head with a smile, he selected yes. The book turned into particles of light and went straight for his head. After the last mote hit him, he received a notification. New skills have been added. Select the expand. Skills added. Tactician, active passive, LVL, 1 XP, 0%. Crystal Jewel History LVL, 1 XP, 0%. Green Sea Heights History LVL, 1 XP, 0%. Pulling up his skill menu, he selected Tactician off the list. Tactician, active passive, LVL, 1 XP, 0%. Think your way through situations and overcome challenges with pure intellect. Actively, you are able to focus your mind on any single given task and increase mental processing speed. Passively, this skill highlights nearby items and gives possibly unknown uses. A highlight will stay until inspected, or you walk more than 20 meters away. Passive. Number of highlights, 1. Cooldown, 30 minutes. Active. Gained processing speed, 10%. Duration, 30 seconds. He wasn't sure how useful the passive would be, but the active effect was right up his alley. He turned to Siren, I just got 3 skills from it. She sighed with a smile, we're going to be here a while, aren't we? She froze and turned toward a nearby branching hallway. Something is walking this way. Hide. Activating stealth, she dived into a small alcove in between a couple bookshelves. Izuku followed her lead and hid in his own alcove. As whatever it was got closer, he could feel the air starting to hum. He received another notification. New skill added. Magic Sense LVL, 1 XP, 0%. Allows the detection of innate magic in a small radius. Distance, 10 meters. Minimum detection, 50+. That could possibly be useful. He wasn't sure how useful it would be in his own world. His thoughts halted as the thing rounded the corner. A golem, made of books and paper, appeared with papers flying around it, like a tornado was centered on it. At a slow pace, it made its way to the shelf they were just at, and upon reaching it, the golem just stared at the empty space of the shelf. It then turned and looked directly at him and spoke, in an overly elegant robotic-sounding voice. Young one, do you happen to need help? He was frozen in fear for a moment before Gamer's mind kicked in. I was wondering where the instructional books are located? A piece of paper folded itself into a paper airplane and the golem spoke again. Please follow the arrow. It then turned back to the shelf and proceeded to build up magic. He started to follow the plane and as he passed Sei, she joined him. What did it say? It asked if I needed help, and it told me to follow this plane. She walked backward looking at the golem. It's using creation magic. He turned to look at the golem but fell forward. Ow. Sei snickered, missing some skills there? He grumbled as he stood back up and continued to follow the plane. A minute of silence passed as they followed the plane. Is that really a skill? She gave him a confused look. What? Walking backwards. Is it a real skill? Oh, it's not a very helpful skill. All it does is allow you to walk backwards faster. So besides becoming a power walker, there's no use for it. Why do you have it then? She turned slightly red in the cheeks as she spoke. Every person in the world has a handful of useless skills. One of mine just so happens to be walking backwards. And the others? Are not your concern. They came to an abrupt halt as the plane started spinning in circles. What? He trailed off as it began to spin faster and faster, before exploding in a shower of ashes and smoke. I don't think it's supposed to do that. He looked at Siren, who had her eyes closed. Are you okay? She held up a finger. Can you hear that? He stopped and listened. Nothing. He shook his head. No. Her eyes widened as she dove away, dragging him with her. Something massive flew through the wall, not leaving a mark of its passing on anything. Before he could ask the obvious question, she jumped into a standing position and started running with him behind her. We need to leave immediately. We either have to kill the thing or get far enough away from it. Keeping pace with her, he asked, What is it? Why can't you just open a portal? She gave him an angry glare. How would I know? And I already tried. It goes straight toward that DMN thing every time. Keeping his mouth shut, they continued to run through the winding hallways. Only a couple of minutes passed before they jumped the 12 stairs leading to the street level. Sei rolled onto her feet and turned quickly. Her hands already had spells at the ready. Instead of rolling, he landed on his feet and turned, casting a spell on himself. It was a spell made for him by Sei, at the request of Aki. Body of Gods. See below for new spell details. He was more than convinced that the spell would save his life one day. The cost was somewhat insane, but manageable. I got it. He quickly turned to Sei. Goldie. What? He tried, but he couldn't keep the confusion of his face. You asked for a name, didn't you? Is this really the time? Before he could finish, a roar that sounded like it was muffled could be heard coming from the middle of the library. Turning quickly, he watched as a massive creature came walking through the library. Observe. Magic elemental. Level? You have. He closed the window in irritation. Its level is too high. You getting anything? The name is enough. Izuku, get ready for a major fight. Physical attacks won't work. Use magic and your quirk. As she finished, she used the spells she had in her hands. A spear made of fire and lightning sprung out and rapidly approached its target. Izuku followed up with a dual-casted Frost Giant's weapon and combined it with his quirk. The two spears slammed into the creature, causing it to stop, but that was about it. This could take a while. Izuku, take these. She handed him a couple of mana vials. Keep using as many high-power spells as possible, don't let it hit you, and keep moving. He nodded as he threw the vials in his pockets. Izuku. He looked at her. She was giving off a slightly scared expression before reining it in. Yeah. Don't die. He nodded and gulped. Yeah. New mission. Magic Slayer. Objective. Defeat the magic elemental. Reward? The elemental took a single step. Let the battle begin. Izuku and Siren dashed to opposite sides. While they didn't have a lot of practice fighting together, she was his teacher. He more or less knew what she would do and when, making her the perfect partner in this situation. Casting Sylph Blessing on himself, he bounded up to the roof of a nearby building and cast Mana Storm. The sparks of pure mana erupted from his hand and slammed against the elemental. Sei had cast Pillars of Hell and already started prepping a second spell. The explosion of spells had caused enough smoke to obscure his vision of it. His body unnaturally bent at an odd angle as the massive arm of the thing went flying just over his head. Skill check pass. Too close. Too close. He quickly looked at the elemental and activated dodge. He managed to roll instead of hitting the roof, and summoned a bone blade. He wasn't stupid enough to get close to the thing, but he got an idea from absorbing the book. A hero in this world had been adept at throwing magically imbued daggers. While his sword couldn't be considered a dagger, he knew for a fact he could throw it with enough precision to hit a skyscraper-sized monster. Hopefully. He started casting Odin's Rage, and instead of letting the energy out at the elemental, he sent it toward the blade. Jumping out of the way of its fist, he threw the blade with all of his might. You have broken a finger. Sei must have guessed his plan as she dodged its swat. She threw out a spell that hit the blade before its impact and turned it bright red. It hit with a thwack that reverberated through both air and land. Not even a second later, the blade broke, releasing a massive blast of bone, lightning, fire, and a dark energy. What did she use? He didn't have much time to dwell on it, as he was forced to dodge backwards. While he couldn't see its HP, he was guessing it still had a lot left. This is going to take a while. This isn't working. Jumping back toward a nearby building, she sent Izuku a quick message. Keep its attention. No response, but he seemed to be throwing out a bit more spells. Taking that as a message received, she sat down and used meditation. Spell barrage. While she couldn't see it for herself, she knew her eyes were shining. Time started to slow down as an interface popped up. Please select the spells and order in which you would like to cast them. The second window was a list of all her spells. The skill she was using cost quite a bit of mana, but her mana mastery skill helped quite a bit with that. Time was at a slow crawl. Let's see how much time Izuku can buy me. Keep its attention, she says, no please in sight. He wasn't really mad, but what else was he supposed to think of right now? His spells seemed to barely tickle the DMN thing, but he seemed to have a knack at annoying it. After dodging an arm, he started to rapidly cast Mana Bullet. He had accidentally figured this out during a training session in the woods. The bullets didn't technically weigh anything. The first time he pulled the trick out against Tiger, he had accidentally done too many and blinded himself. That led to him falling and face planting into a couple of mana bullets, which blew up in his face. Pixie would never let him live that one down. Gravity well. The bullets immediately started rotating at a ridiculous pace. Dodging another swat, he kept casting the bullets until he couldn't see anything. Gravity assist. The bullets made one final swirl around him before careening for the monster's face. He didn't wait to see how much it did and jumped out the way of the incoming swat. Pulling out a mana vial, he downed the contents, his mana started to refill, and the vial shattered as it was emptied. While he didn't catch the start of the barrage, he saw the final bullets hit. Each one was like a full-strength punch from him, -1 for all. It was a glint of light coming from the top of Sei's building that caught his attention. Different sparks of color were coming off her like she was being shot with light. What is she doing? Well, that should do it. She took a look at Elemental and gave a silent prayer to whatever was listening. Please work, also, goodbye mana, you were a dear friend. After dodging another swat, Izuku jumped as far away as he could. The thing seemed to notice why and turned with an unnatural speed. This thing is getting faster and faster. What's going on? He had noticed that it was getting faster with every single spell, but it was already fast to begin with. It was at that moment, while he was falling through the air, that a tendril of energy came off the elemental and lashed out at him. Sylph's blessing gave him quite a bit of a jump boost and gave him a boost to Agi, but he wasn't a miracle worker. The tendril hit him with enough force to send him crashing into a nearby building. Body of Gods protected him from the initial attack, but the hole he made in the stone building took a good chunk of HP. Let's not get hit again. He groaned, standing back up, and watched as spell after spell was let loose. He saw shards of ice, ball of flame, a ray of purple light, and he could swear he saw a giant cat made of lightning. He would have been in shock if it weren't for Gamer's mind, which allowed him to see a huge issue. Every spell did its job, but the thing seemed to absorb a bit of the power and strengthen itself. He sent a quick message to say, it's absorbing a bit of the spells. Yes, I know. Thinking, I hope she figures out a way. Casting Body of Gods on himself again, along with Sylph's blessing, he started adding his own spells into the fray. What could bring this DMN thing down? A normal elemental had to be attacked with its opposite element, while its connection to whatever plane it came from was cut off. As they were only partially in this plane, they couldn't affect the physical world, and tended to just float. What's the opposite of magic? She could cut off its connection to the magical realm, maybe? She wasn't willing to try and punch the DMN thing. It was a wild guess, but touching it would either kill or teleport you. If the missing city folk were any indication. Maybe. The last of her barrage went off, and she quickly dodged the tendrils heading for her. She jumped off the roof and cast Rockfall. She had seen Izuku take an attack and didn't want to lose her own protection. Hitting the ground, she started running and cast Summon, Swarm of Rats. The rats weren't going to be super useful in this situation, but they made excellent fodder. Skidding to a halt, she started using the second part of her quirk. Band World. Izuku watched as Sei summoned her rats and started using a different type of spell. This should be good. A translucent black orb centered around her and quickly grew large enough to encompass the monster and then some. As it hit him, he received a notification. Currently under the effects of Dimensional Traveler, Banned World. All planar, dimensional, long and short-range teleportation is impossible. Her own quirk has a counter to itself? That didn't make much sense. It also took away her ability to summon more creatures. Ping. S. Run past me and charge as much of one for all as you can. Give it everything you got and punch this thing in the face. What? He looked and saw the rats nibbling on the elemental's foot. The monster itself seemed to be slightly stunned and sluggish. It was even more opaque and gave off more color than before. Alright then, let's do this. Hermes' blessing hunker down power strike 25%. His mana tanked and he took off. Speeding fast enough to slice through the wind was an interesting feeling. The world around him blurred and the colors blended together. He rapidly approached Sei, who hadn't moved since using her quirk. Her eyes gave off a gray light. As he passed her, she cast 2 spells on him. You have gained the following effects. Strength of Hercules. Momentum Bomb. He didn't like the sound of the last one, but he assumed he knew her enough to know she wouldn't let him die. So he went with it. Using one for all on his right foot, he jumped straight at its face. Pulling back his fist, he could almost hear one for all calling to him. Spell Nova Smash. You have received the following debuffs. Missing limbs, right arm, right shoulder. He watched as his right arm blew up and covered him in his own blood. Gamer's mind went overboard at the sight and he stared on in pure determination. You're done. The power of the blow had rocked the world around him and caused the floating disc to shake violently. The monster's head was thrown back and let out a loud snap. He doubted it had bones, but it was the sentiment that counted. Get away, Siren! Shouted loud enough. He heard her clearly, but he wasn't sure what he could do honestly. It was then that he saw it. The elemental had created more tendrils and they were headed straight for him. Sheet! One had grabbed him by his good leg and slammed him straight into the ground. Another tendril appeared and slammed straight down onto him. He could just barely make out his gauges. HP, 263 2230. Mana, 67 2910. Stamina, 610 2160. DMN that hurt. Anti-magic bomb. A shock wave washed over him and the tendrils holding him down started to disappear. He crawled his way out of the crater and watched as the elemental tried to contain a massive purple and black ball in the sky. The aura coming from Sei had stopped and the world's color turned back to normal. The elemental seemed to be trying to absorb the ball, but wasn't having much luck. Ah! The scream scared him into focus, and he looked to see Siren on her knees. She was holding her head and her eyes were shut in pain. Negative mana? How? She had told him Aki was the only one who could do that though. Boom. Izuku turned as fast as he could. The ball had gotten out of hand and was starting to expand. The boom came from the elemental who had opened a portal, which was starting to SCK in nearby debris and it. Go, through portal. Izuku looked down at Siren, who had just passed out. He looked at the portal expanding. Could he make it? Looking back down at Sei's sleeping form, he decided. Using his one arm, he picked her up and using his good foot, charged one for all. The kick did the obvious and broke his foot, but it managed to send them flying through the portal. He watched as they went flying backward through the portal. The ball was rapidly growing in size and any magical thing it touched seemed to just destroy itself. The elemental wasn't faring very well as it was stuck waiting for the portal to become large enough. The parts of it touching the ball started to dissolve into nothing. What did she cast? As they passed through the portal, the sky disappeared and was replaced with a star-filled abyss. Each star was giving off a different color and the space between them reminded him of just that space. What really caught him off guard was that they weren't falling. While he could travel a good distance with a single kick, he was pretty sure he couldn't go this far. Going along with it, he turned his head back to the portal. The elemental was dying. He blinked, she killed it. It only managed to get half of its body in before the ball had swallowed the portal. The remaining half that lingered in this dimension slowly started to dematerialize. It was over, The only thing left to do was wait until Sei woke back up. He swiped away the notification for completing the quest. Guess I'll go to sleep. While he didn't need sleep, today's events made it so much more enticing than normal. Pulling Sei closer to him, he drifted to sleep. The next day. Where is my son? I apologize, ma'am, my daughter doesn't know, and the older one is missing as well. Hideki was trying to keep his worry at bay as well. Izuku's mother slumped into her chair. Where could they have gone? He could tell she was on the verge of tears. He sighed deeply as he sat in his own chair. I'm afraid there's no way of knowing. My eldest is able to travel across dimensions, and that means she could be anywhere. I'm sorry. A knock came from the entryway of his living room. Turning to look, Akito was standing just beyond the frame. Her eyes were a puffy red and dry tears stained her cheeks. Yes, dear. She walked over and leaned toward his ear. I need to tell you something. He gave her a stare and looked directly at her eyes. She didn't meet his eye, so a secret not a lie. He stood and spoke to Inko. I'll be right back. Can I get you something to drink? Just water, please. She was gonna cry, best to give her some space. Standing up and walking toward the kitchen, he grabbed a glass for water. Dad. She was scared, her voice was shaky and she stared at the ground. What did Sei do? He grabbed a pitcher of water from the fridge. She borrowed something. He could hear the fright. He couldn't suppress the sigh that escaped him. Punish the older one harshly, and give this one a suitable punishment, snarled Werg. What good would that do? It's not like I can take her traveling away, and Aki can't say no to her sister. She's too nice. They need to learn, he was practically yelling. Shut up, you old wolf. And stop yelling at me. Calming himself down, he asked, what did she borrow? She mumbled. Did you catch that? Werg snarled. No then. Louder, hun. The mumbling became slightly louder. Sighing again, he tried another tactic. You don't have to worry, hun. You won't get in trouble. Insolence. I said shut it. She borrowed lost chapter. His eyes widened. Why? I don't know. She asked to borrow it for a bit and then disappeared. That stupid brat. Is she trying to get herself killed? She does have Izuku with her. I doubt he'd let anything happen to her. That brat? The last time we saw him, he was a weak-willed whelp. According to the girls, he was starting to fulfill Alpha's expectations. The Alpha's expectations of the whelp were low to begin with. He didn't even have a quirk until the meathead gave him a quirk. Not true, he got gamer before that. Dad? You're spacing out again. His daughter's voice brought him back to the now. He chuckled a bit as he scratched the back of his head. Sorry, Werg started talking. Do you think they'll be okay? This had to stop, he can barely handle one crying lady. Stopping down to her height, he grabbed her shoulders. Your sister would never abandon you, and Izuku is a hero who never gives up. Do you think either of them will not come back? Aki pulled herself to him and started to cry into his shoulder. This is going to be a long day. He's not dead. Nizu looked at him with the same unflappable expression. How certain are you if that? More than certain. If he was dead, then the power would have returned to me. How sure of that are you? Eraserhead gave him a bored expression. According to my master, hers had it happen to him. That's very good then. I shall let the parents know. You better be right, All Might. I would rather not have had my time go to waste. Eraserhead stood up and walked out. As the door to Nizu's office closed, the owner spoke up. He is worried. He just has a hard time showing it. All Might nodded. Do we just wait for them to come back, or do we try something? Nizu adopted a thoughtful expression and folded his hands under his chin. I'm not sure if there are any heroes who can talk between dimensions, let alone travel between them. They sighed in unison. What do you mean he's gone? She was getting slightly annoyed that she couldn't read the hamster's emotions over the phone. He and the older sister of the two you met the other day have gone missing. We have no way of contacting them, and the only details we have are that they are in a different dimension and that Izuku is alive. She growled into the phone. So you're giving up? No. We will try everything we possibly can, but there's no guarantee that they will work. That was something at least. I'll be there tomorrow, tell All Might to be ready. We'll go over the plans tomorrow then. I'll let All Might know. She threw her phone into a pile of pillows in frustration. She had no idea why she felt so annoyed, but the emotion fit. She'd have to tell the team, she had no right to keep it from them. How would that even work? It's not like she can call someone a city over. How do you plan getting her to contact someone a whole dimension away? It was just a thought, Mandalay. Please calm down or I'll have to ask you to leave. Nizu was getting annoyed with her, good. She was getting annoyed that they weren't coming up with actual solutions. All Might spoke up, the one person who she could somewhat stand in the room. Isn't there a sidekick who can mentally connect two people together? Couldn't they do something? I've already contacted them and they say they need to be able to touch the two people at the same time. Maybe he wasn't useless. Does the girl who stayed have anything that can help or boost another person? I have already asked her father and he says she doesn't have a way. I guess we're going to be stuck waiting. All Might let out a heavy sigh. I'm leaving. I'll see you next week, All Might. Goodbye, Mandalay. I hope your week becomes better. The hamster was letting off blue like always. Yeah. Let's hope so. I'll be leaving too. I have a busy day tomorrow. All Might stood and followed her out. Purple. Closing the door behind, he spoke to her. I'm frustrated too. I wish there was more I could do for him. She hummed, I'm in the same boat. If you don't mind me asking, why do you care so much? Purple. She shrugged. He became a part of my team. We never leave each other behind. All Might smiled. What's his team name? Green. She grinned at him. We decided on Lion. All Might let out a bark of a laugh. That's more than fitting. I'm sure he'll hate it. Deep green. She crossed her arms and let out an annoyed huff. He's not supposed to hate it. All Might held his hands up in a placating motion. I'm sorry, that came out wrong. I meant he'll do everything he can to get you not to call him that. She gave him a small smile. I don't think Pixie and Rag will ever stop. They made it to the parking lot in a relaxed silence. Before heading to his own car, he turned to her and bowed. Thank you for taking in my protege. I wish I could train and take him out on my own. Please stand. I don't like the idea of the number one hero bowing to me. He'll always have a place with us, you don't need to worry about that. Standing back up and nodded, thank you, Mandalay. They then parted ways. 1 week before UA entrance exam. Well, that's about as good at lying as you'll ever get. All Might laughed. I suppose this is the last lesson then? Afraid so. We also won't be able to hold the lessons anyway. With you teaching at UA this year. All Might nodded and beat a hand against his chest. I look forward to the opportunity. Looking at the time, she stood up and started to walk out to the parking lot with All Might. She turned to him, if you don't mind. He smiled. From what I can tell, he's perfectly fine. If he was going to show up, it should be soon. He wouldn't miss this for the world. She smiled back, I think. All Might's phone rang. Answering it, hello. His eyes went wide. Green. Where? Brief pause. I'll be there in a couple minutes with a guest. He hung up. She raised an eyebrow. What? He gave her a huge smile. You're driving. He's back and waiting at his mom's house. Orange. She swore her heart skipped a beat. Really? Just like that? He nodded with a smile. Told ya. They were in the car and speeding away instantly. You owe me an explanation, little lion. Res, or resolution, is a statistical representation of your will to live and your ability to stand when the world is against you. This stat is also one of your greatest defenses against Cha. Most, not all, abilities that affect your psyche can be countered by Res. Along with Con, it represents your total stamina and can be calculated with the following formula. Con x5 plus Res x5. Note written on the page. Izuku, no matter what, you must fight to survive. I know it might be hard in some situations, but the world needs you, don't ever give up. Magic dimension. Izuku awoke with a start and tried to stand but was unsuccessful. Floating around in 0G made it hard in the first place, but Sei was holding him in place. Checking the clock on his HUD, he noted more than 8 hours had gone by. His arm had come back, but his shirt and jacket were completely torn. Why hadn't she woken up yet? He tried nudging her, but she gave no response. Observe. Her stats were about the same since he last saw them, but her mana was what shocked him. Siren Hail. Level, 32. HP, 2,342,340. Mana, minus 29,991,346 5,945. Stamina, 2,625 2,625. That's an issue. He pulled out one of the mana vials and poured into her mouth. Her body reflexively began drinking the contents and he received a prompt. This being is cursed. All variations of mana regeneration, besides natural, have no effect. Well, sheet. Looking around, nothing but empty space and multicolored lights could be seen. How can I get us home? None of his skills would be any help, but he could probably borrow her quirk. The only issue with that was going from dimension to dimension. It wasn't a feeling, it was calculations and what he was sure was some sort of quantum physics. So it was way over his head, but he could just randomly dial it. It could either kill them or lead them somewhere more useful. Alright, I'm going for it. Opening his upgrade menu and selecting perks, the window opened. Scrolling down until he found the correct perk, he made his selection. New perk added. Wisdom of 2, LVL, 1. Shortly after closing this window, you will be presented with an option menu to adjust your new AI. Well, this should get interesting. This menu will only appear this once and can never be opened again. Do you wish to proceed? Please select the voice you would like. It gave him a drop-down menu that contained pretty much every voice he has ever heard. Lots of the voices were out of the picture as he didn't want them in his ear. As for others, he simply didn't know who they were, so those were out. The ones that stuck out were people that meant a lot to him. He didn't want to use either of the girls, and having his mom in his ear would be disconcerting. Mandalay was out as well. He couldn't imagine the headache he'd get from two of them talking in his head. All Might had only a single option, but he wasn't sure if that was a good idea. What voice would it be? Small or large Might? Would it switch between both? Then he saw it. That's the one. He made his selection. Step 2. Personality. You may either choose the personality belonging to the voice or you may select your own options. 0-10 options selected. Might as well go for the default. He didn't want to spend too long going through all the possible combinations. Step 3. What would you like to name the AI? He smiled a bit as he spoke. Cat. Setup successful. He waited to hear something, but no one spoke. Hello. Hello. The voice was light and bubbly. He didn't say anything for a bit, then as he was about to ask, she spoke. Her voice was a lot more somber now. I know you have a lot of questions and I would love to answer them. But I can't. Why? He couldn't help the sadness in his voice. She laughed. Because silly, I only know what you know. I only see what you see. Your senses, your memories, and feelings are all mine. I have no connection to the true cat. He supposed that made sense. Still SED though. Well, what do you think about randomly teleporting? I think it's an absolutely ludicrous and completely stupid idea to even ask. You should just do it, it's not like we have any other options. He smirked. Let's do this then. Reaching out with transference, he received the notification and called out to the quirk. According to Say, using her quirk was sort of like throwing darts at a map. With a BLNDFLD. Sure, eventually you'll learn where to throw it to get the location you want, but more often than not you end up in an area you don't want to be. Here goes nothing. Ripping open a portal in their path, they went through and immediately started falling toward ground. We appear to be falling. I suggest opening another portal immediately. You think? He quickly did that and it opened up into some sort of ice field. From pure momentum they soared a bit through the air and crashed into a giant pile of snow. He laid there for a minute, thankful he didn't open into some sort of fire dimension or hellscape. Kat was laughing loudly and seemed to getting off her adrenaline high. Could she be affected by his adrenaline? Quirk expired. As she calmed down, she answered his inner thoughts. Maybe it's some sort of frozen hell? I'd rather not have to worry about that. Fair enough. Grab the girl and let's start exploring. Yeah, give me a second. Draping Sei's arms around his neck, he stood up and crawled his way out of the hole. I wonder if cold resist is a skill. I'd think it would be, otherwise we wouldn't take damage from cold snap. Good point. I guess we'll wander until we find a place to set her down safely. Finally making it out of the hole, he looked around. Nothing but snow and ice as far as he could see. He did read a book once about a fire hero who survived Antarctica. How did he do it again? Something about an igloo if he remembered correctly. A notification appeared in his vision. Cold damage imminent. Sheet. Any ideas? Kat's voice immediately answered, but sounded distant like she was on the other side of a room. Maybe use your quirk to circle you slowly? That would only work for so long though. I'd have to find a place and materials where I could start a fire. We have to be fast then. Calling on his flames, he caused the fire to elongate and shape into a thin rope. Then using his gravity he made it slowly twist and spin around him. This should do nicely. Now which way? He looked around. Well, north is that way. He pointed in a general direction. I can't tell how far away though, and I have no clue if this place has plants and animals. How fast can we travel? Sprint is at level the cost isn't so bad anymore, but like my quirk, I can't keep it up forever. If I don't run into any problems I can get 4 or 5 hours of running before needing to stop. Then get a move on. Also good news. Her voice came to the forefront of his mind. What? We won't die of asphyxiation. What? He didn't even think about the possibility of that. You won't suffocate in space. I checked your memories and Sei said something about being stuck in orbit when she was younger. So I doubt we'll get into any trouble with breathing. That's great. You can just do that. Yes, now go. You're burning daylight. Holding Sei's unconscious form over his shoulders, he took off into a jog and slowly picked up speed until he activated sprint. This place really is dead, isn't it? It had been roughly 2 hours since their departure from the landing site. It wasn't going well. Even traveling at full speed and not running into any problems, they hadn't found anything. All they had found was more snow dunes and cliffs made of ice. We could still use my idea. She sounded annoyed. He sighed. We don't know what would happen if we did that. It could cause a massive amount of damage to the surrounding area that we can't deal with right now. Fine. Make your stupid hole then. He couldn't see it, but he could sense the crossed arms. Using his flames, he canceled the rope and began to dig a hole through the snow. The fire melted the snow easily, but the surrounding cold froze it back instantly. This caused a shell of ice to form around the opening and he crawled his way through. It wouldn't be comfortable, but it would have to do for now. Get some sleep before you turn to ash. I'll wake you up if something happens. Holding on to Sei, he sat down and hugged her into his chest. Not only for warmth, but to keep her off the icy ground. Thanks, Kat, I'll talk to you in a bit. By the time he woke up it was freezing cold and the sun had already set. You need to heat up badly. He could feel his teeth chattering. Good idea. He summoned 3 balls of fire and brought them close to both him and Sei. Slowly moving them across his body and around the girl, he started to warm up. Even Sei was warmer to the touch. All right, what do we do? Still have a while before you can use transfer, so I have no clue. Just stay here and keep warm? Try creating new powers. He hummed, giving that idea some thought. You need to become a space heater. While he couldn't see her, he still made a deadpan expression. What? I'm serious. Any ideas then? Try focusing on the heat versus fire, and try forcing it out. He tried to imagine what that would be like before she added, if you feel a grumble, stop. Farting in such a small space would be nasty. I might not be her mom, but I'd still feel bad for the girl. Izuku groaned. One more person who was going to make jokes every time they can, great. Please stop. I'm just saying. Now give it a try. He closed his eyes and focused on the ball of fire in him. He could feel it wanting to explode outward, and all he needed to do was call on it. He could feel the heat radiating off it, but trying to call on just the heat earned him a small fire. What do we know of space? Your power is manipulation of solar power. How does the sun provide heat to the earth? He thought about the question. It just radiates outward, and it was distance that kept the earth from turning into mercury. Instead of calling on the heat and fire, he willed it to become smaller and smaller, until it was about the size of a coin in his mind's eye. Once it was there, he commanded it to burn. The small ball erupted instantly, trying in vain to unleash its power on the outside world. As its aura reached the outer edges of his soul, he could feel the warmth from it. Opening his eyes, he was blinded for a second. There was light coming off his skin. Then a notification appeared. New power discovered. Solar or LVL, 1 XP, 0%. Your body contains the power of the sun. Allow it to expand and consume you or condense it. Each gives a different result. Damage, unknown. Radius, unknown. Congrats. You are now recognized as a space heater. Ignoring the jab, he thought out loud, wonder what happens if I let it expand instead of shrink. You could try it, but I don't think you should be near the girl if you do. Also, leaving her alone wouldn't be very nice. I wasn't going to. I was just wondering. I'll try it out when we aren't in a frozen wasteland. Sounds fun. Now what? He thought about it for a minute. They didn't know if there was anything on this world to begin with, or if traveling was even worth it. What he did know was that they were safe inside this hole and didn't face the elements in here. I guess just wait. She groaned. Fine. A minute of silence passed. Want to play a game? He sighed. Sure. I wield the broken sword. All men fear me and all fall to me. What am I? He thought about, and before he could come up with an answer, she quickly said, Timer's done. Grab her quirk and let's leave this place. Pulling up his status screen, he could see that it was indeed over. Are you able to bring up the notifications on your own? Yep. He hummed. Do you mind keeping an eye on it from now on? He could feel her smile. Sure. But I request one thing. Fine. I'll do it. You got yourself a deal then. Now let's go. Standing up and making his way out of the hole with Sei on his back, he stood and looked over the frozen land. Quirk transferred. Opening a portal, he stood in front of it, and before walking through, he cast a spell. Magma Bomb. A massive ball of rock and fire appeared and shot out toward a nearby mound of ice. As it neared, the snow rapidly melted and quickly turned the ice into water. As he watched the carnage, he heard a ping, and Cat frantically said, Go through now. What? He tried to pull up the notification, but he could feel the panic she was giving off. Instead of checking, he jumped through the portal and landed on a rocky plain, nothing but boulders in sight. What happened? She pulled the notification up for him. It was a deep crimson red and had warnings all over it. World boss started. Prepare adventurer, the battle begins. Sorry. Didn't think that would happen. He let out a sigh. It's okay. Let's try a few more portals. He opened another portal and took a step through. It led to open space in which he started to float around. Let's try another. Good idea. I don't want to be SCKD in a black hole. Unlikely, but fair enough. He opened a portal in their path and drifted through. The portal emptied out into a reddish landscape, and as he was about to open another, the quirk ended. Let's explore this place, it seems interesting. How so? He looked up at his surroundings and was stunned. Massive plateaus dotted the surroundings, and each vaguely resembling tree stumps. What in the world is this place? Red soil, isn't Mars red? Supposedly, I never bothered to ask the girls if they'd been. Considering the way the sky looks, I think this place has a dead core. Maybe we can find some water. Astronomy became a huge focus for him after he had gotten his quirk. He had asked Mandalay if she could get him internet access. He only begged a little. The day after, she allowed him to use the computer located in the dorm hall. Sure, you nerd. Let's go find your water. He sighed. So this place was once alive, it seemed. They had found traces of running water, but from what he could tell they were near the equator. Their best bet for ice was the poles, and they didn't have the time to go north or south. I wonder what this place looked like before it died. I don't think there's a way for us to figure out either. This place is super strange though. Nothing I've seen or smelled suggests that this is a normal dead planet. It's like something from a poorly written sci-fi book. Nothing makes any sense and none of the facts align with how it should be. Did the science nerd just trash talk sci-fi? He could hear the laughter in her voice. Don't even get me started. She giggled a bit. The suns are about to set, should we find a place to sleep? He looked up at the two suns, which spun around each other, called a binary star. Probably, I don't want to know how cold this place gets at night. The next day. Yeah, this place is lame. They had found an underground tunnel at the base of a stump, but the only place it led to was this cavern. It had taken them all night, many pits, and an annoying amount of small spaces to reach this place. Kinda lame that gamer didn't make this a dungeon of some sort. You know that would be bad, the girls and I couldn't do a dungeon. I doubt I could do one by myself. True, but it would be fun. Not if I die. Yeah. Our cooldown is done by the way. Alright, give me a moment. Along the way down, they had talked about how to proceed from here. Casting Body of Gods on himself before going through was a must. He also held one of his last mana vials in his hand. Ready? Let's do this. He could see a mental fist pump. He smiled, he could get used to having her here. She made a great travel companion and was up for anything. He allowed his quirk to pull on sirens and received 2 pings. Transfer successful, and congrats us, transference leveled. We also unlocked something really useful to us right now. He raised an eyebrow, like? How about doubling our available time? He gave a satisfied nod. That would be helpful. Too bad we didn't get that. We did. Did what? We doubled our time. For what? Silence. He started laughing as soon as he felt annoyance coming off her. Oh, sorry. That's really helpful though, let's leave this dump. He called on her quirk and a new sensation appeared. Oh shiny. What? A sort of map appeared. Well, not a regular map, it's like a 3D star chart. It's not really filled in at all, but it's super colorful. Well, let's go somewhere random and see if it fills in. Well, chop chop, our timer is being wasted. He smirked and threw open a portal. Walking through, they immediately started falling. This sheet again? She was annoyed. Also, we'll die if you don't open another portal. We're on a gas giant, I believe. He panicked for a second before throwing open another portal. Falling through, his center of gravity was thrown out of control as he hit 0G. If it wasn't for Gamer's body, I think we would have thrown up quite a few times. I say about 2 more jumps before expiring. Opening another portal, he was thrown into a grassy field. Izuku, I think we made it back. Really? He scrambled to his feet, picking up Sei. The surrounding area was a meadow with trees out in the distance. Seems like it, but I might be wrong. It's either risk staying here for a while, or jumping into another dimension. Your pick. Let's stay. If it is home, we'd be making a mistake. If it's not, then we leave. Okie dokie. Timer's out by the way. The map did update when we jumped. It's gone though. That's good. Let's try to find a town. He bridle carried Sei and made his way downhill. He could smell faint traces of smoke making its way up through the forest. As they made it to the treeline, he started picking up scents of wild animals and something unfamiliar. Maybe it's a monster. He could sense her excitement. Yeah, let's hope not. It's getting stronger, smells like morning dew and fresh cut wood. We're heading towards it, right? Might as well. They lapsed into silence as they trekked through the forest. As they made it past through the shadow of a rather large tree, he smelled something. It's that smell again. Check for prints. Searching carefully for any traces, he activated natural tracking. Footprints about the size of his thumb started to get highlighted. She whispered, "It's elves." He couldn't help the snort. I'm pretty sure elves are supposed to be human-sized. He could feel her arms cross. Then what is it, pixies? As he was about to answer, he smelled the weird smell coming from downwind. It's coming. He quickly cast Sylph's blessing and jumped into the nearby foliage. He waited for a few minutes and watched as something came running from the nearby bushes. Well, we aren't on Earth. No kidding. There were two of them. The creatures were humanoid, but no taller than his shin. One had light blue skin and the other was a deep purple. They had two sets of arms and wore leaves wrapped around their small frames. They were searching the ground where he had been and talking animatedly to each other. They're so weird looking. You think they're looking for us? He felt something sharp press against his throat. Nyagar Vio Hatra. He panicked before Gamer's mind took over. He didn't understand these things and doubted he could make them understand him. Sorry say. He slipped his hand under her shirt and cast Hermes' blessing on himself. The shirt hid his cast and finished as the thing behind him spoke again. But before it could finish, he used his enhanced speed to dive to the side. The creature, unprepared for his dramatic exit, stood shocked until it reined it in. He watched as the blade disappeared in a shimmer and bow appeared. Run. No duh. He shot off, starting to bob and weave as fast as he could. Arrows started flying by his head, and where they hit trees, they tore chunks of the wood off. Bad sprites? The shout wasn't aimed at him. The following question was though. Aren't sprites supposed to be nature protectors? I honestly couldn't care less right now. We need to find somewhere to hide. Keep an eye out, I'll lose them in a second. Got it. Building up one for all into one of his toes, he jumped as hard as he could and rocketed out of the canopy. He let his focus drop slightly to aid in the search. The forest obviously wasn't safe to somewhere away from it and easily defended was needed. Cave, 10 o'clock. He looked and indeed there was a cave, the problem was where it was. How did you even see that? No idea, but I saw it. The cave was easily spotted as it was a massive hole in a rock located in the middle of a lake. Please don't be a dungeon, please don't be a dungeon. This place is fun. Izuku suppressed an irritated sigh. Good news, the things didn't catch him. Bad news, the cave was a dungeon. More bad news, Cat was being annoying. Please. No. He set Sei down near the entrance and made her comfortable. I'm not risking her life. Fine then, I'm going to sleep. He could feel her retreat into his mind. He opened his perks menu and selected Wisdom of 2. AI name, Cat. Voice, Catherine Hale. Personality traits, daring, adventurous, creative, adrenaline junkie, whimsical, playful, caring, dirty-minded. Who the hell was this woman? In life, she must have been one of the most fed-up people in the world. She was Daredevil SEC fiend, with a no-sheets-given attitude and a penchant for pranks. She must have had many mental issues in her life. He should have spent the time to select her traits. Closing the windows, it sighed and sunk against the rocks near Sei. He looked at the girl and wondered how she and her sister came out somewhat normal. They had never portrayed their mother as having such dangerous habits, but then again, they had never really talked about her. Closing his eyes, he slept to regain his mana. Timer's done. Thanks. Absorbing Sei's quirk, he walked through the portal and fell onto a cloud. What? Izuku, get up and prepare, someone's coming. He had torn the jacket he had been wearing to make a HS to hold Sei in. It allowed him to have his hands free if he needed to fight. Standing quickly, he prepared 2 spells on his hands. A being, a good meter taller than him, walked out from behind a cloud. The man wore a dark red kimono, with golden embellishments. He spoke in an old Japanese accent. He hadn't studied or even read ancient Japanese since elementary. He was picking up a word here and there, but the sentence structures sounded like nails on a chalkboard to him. I'm sorry, I don't understand you. He spoke in modern Japanese, hoping the man could understand him. The man scoffed at him. Kids these days, disrespecting their culture. Who are you? He couldn't help the stutter that came out. My name is Izuku. How did you get here, Izuku? I used my friend's power. He gestured to the unconscious girl next to him. She can jump between dimensions. The man hummed, and before he spoke, a butterfly made of fire flew up to him. It landed on his shoulder near his ear. Izuku could make out faint whispering. As the butterfly went up in flame and disappeared, the man turned to him. Stupid one, follow me. My lady wishes to speak with you. He turned and started to make his way over the small cloud hill. What the is happening? You just read my mind. Hurry up. Izuku jumped and quickly made his way toward the man. As he came over the hill, he was greeted by a sight that almost caused him to fall over. A massive Japanese-style bathhouse sat in the middle of a bowl made of clouds. Smaller bathhouses surrounded the main one, and he could see restaurants every now and again. The man kept walking toward a torii gate that seemed to be some sort of entrance. Izuku followed closely behind his guide and looked at people in the nearby buildings. People dressed in all manner of colors, drank, laughed, and flirted with each other. Each looked incredibly young, and the ones who saw him kept their eyes glued to him. He shrunk in on himself. They approached the bathhouse, and Izuku immediately went red in the cheeks. Many women were talking animatedly with each other. Some didn't appear to notice their wardrobe malfunctions. He kept his eyes focused on the man's back. Hey, I think we could have some fun here. We should stay a while. Be quiet, you perv. After making their way inside, they immediately took a hard left and proceeded upstairs. You at least know how to treat royalty, do you not? The man spared him an annoyed glance. Yes, sir. Good. You shall address her as my lady. Understand? Yes, sir. This guy is a deech. No arguments from me. They made it to the top floor, which opened up into a landing with a shoji door on the other end. Wait here. He walked through. How are we escaping? How would I know? No idea, but prepare to run. We ran out of time for making portals, but we can probably run if need be. Start preparing spells and items. He followed her advice. He already had Body of Gods and Sylph's Blessing active. The only one he needed to prepare was Hermes' Blessing. He kept the spell at the ready. Using his better judgment, he broke an item that Sei had given months ago. Shard of Time Glass. Breaking this item will reduce all active cooldowns to 0. This item is one-time use only. The door opened again, the man appeared. Come. Izuku walked into the room and was immediately stunned. Then Gamer's mind kicked in and Kat spoke to him. She has something called alluring aura, seems to be some sort of charm. Be careful with this one. The woman herself was wearing white kimono with red. Her face had quite a bit of makeup, which reminded him of ancient Japanese royalty. Who is this lady? Observe. Her entity is beyond your understanding. Kat swiped away the notification and muttered, "This is really bad." He bowed as he entered and walked where indicated by the man. As he sat, the woman spoke. "Child, what are you doing here?" "I'm trying to get home, ma'am. I accidentally opened a portal here without knowing where I was going. I'm sorry." She eyed him tentatively before humming. "I don't like that look." The woman spoke but hid her mouth behind a fan she was holding. "Why don't we make a deal?" His face remained impassive as he answered, "What kind of deal?" "I will give you the ability to go home, but I will require something of you." He didn't answer, his mind was racing. The sound of running water could be heard around them. The faint talking and shouting of the people on the floor below could be heard. Ask her what she wants. "What do you want of me?" The lady folded the fan with a snap and smiled. "I will need the girl and your devotion." Before he could stop himself, "No." He could see the look of anger flit across her face before being reined in. "And why is that?" "She's my friend." The lady stood and approached him, her delicate bare feet making barely a noise. As she stood in front of him, she ran her fingers through his hair. "Escape now. She just used something on us, but it failed." "Are you sure, child? I can give you quite a bit of power in exchange for her. Otherwise, what's to stop me from just killing you?" He felt panicked build for a split second, then get squashed. He thought for a second before answering, "You apparently need something of me." She smirked at him, "But not something I can't get from any other human." "So what's to stop me?" She pulled his cheeks to a pinch. He let his quirk yank on Sei's. "Transfer successful. Now leave." He ripped open a portal below him and fell through. The woman, unprepared for his sudden removal, stumbled onto the portal, but weirdly didn't go through also. Izuku was falling toward a forest and turned midair to watch as the woman, with rage filling her eyes and an angry shout, sent a wave of fire after him. He opened a portal right where he would fall and was awestruck as where the fire touched nothing remained. The trees that were unlucky enough to be in its path were turned to ash, and even that burned away. Cat snorted, hot flash. He couldn't help the laugh. Landed in the portal, escaping the fire, and began flying sideways. Izuku caught his bearings and corrected himself for his landing. So good news and bad news. As they fell slowly toward the ground, he bit the hook. What? Good news is we survived and didn't take any damage from that fire. That's not what I'm worried about. Bad news is that we did something kind of bad. She pulled a notification up for him. Beware, gamer. You have angered a goddess and will face the repercussions. Run and keep running. Or stand your ground and fight back. You may live or you may die, it's up to you. His eyes widened, but he accepted something like this could happen. I guess that's what happens when you PSS off the goddess of anger control. She snorted, not like we have a choice, we can't let the girl die. Now open another portal, let's find our way home. 1 week of teleporting later. You know, I may not need to eat, but food right now sounds so good. Takes away time from training and fighting. Now where to? He rubbed his face. I don't know, we've been dimension hopping for what feels like forever and I have no idea of how to focus it still. Well, absorb her quirk and let's leave this place. They had landed on another barren planet in the middle of space. Unlike others though, this one had a decent atmosphere, but with no life. Transfer successful. He opened a portal, walked through, and was instantly stunned. He had walked out into the middle of a small town. The signs were in Japanese and he quickly identified the town as Mishima. Did we? Cat trailed off. Izuku couldn't help the cheer that came out his mouth. We did it. Finally, now let's get home, you have a jog ahead of you. 5 hours later. Izuku knocked on the door of his home. His key had been lost a while back. There wasn't an answer, but the door opened with a tiny squeak and was immediately thrown open by his mother. Her eyes immediately started watering. Hi Mom. I'm sorry I wasn't home this past week, it's been kind of crazy. She didn't answer and just hugged him. The sobbing started. Izuku, look. Cat pulled his attention to the small calendar that rested on the wall of the entrance. It's March 20th. He could feel the color drain from his face. He had been gone for months, not a week. He pulled his mother closer and let her cry into him. Minutes went by before his mother calmed down and pulled away from him. He took in her appearance. She had actually grown severely thin in his absence. Her normally chubby cheeks had sunk in and her hair had started to grow slightly white. I'm sorry, Mom, we didn't plan for it to take that long. Some stuff happened. I'm sorry. She started to tear up again. It's okay, you're here now, get her in bed and clean up. You smell horrid. He nodded and walked in. As he passed her, she asked, is she going to be okay? Taking her off his shoulders, he laid her on the couch. She wasn't as travel-worn as him, but the planets they visited did a number on her clothes. She will be, eventually. Would you mind giving Aki and her dad a call? His mom nodded and went for her phone. As she did that, he made his way to the shower and fresh clothes. Knock knock. Izuku woke up from his nap. He didn't need to sleep, but this was the most comfortable he had been since he was last here. His mom had gone to answer the door and after a brief exchange, Aki and her father entered. Both seemed about the same, besides Aki gaining an inch or two. She smiled when she saw him, but made her way to her older sister. She sighed after a second, no doubt seeing her sister's mana. Straightening her polka-dot rainbow dress, she sat next to him. She was a lot more subdued than normal. Hey. Hi. Isn't she normally super hyper? We have been gone for a while. So, she paused briefly, what happened? Later please. We can hang out and I'll tell you more detail, but I'll save the story for when everyone gets here. She nodded and leaned into him. He hugged her and she started crying. Look what you did. How is this my fault? You were the last one to talk to her. That doesn't mean I've done anything. He suppressed the annoying voice in his head and spoke to Aki. You okay? She spoke through tears and snot. I've missed you guys so much. Don't leave me behind again. Please. Instead of answering, he just hugged her tighter. He honestly didn't know what to say. At that moment, her dad walked, and after seeing his daughter crying on a boy's shoulder, he winked. Cat laughed. I like him. Your real self did marry him. I can see why, meow. Please don't do that. Pixie. Pixie. Fine. Hideki knelt next to his unconscious daughter and brushed a bit of hair out of her eyes. It was then that he felt something hit his mind's eye. What was that? There's some sort of black wolf thing here. Get out, mutt. A gnarled voice yelled. Betrayal. Betrayal. The feeling rapidly vanished, and Izuku watched as a dark aura started surrounding the girl's dad. Akito seemed to pick up on something amiss. Wiping away tears and mucus. Dad? Werg. She turned to Izuku. What happened? I don't know. I heard some shouting in my head, then it disappeared. It yelled betrayal after meeting my AI. She perked you at that. Oh, so you went for the voice in your head? Not the time. What's happening to him? She stood up and walked over to her dad and sister. Reaching out a hand, she touched Sei. Turning to his mother, she bowed. I'm sorry, I'll deal with him. She opened a portal below her father and closed it immediately. Walking over to Izuku, and she sat down next to him again. His mom was wide-eyed and looked to him for answers. He bit the bullet. What just happened? She shrugged. Werg went wild and started to take over Dad. He was fighting it, but Werg's personality is too strong and will eventually win. Teleporting him away is a lot safer and will allow Dad to calm Werg down. Happens every once in a while. Normally Sei takes care of it. Seeing his mom's wide eyes, she quickly added, He'll be fine, I swear. I just don't want him to destroy your house. Inko nodded and walked back into the kitchen, shaking her head the whole way. He turned to Aki. What exactly happened to Sei? I'm assuming she used a spell called Anti-Magic Bomb. It's a planetary-wide attack that wipes magic forever. She pulled her knees to her chest. It's a suicidal attack for a magic user. If magic disappearing doesn't do you in, it's the curse. He nodded along to her explanation. I did see a pop-up for that. How long will it take for her to wake up? Her mana is regenerating at a rather slow pace. The curse cuts natural regen in half. So I'm not sure, but I'm guessing maybe 3 years, give or take. She leaned over into his shoulder. Thank you for keeping her safe. No problem. He gave her a smile. Izuku. Is that the chick that allowed you to make me? Mandalay. What in the world was she doing here? All Might's here too. We should be getting there in a minute or so. So what about the AI made Werg mad? Did it insult him? Izuku wasn't sure what to say. Was there something wrong with using the voice of their dead mother? Maybe. Instead of dwelling on it, he answered honestly, when I set up the AI, I had to select a voice, and not wanting to select one which I could hear normally. I choose one which I wouldn't ever hear again. Confusion ran across her face, before slowly morphing into understanding. She looked at him. Do you mind if I don't know. I'm okay with a field trip, let her. He nodded at Akito, and she absorbed wisdom of 2. It felt like someone was ripping out a part of his brain. The pain quickly subsided, and Izuku watched the young girl go through a lot of emotions quickly. Leaving her to talk to the AI, he stood up and walked to the kitchen with his mom. She was currently making drinks and gathering what snacks she could find. Izuku took a look around and noticed a huge lack of food. His mom must have been really affected by his absence. Mom. She turned, her eyes were puffy and red. Yes, honey? Do you need any help? She nodded, if you want. Walking over, he started to assist where he could. It was silent for a moment before he asked, Mom? She turned her head to look at him. What happened after I left? She turned back to the nearly empty platter. I went to the girl's house and asked if you were there, and they said the eldest was gone too. She paused before continuing. All Might said you were still alive, but how could I trust that? I waited for you every day, and you never showed. Now he felt like a horrible person. Mitsuki came over a couple of times and made food, but I may have stopped letting her in. She trailed off. When was the last time you left the house? He almost didn't want to hear the answer. His mom glanced away, her cheeks going slightly pink. I didn't want to be gone when you came back. He sighed. I'm sorry. Let's switch topics, please? At his nod she asked, what caused you to be gone so long? We got into a fight with a monster in another dimension and Siren was forced to use a move that put her out of commission. So I tried to find my way back on my own. On my end I was only gone a week. Are you okay? Yeah, just disorientated is all. I visited so many places and dealt with really weird issues. It's just confusing to be able to sit down normally. Well, it's good you can calm down now. Knock knock. Kid, we're here. Walking toward and opening the door, he was greeted by Mandalay, who picked him in a hug and carried him back into the house. You stupid brat, where the hell were you? Fighting against her grip, he managed to say, please let go. Aw, so mean. She dropped him. So where were you? Forced adventure? He shrugged. It's only been a week for me. Sounds like a story, mind sharing it later? He nodded. Also, I learned some interesting information about you over the last few months, gamer. He immediately looked at All Might. He just smiled and waved at Izuku. Letting go of a sigh, I'm sorry I couldn't tell you. All good, little lion, she flicked his forehead. Just stop lying to me from now on. Got it? He rubbed away the feeling of the flick. Little lion? She sent him an image. It was of costume that was just about his size. He could feel his face heat up. No. She gave him puppy dog eyes. Please? I'm not wearing that. I'd look ridiculous. He crossed his arms. Come on, Ragdoll, and I worked really hard on it. You'd make her feel bad if you didn't wear it at least once. Please. She had clasped her hands together. Great, guilt-tripping. He's not saying it wasn't effective, but it was annoying as all hell. Fine. Once though. That's it. She pumped a fist. Yes. I have no idea what just happened, but it should be worth seeing. All Might gave him a grin and walked up to him. How are you doing, my boy? He smiled at his mentor. Good, glad to be home. It's been a long week for me. I'm sure it has. Discover anything interesting? He made a gesture with his hand. More or less, I did discover 2 new powers though. He finished his sentence with a grin. That's amazing, you'll have to show me soon. Izuku nodded and turned as he heard a portal open. Izuku! It was Akito. She must have brought back her dad. He turned to the 2 heroes. Akito and her dad are also here. Come in. He walked back into the house, right into the living room. Hideki had sat at the edge of the couch that Sei was asleep on. When he saw Izuku, he gave a small wave. Sorry about that. Akito explained everything. Werg is still fuming, but he's not going to try and attack anymore. Izuku laughed a bit. It's okay. Just made me a bit confused. Hideki nodded. I think we're going to go. I need to get her home, and I'm pretty sure Aki will just teleport back when she wants. Are you going to be okay? His daughter nodded. I'll fill you in when I get back. Bye, Dad. With that, the man picked up Sei and walked out, nodding to both All Might and Mandalay along the way. When the door closed, Akito reached out and transferred Kat back to him. She spoke to him. The weird family is dealt with. Now what did I miss? He swore he heard papers shuffling. I approve of the costume, and I think you need to do something with your mom. Get her out of the house. He couldn't help but nod at that last part. Agreed. So what did you talk about? None ya. Really? Yes, unless you want to talk about girly bits? Nope. I'm good, just curious, forget I asked. So, little lion, are you going to explain what happened? That was so weird. I love it. Tell her to do it again. He could feel the excitement radiating off of her. He regretted everything he'd ever done. Sitting down, he started to tell them what happened. Transfer successful. That felt so weird. Is this going to be a regular thing? No, just this once. Awesome. So what's up? I just wanted to talk. Not Mom released a sigh. Look, kid, I'd love to answer all your questions and help you out, but I can't. I don't know anything about the lady who I'm based on. Besides what Izuku remembers. She paused for a second. For what it's worth though, I'm sorry for your loss. It's okay. And even if you did remember anything, you wouldn't know who I was anyway. What do you mean? Curiosity lined her voice. You have an American accent. Mom lost hers a year or two after meeting Izuku. She didn't have me for a couple more years after that. That makes sense. Can't say I'm happy about sounding a little off-key when talking, but what can you do? Akito chuckled a bit. Another thing is your traits. Kat did a double take. When did you pull that up? And what's wrong with who I am? It's been open the whole time and nothing, I swear. It's just after meeting Dad, Mom cooled down a lot. She became more grounded and became a successful person outside of being a vigilante. Kat hummed. Sounds boring. Do you mind if I ask you a question? Shoot. You have Izuku's memories, right? Yeah, and let me tell you, it took forever to organize them into a neat order. Akito giggles. One more question? You have to keep it to yourself, though. Lie to Izuku? Who do you think I am? Some sort of deviant? Okay, yeah, I can do that. What's up? How does he see me? What do you... I'm sorry to tell you, kid, you're his little sister to him. He's never seen you as anyone else. Sorry. Akito groaned into her knees. That really is. Don't feel too bad about it. He's had several women flirt with him, and they didn't even leave big memories. There is one, but it's more of a case of circumstances versus him pursuing her. Great, even the universe is against me. Hey, you'll find someone. Now what did you do to your old man? Mom made him a special cage where Werg couldn't escape if he took over Dad. Once Werg calms down, Dad will text me and I'll open a portal for him. I'll send him a text right now to explain what happened though. How did your parents meet? She huffed. Dad won't tell me and Mom always said it was out of this world. So I'm guessing Dad is from another dimension, but Mom made a lot of innuendos, so there's no way of knowing. Kat snorted. Seems a bit of her old self still lived on. Akito rolled her eyes. A small chime on her cell played. Sounds like Dad is sane. So what is his quirk anyway? As she typed out a message she answered. His quirk is Werg. It's a sentient entity that has a set of powers which include shadow manipulation, mental attacks, and if he takes over Dad, he gets stronger. Stronger? Werg enhances all of Dad's stats, to the point where he could battle Mom. The problem with it is that Werg can't process human emotions. It causes him to fly into a fury and attack everything. It also shortens Dad's lifespan considerably. If it wasn't for Mom and Sei, he would probably be dead right now. That's kind of bad, but... So are you going to be helping from now on? I have two. I've already lost one parent. I can't let this one go so easily. She stuck out her hand and ripped open a portal. After a second, her dad walked through. She felt Werg enter her head. Hey Mutt, you gonna go off the handle again? Werg snarled at the AI. He didn't respond. It's okay, Werg. She doesn't even know Mom. Werg gave a half snarl, half grunt, his version of whatever. After a second, Werg retreated back to Dad. She called out to the front door, Izuku. Then we ended up back here. All Might started laughing. Mandalay joined in a second later. Either you broke them, or they're nervous. Why would they be nervous? Izuku, we set off a goddess. Who wouldn't be? After saying it, she corrected herself. Okay, I take that back. Besides us, who wouldn't be? Fair enough. He waited for both of them to calm down before he asked. So what was so funny? All Might wiped a few tears from his eyes. It was Mandalay who answered. A couple of the teachers at UA and the team placed bets on what happened to you. Everyone guessed something different, but it was Aizawa who got it the closest. What did he bet on? You accidentally knocking out the girl and getting stranded on some barren rock. Kat snorted. That seems about what would normally happen. He ignored the jab. What did he win? All Might answered him. For us to know and for you to find out. He checked his watch. It's getting pretty late. We should head back to the school. After the exam, are you going to come train with us again? He shook his head. I think I'm going to go on a vacation with my mom. I've been away for a long time. I owe it to her to spend time together. She smiled at him and pulled him into a hug. Don't worry about it. I'm just glad you're back, Izuku. The next time I see you though, you're wearing the costume. Got it? He hugged her back. It felt weird to treat someone like her, as he didn't know a word for it. Yeah. I promise. After she let him go, All Might was next in line. I look forward to seeing your results in the entrance exam, my boy. I'm sure you'll do amazing. He hugged his mentor. Thanks, All Might, I'll see you soon. With the two heroes gone, it was just him and Akito. His mom had gone to bed, as she didn't want to hear the story of how her son almost died. He didn't blame her. I guess it's time for me to go as well? You can stay longer if you want, I don't mind. I also want to ask something of you, if you don't mind. She tilted her head. Ike? Do you mind opening a portal for my mom and I after the exam? Sure, but wouldn't that be breaking quite a few laws? He smiled. Not if we go through the airport like normal and go through immigration like we were on a plane. She smiled back. That might work. If you get in trouble though, I won't be able to bail you out quickly. I'll call, to make sure. I'd rather not be a fugitive. She put her hands up. I can see it now, the hopeful gets arrested abroad. He laughed. Yeah, let's hope not. It was silent before Izuku couldn't handle it. What do you want to talk about? She shook her head. I don't know, you answered most of my questions during the story. He hummed. Want to watch TV? She perked up. Sure. She waited until the TV was on. So you never did say. He gave her a sideways glance as he laid down on the other sofa. What? What did you get for killing the elemental? That is a great question. What did we get? I don't know, I closed it without reading the whole thing. You have quality points to spare, right? He nodded. There wasn't much he could actually spend it on that would be of immediate use. Get photographic memory then. It should contain the prompts from the memories. He opened the window with a hum. Why not? Selecting the quality, he received 2 prompts. You now have access to the vault. The vault is a collection of all your memories, emotions, and hardships. Perhaps searching through these will give you insight into who you are? You have access to several memory vaults. Unfortunately, though, you do not meet the requirements to gain access to these vaults. List of vaults and their requirements. Gamer, become level 90. One for all, have one for all reach level 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, 90, 100. Holy! Izuku? Are you okay? He blinked and looked over at Akito. I need to level. She tilted her head. Why?